Chapter 34. In the stadium, Round 1 Match 1. Hinata gave her best glare at her opponent. In all reality, though, it came out to a mildly annoyed expression. Better than her academy days, at least. The Hyuga heiress curled her toes in to mentally ground herself, something her kind cousin Hikaru suggested. The usually verbose and excitable man instead gave her a gentle head pat that morning and ordered her to try her best but not use all her energy like a true shinobi. In other words, this fight was not going to be her last. When Hinata had moved to question him, Hikaru had just winked at her with a shushing gesture and used a shunshin. Guilt eating at her for knowing her cousin had given her some kind of hint. Hinata barely heard the proctor yell start. Sakura, apparently, had no such problems. The girl with the pink bob flew towards Hinata and knocked the girl back with a quick punch to the nose. Hinata winced, but activated her Byakugan. She had 10 minutes to either surrender or make Sakura do so. Easy, right? When a Senbon tried to graze her cheek, poison evident on the blade, Hinata decided that perhaps she wasn't quite ready. Nevertheless, she had to prove she was not a failure. With steely eyes the shy Hyuga leapt towards the budding medical prodigy, gentle fist strikes aimed at vital spots. Sakura tried to keep the fury out of her eyes when Hinata hadn't reacted to the proctor giving them the heads up to fight. Sure, Sakura knew she wasn't as prestigious as the clan genin, but she at least deserved an attentive opponent. Socking the girl in the jaw moments later was just what she needed even with the booing from the crowd asking for a shinobi fight. What, did they think all shinobi fought with jutsu? Rolling her eyes Sakura threw a paralyzing Senbon towards Hinata who finally looked halfway prepared hoping for a quick win. But, the girl dodged, and flew at Sakura in a frenzy of jabs. If it weren't for Hikaru-sensei's training, Sakura was sure she'd be dead by now. Dodging the blows, Sakura parried with kunai and Senbon, aiming for spots that allowed her poison in, yet failing to make contact. Finally deciding something had to give, Sakura stopped moving. Hinata's eyes widened as her palm successfully struck the taller girl's shoulder. Balance was off though as the girl ever so slightly leaned further in, trying to catch her balance. And that's when Sakura struck. With a vicious smirk Sakura used her good hand and grabbed Hinata's neck, a Senbon embedding itself in the flesh. A fast-acting sedative had the Hyuga heiress out in seconds. The stadium cheered, entranced by the fast taijutsu and odd finale. Sakura just healed her shoulder and gave the antidote to her comrade. They were from the same village, after all. Up in the stands, Hisashi Hyuga? Hisashi kept the sigh of relief off of his face, glad that both children would be out of harm's way come the invasion. Hanabi had been ordered to stay in the compound last minute due to a made-up offense. The Hokage wouldn't let them tell the child and break the secret after all, and he ordered Hikaru to make sure his daughter didn't exhaust or overtly injure herself. While the teen was an utter disgrace to the Hyuga name, he followed orders. And because of that, Hinata would be safe in the shelters. Even after being treated, Hinata would be escorted to the shelters before any fighting happened. While other genin would be forced to fight or make their way to safety, his child wouldn't. Now he would just have to act like he was pissed at her. An utter disgrace, that worm, an elder scoffed. Yes, certainly Hisashi replied, mentally assigning the disgrace title to the elder, not his daughter. He was disappointed in Hinata, true, but in this instance, he couldn't be prouder. Later, with Naruto? Naruto had felt a strange pride seeing his former and rather weak crush win the match. The matches that followed were less than impressive. While Kiba tried his best and Kankuro was a brilliant puppeteer, their opponents, Lee and Shino respectively, were ruthless. Having sparred with Lee many times, Naruto knew the boy was just showing that he valued his opponent. Doing the primary lotus and then punting Kiba into the far wall before the first minute ended was not something most would see as friendly, but Lee saw it as him acknowledging Kiba as an equal. Hopefully Kiba saw it that way when he woke up in a week. Shino, as opposed to Kiba, knew about the invasion. Not that anyone told him, but the boy had a habit of knowing things he shouldn't because of his bugs. Naruto saw that familiar gleam in Shino's eyes, or, well, glasses, as the proctor called start. Kankuro tried his best to forfeit. He really did, raising his hand as soon as the match started and opening his mouth. But as Shino seemed to know the boy was a future enemy, he was shown no mercy. It took Heiei threatening Shino to get the bugs off of Kankuro's unconscious body, completely drained of usable chakra and his puppets eaten. Naruto swore he witnessed Shino smirking on his way back up the steps. Temari, it seemed, had the advantage in the next fight. Ten, while talented, was forced to use unorthodox attacks and jutsu when Temari kept blowing hers away. In the end, the 10-minute timer rang as both girls wasted time on taunting, marking a bitter end. Through it all, Temari just kept smirking, much to Deidara's and his chagrin. With Sai. Sai kept his face impassive as he raised his voice. "I would like to withdraw, please." he said with a monotone voice. Hayate blinked, as did his opponent, the genius Niji Hyuga. Sai knew he could beat the older boy, but that was no consequence, he had a job to do, after all. Even showing up here was a waste of time, but the Hokage insisted. Are you sure? Hayate asked, more out of propriety than necessity. Sai just nodded and walked off the stage. Niji started protesting, calling him a failure. That was fine. He had a real mission to accomplish. Sai, you ready? An ANBU murmured from behind his mask in the ceiling when he was out of sight. Not slowing down, he cheerfully replied. Of course, sir. Dragon-sama can rest easy. Chittering in the hallway were countless ink animals, ready to strike out Konoha's foes. Good, remain in position. With that, the ANBU's voice was gone, leaving Sai to conceal his art and himself in the shadows, waiting. Back in the stadium, the final match of the first round. This was it, Sasuke mused. This was where he'd make his mark, prove he could be a Chunin, be worthy of his clan name. When the proctor called start, Sasuke was already throwing explosive notes at the sand arm coming his way, fully prepared to win. His Sharingan spun wildly in afternoon sun, tracking each movement. While it was the first round, and Sasuke had never technically fought his opponent, Kakashi-sensei had described what the redhead could do. Sand armor, ability to move over a ton of the stuff at will, and an unquenchable lust for spilling blood. Sasuke ran through hand signs, hoping this move would work. Lighting style, electromagnetic murder. Grasping onto a sand limb, the flowing electricity dented the mass, making the Uchiha smirk, thinking he made some progress, letting a round of phoenix fire bombard the main body of the sand armor. That smirk vanished when the fire caused no damage, and Sasuke had to do 5 backflips to avoid being crushed. The crowd loved it when his arm got caught, ripping it out before Gaara crushed it. Blood dripped down the Uchiha's arm. Yes, mother, I'll give you blood. Blood? The psycho was muttering to himself. Sasuke just heated up the wave of sand trying to overcome him with a fireball. As the wave started turning to bits of glass, Sasuke smirked, the audience roared in approval. I don't know who your mother is, but giving her blood sounds like a stupid gift, Sasuke drawled, channeling his inner Kakashi. The man knew how to push buttons. You dare insult mother. I'll kill you. Feed you to mother? An inhuman growl erupted from Gaara, and before Sasuke's eyes the boy started transforming. What are you? He gasped, Sharingan mapping the volatile chakra unraveling from the torso. The sand started taking on a humanoid face. Chuckling darkly, Gaara's raccoon eyes bore into Sasuke's. I'm a demon, Gaara replied bluntly. He raised his arm. Now, die dash. Explosions resounded across the stadium, stopping Gaara in his tracks. Seconds later a blanket of smoke covered the stands, hordes of Konoha shinobi leaping out. Gaara moved to attack once more, but his sensei Baki, Sasuke's mind supplied from Kakashi's briefs over various famous shinobi appeared, along with Temari. Gaara, stop. Transform in the spot, the man seemed to say, but Sasuke's ears were still ringing so he wasn't sure. You do it here and the Konoha scum will stop you, not to mention you'll kill our men. Temari, let's go. With that, the trio vanished in a swirl of sand, leaving Sasuke dumbfounded. What? How? Invasion, kid, everyone but Konoha is the enemy and we have to stop them. The proctor drawled, killing 2 Suna, weren't they Konoha allies? Chunin. You learned genin protocols for invasions in the academy, right? Sasuke nodded while his brain clicked into place. Yeah, go do that. Your squad mate is up in the box, go to her and the rest of the genin. Wanting to stay but biting back his insistence when a splatter of blood courtesy of a beheaded Oto shinobi they were in on it too. Landed near his now deactivated eyes, Sasuke nodded and bolted off to find Sakura and Sai. They had civilians to lead from the stadiums to the bunkers. It all clicked while he dodged flying kunai, seeing Sakura punt a Suna shinobi to the sun. This was planned. The drills they had last month, the extra training, the harsher Chunin exams, according to gossiping guards, not to mention that kidnapping attempt. The invasion was known. With Naruto, right before the invasion kicked off. When that vile chakra so familiar yet foreign pulsated out of his fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto clutched his head. Kurama was not happy. Let me kill him. That insufferable worm, he dare mock me with that puny display of Bijou chakra? Shush. We have to be ready, I don't know if he'll go ahead and transform here or attempt to flee. Either way we have to get him out of the village, something I can't do if you're screaming at me. That shut his partner up. Angel tensed beside him when Naruto looked down once his head stopped exploding. She could feel it, like everyone else. His summons too, especially Akira and Hibiki. Any time now would be the signal, whatever it was. The inhuman laughter from Gaara sent chills down Naruto's spine, and he signaled for Deidara to be ready for intervention in case Orochimaru decided to let the other boy transform during the match. That's when low-grade explosive bombs filled the stands, and screams erupted from civilians. Konoha let loose her own explosives, and instantly the fighting began. Opening his palm, Naruto held it out so all the summons. With a quick flash his open palm was a closed fist, and with it every one of his 30 summoned felines had disappeared. They had their own prey to handle. Meanwhile, Naruto turned to Deidara, who nodded once, summoning a giant clay bird. With practiced ease the two leapt onto its back, gone after their prey before anyone was the wiser. With the special route takedown team, Dragon glided through the underground tunnels, feet barely touching the floor in his haste. Tonto out, the ANBU commander sliced through traps and guards alike. Stop, Gak. One such guard fell down lifelessly, missing his head. Dragon idly noticed it was someone from his generation who went missing a decade before. Not stopping, yet absorbing everything with his Sharingan, Dragon flicked his blade rid of the blood in time to cleaver through a wire trap. Behind him, Kakashi and Tenzu dodged debris while mentally preparing themselves. It was during this time the copy ninja let his thoughts drift to his younger boss. Normally, Shisui Uchiha would have been using the Shunshin and quipping about the weak fools trying to stop the almighty Dragon the Great while being serious in the mission. Normally, he would have said or did something to alleviate the tension that came with this mission, but today wasn't normal. Today, they were killing fellow Konoha shinobi, cleansing the rot that infected their home. Above them enemies were falling like flies, their blood soaking the ground crimson and copper. In here, Shisui had already slain 14 guards with nary a twitch, headed for the den of vipers Danzo kept. Today was not normal, and Shisui Uchiha Dragon was not one to be messed with. Kakashi Hatake, renowned for his loyalty, knew he had nothing on his boss and friend, the man who gave up everything. So when one root agent attempted to drop from the floor while Shisui was blowing up a door, Kakashi silently broke their neck, not even bothering with his ice smile or lazy quips. For today was not normal in Konoha. Within minutes they came to a trap door, one meant to lead down to the main chambers Danzo lived in for the Neo Uchiha children to have easy access. Only those with Uchiha blood could access it, making it perfectly safe for the old Warhawk, seeing as he owned the Uchiha, or so he thought. Wordlessly the commander summoned his bird, letting it fly to Tenzu's shoulder. "We're here. Follow the plan," Dragon signed. Twin nods and drawn kunai were all the confirmation he needed before jumping down. Kakashi glanced at his partner and their guide. The bird tilted its head before soundlessly flying down a corridor, beckoning the Jonin to follow. He did. Danzo's chambers. Old, decrepit features stared at paperwork, not really reading. Today his plans were coming to fruition. Konoha was burning while destroying her enemies, and his shinobi were ready to mobilize. The Neo Uchiha brats were safely being held in their quarters, out of the way until he required it. It was quiet, just as Danzo liked it. While normally he'd have 15 shinobi guarding his office, today he had 5, content that life, for once, was looking up. A knock at his door, one that he would describe as frantic if he had not beaten such emotions out of his shinobi, alerted him to his guard, not that he needed one, of course. A mousy black-haired youth, barely 22, came in with a low bow. "Speak," he ordered, not liking that he was interrupted. "Danzo-sama, we have intru-." The sentence was cut off by blood pouring zigzagged across the boy's chest. 5 lumps fell from the ceiling with dull thuds, without blood or screams to accompany the deaths. They just fell. Within half a second Danzo had his Sharingan and Mokuton activated with branches reaching wildly. TSK, Danzo-chan, wouldn't want to use up your chakra, nay?" A demonic voice chuckled darkly. Danzo, already out of his robe, ripped the binding over his eye for clearer scans. If he had emotions, he'd be panicking from the lack of presence or chakra. "I see you broke through my security seals. Impressive considering I only have one entrance, and have yet to sense them being broken down." Danzo slightly complimented, hoping for the intruder to respond. Sure enough, it did, making the Warhawk's blood run cold. "You happen to have 2 entrances, old coot." One of his masterpieces had betrayed him them. No, that was impossible. Only those with Uchiha blood could bypass the seals that would kill anyone else. Itachi Uchiha. I see. Realization dawned. Of course his pawn finally turned on him. No matter, Danzo was sure he could overcome him. "Not quite, old man," was the last thing Danzo heard before a blur even to his Sharingan just appeared in front of his face. "This doesn't belong to you." A growl from the blur before it plucked the eye out and just appeared by the door. The casualness of the move, so much like how he himself acquired the eye. Clutching the throbbing abyss that was his socket, Danzo squinted, watching as the blur became his most hated foe in Hiruzen's faithful ranks of lapdogs. No. It can't be. Dragon. Shock was what Danzo was feeling, seeing the man plop his weapon against Hiruzen's policies into a jar and banish it away somewhere. The commander gave nothing away but held up a thumbs up and flashed a familiar red eye from one of his black sockets before letting it disappear. Thoughts, wondering who the dragon could possibly be, flooded the Warhawk, who racked his brain over the Uchiha family. It couldn't be any of the younger teens in the Uchiha clan, as he killed them himself. Nor could it have been the elders or normal Chunin, those were too weak to pull of the commander position. That left one option, dragging Danzo into a fighting position. I should have known Itachi couldn't be trusted to kill you, Fugaku Uchiha. That fool of a Hokage has let you live, I will rectify that mistake now. Dragon only let out a tired sigh in response. And here I thought you were smarter than that. Well, perhaps me kicking your ass around will jog your intelligence. Shursui did well to keep the snigger in as Danzo hurtled a wind-style vacuum blade at him through a kunai. So easy for Shursui to dodge, and he did so, appearing in the hallway. Shursui went through hand signs, his back towards his foe already preparing another attack. Fire-style, Great Fire Dragon shot past him, aiming for the traitor and thief. However, trees erupted in front of the man, who smirked at his accomplishment. You may be strong, Fugaku, but the Uchiha never could defeat the Senju. Hashirama-sama may have been a peace-loving fool, but his power lives on to be properly used for the great tree. You call that Mokuton? Man, and I thought you were desperate using Tenzu. Even he has more control over his jutsu than you. Shursui sneered. He kept the disgust as a mask, already knowing exactly what Danzo did from his summons. And those Sharingan. I'll have you know that eyes are supposed to go in the head, not the arm. Seems somebody doesn't know basic anatomy. Shut up, you whelp. You were never this annoying before Itachi was supposed to kill you. The mask has made you cocky? Danzo growled. Shursui smirked inwardly, finding it amusing that the truth was there for Danzo, but the man couldn't work it out. Shursui knew he was stalling. Kakashi and Tiger were taking care of the rest of the base, with him cleaning up this side of the buildings. Afterwards, they were to evacuate, as this fight was bound to get messy. Thankfully Danzo's last stronghold was near the outer wall, far away from most civilians. It made it to where Shursui could have some fun in this job. Before he got his eye back was that really less than 3 minutes ago his mind had been a raging storm. He has stormed the building, silently killing all who opposed him. But now he had the chance to make the man suffer. Danzo noticed his silence and scoffed. Instead of trying to talk more, Shursui used several shunshin to get above the tree, chest swelling with chakra. A roaring fireball hit Danzo head-on. The man's chakra burst forth in an attempt to get away. Well, that was anticlimactic, Shursui mused, briefly wondering if he should have killed the man weeks ago. Only shinobi instincts save him from being impaled by a wooden spike bursting from the ground. Danzo emerged with it, slightly panting, but alive. The only difference was one of the 11 Sharingan closing. 10 more glared at him. I see. So you mastered Izanagi, huh? Honestly, Shursui was surprised, as not even Fugaku-sama had bothered to learn the technique, knowing that it would take an eye away. To most Uchiha, their eyes were everything, worth their death to protect. Yes, a useful technique, one I plan on using to kill you. The man prepared a wind-style vacuum blade through 15 kunai, lobbying them straight at Shursui. In turn, the Uchiha-turned-commander activated his Sharingan once more and caught each spinning blade. Quickly throwing them back, Shursui followed and got into Danzo's defenses. The pair engaged in a taijutsu dance, a flurry of kicks and strikes made possible through Sharingan and experiences bought with blood. Shursui dodged a fistful of wind chakra, then did a hand spring back as wooden branches shot from Danzo's arm. Thankfully Shursui had seen this move before from his numerous spars with Tenzu. Wind-style, vacuum wave. Danzo released. It was one of his most powerful attacks, known to take out opponents in waves. Shursui quickly used the move he made his Jinchuriki agent learn, one most overlooked. Hiding like a mole, letting the user dive into the ground, was not what Shursui would call a flashy jutsu, hence why most shinobi never bothered to learn it. However, the low-ranked jutsu saved his life, letting the Uchiha weather out the storm. Landing silently, Shursui glanced around, noticing Danzo was breathing hard. Is that all you got? He mocked. The great Danzo-sama, brought down with your own jutsu? Fireball met windshields, Danzo's chakra compensating for the lack of natural air. The two forces condensed, blowing both parties back with a large boom. Shursui blinked his eye, grateful for the breathing mask as the air filled with debris and sunshine flooded in. Danzo wasted no time, weaving hands together amongst the broken grounds. Wood-style, underground roots. His ancient voice growled, the ground erupting as waves of roots that existed before the village rose up, snaking violently to his will. Before the Warhawk could attack, however, Kakashi and Tenzu appeared slightly behind Shisui, unconscious children in their arms. Root Shinobi, the last of the forces, no doubt ran from the rubble. With a flick of his wrist they fell, marking the end of Danzo's little army. Well, I guess it's time to get serious. Finally, Tiger, I thought I taught my men better than to take long eradicating an enemy base. I ended up having to blow it up myself. Shisui said seriously, before cracking his neck and staring Danzo down. Absently he noticed two more eyes were closed. Susanoo. The ANBU commander whispered, his dear friend rising up around him and the last of his clan. Danzo's face twisted into horror, a beautiful look to match the screams of Suna and Oto Shinobi nearby. No. It can't be, It can, though. I never left a body, after all. Shisui chided. Shisui Uchiha. With Naruto? Getting out of the village had been difficult emotionally for the blonde ANBU agents, as seeing their home being attacked by enemy shinobi and snake summons pulled at their sense of loyalty. Even knowing that his comrades and summons were protecting in his stead couldn't keep the guilt out of Naruto's heart. Flying over the forest, Naruto kept his tried to mind clear of thoughts about the village, letting Kurama guide them. The two chakra signatures he dreaded, however, were following just below. Mouse. Deidara grunted. He noticed them too. They were headed to a 5-6 including the Bijuan 2 fight, with no available backup. Sending bombs down there would be a mistake, as the forest could go up with it, potentially letting the Jinchuriki get far enough away to unleash the monster. The small explosions the pursuing duo let off accidentally while running was already proving disastrous. That couldn't happen. They could lure all their opponents into the same area, which was what they were trying to do now, but it was risky at best. Oto forces could arrive soon to back up their pursuers. I know, Fox. You keep the Jinchuriki from letting the demon out? I'll handle the Giran woman and her partner. Deidara whipped his head back, shock evident even through the porcelain mask. No. Are you crazy, HN? You almost died last time and Dragon-sama will kill me if you die, not to mention Roach Team. I'll be fine, I don't even plan on fighting them, just setting off a ring of blasts to contain and then I'll head towards your art. Giran may be able to survive my traps, but Jiraiya-sama gave me some special seals that should stop them from continuing on. Naruto kept that the barrier seals were supposed to contain the Biju for resealing if all else failed to himself. Deidara seemed conflicted. I can sense some other shinobi following us further back and Gaara's demonic chakra is billowing out as we speak. I'll make this a fair fight for us, until then take this. Naruto thrust 2 of his 7 main water scrolls, enough to keep the Biju-infused sand from overtaking them. Really, Deidara just had to last 3 minutes alone before he arrived with chakra chains. HN, don't become art, senpai, was all Deidara said. In his own way he didn't want Naruto blown up. In reply Naruto snorted. I helped trap this forest. I'll see you soon, and watch out for Baki. And with that, Naruto Uzumaki leapt off the clay summons, chains rattling in the wind behind them. Really, 2 ANBU were too much for taking down a Jinchuriki when one could explode it and the other could trap it, right? That's what Naruto assured himself with as he landed on a branch inches from a chain reaction seal, staring at the 2 followers that made even Kurama seem wary. Be careful. Kill them quickly and get back to Shikaku. I want to rip him apart. Kurama roared, letting 2 tails instantly form, malevolent chakra fill the air. The tags required his specific Biju chakra to activate. Now he just had to get the tagged kunai at 5 separate points before setting them off. Little fox, I've been waiting for you. To think, instead of making me wait for Gaara to tire you out, you came right to me. Giran licked her lips. Her companion, a white-haired man with a sickly complexion and red dots above the eyes, stared balefully at him. It was like Naruto was an objective, not an opponent. Giran the man whispered, do not insult Orochimaru-sama by taking this like a game. Knock him out and let's go. Giran gulped in fear. Interesting, she's afraid of him. He is a Kaguya, stay away from him, Naruto? Kurama warned. Naruto blinked, ready to question his friend, when he had to dodge something shooting from the man's fingers, eyes widening when the spikes hit the chain reaction, setting it off. This is going to suck, he grumbled. Dodging a set of crystals, the ANBU agent started wondering if perhaps he was too hasty in splitting up, already looking for points to fixate the kunai to and just wanting this whole invasion thing over with. As he prepared to unleash his chakra, the unholy scream of Shikaku stopped everyone in their tracks. The Biju had risen. And he had foolishly left his friend to face it alone. Chapter 35. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya, despite what the Kunoichi population and his godson would say, did not only think about perverse pleasures. In actuality, his mind was a torrent of past regrets, mistakes, and heartbreaks crashing into one another so that only alcohol or writing could stop them. His past always haunted him and his decisions never left him satisfied. Today was the worst. Worse than the day he left the orphans in AIM, worse than the day Orochimaru left and Tsunade turned him down, worse than the day Minato died and he declined his duty to look over his precious godson. None of those days compared to how unsatisfied he felt with himself as Gamabunta stabbed Manda's second-in-command straight through the eye, dispelling the vile creature instantly. It wasn't satisfying, however, because he wasn't there. He wasn't next to his sensei like planned, leaving his father figure to face the deranged psychopath known as Orochimaru with little backup. Could any backup compare to a Sannin? He wasn't helping Naruto seal the Shikaku like he secretly petitioned for months, being turned down at every corner. That inability led to him accidentally forgetting to set more traps in the forests, having Naruto do it the day before the invasion so that the boy would know every inch of where he would be fighting. Not being near his two most precious people in the village was difficult, but Jiraiya continued to smile. The Chunin at the walls behind him gasped in awe as he used his needle hair to take down a young Jonin, and cheered as Gamabunta dispelled yet another summons, though this one was a nasty three-headed viper intent on eating through the shinobi population it was ordered to attack. While they cheered, Jiraiya would look back and give a reassuring smile or commanding order, knowing that the quicker he destroyed the main front, the sooner he'd be next to Sarutobi-sensei or Naruto, keeping them from becoming yet another ghost in his mind. Remember, no prisoners. The Toad Sage bellowed once more as the survivors from their trapped forests and preliminary takedowns attempted to bypass Konoha's gates. Jiraiya nodded down towards Ibiki, who smirked viciously. You heard him, let's show these maggots why Konoha is still undefeated. The scarred interrogator ordered, helping take out the trash and erecting the shock tags on a hole Gamabunta accidentally caused. The 5 Oto shinobi who tried getting through there found themselves shocked to death, their screams shrill yet musical to Ibiki's ears. Yes, Jiraiya decided, he would show these maggots the power of a Sannin, forcing himself to ignore the large purple enclosure at the stadium and the Bijou chakra suffocating the air. With the Hokage? Sarutobi stared at his former student, sadness and fury evident in his eyes. The ANBU by his side were poised to fight to the death, their loyalty strengthened him. My old student, how far have you fallen? He murmured in sorrow, the flakes of skin peeling off Orochimaru's face, set in a smirk. Why, whatever do you mean, sensei? I thought you'd be proud, seeing your favorite student achieve so much. If you can call looking like a doll and growing your tongue achieving so much, then sure. One of the ANBU, Hikaru if he wasn't mistaken, quipped. Despite himself, Sarutobi snorted in amusement. As his former pride and joy hissed, Sarutobi prepared his best jutsus. It was time to fix his past mistakes. With Shursui. Dragon couldn't help but wonder if just recording Danzo's face at the moment he realized just who that blasted dragon was all this time would be enough. That's impossible. You died if not from my poison then by killing yourself in the Naka River. My agents were placed under my Jinjutsu, much like the eye I gave Itachi Dragon cut in with a drawl. Really, Danzo-chan, did you actually think I'd kill myself over a lost eye, leaving you free rein with said eye and no way to tell the Hokage what actually happened? I'll admit it almost killed me, but in the end you failed. Like always, Danzo seemed to twist in rage before calming once more. The man, now at 8, no 7, eyes, held up his hands, going through hand seals. If only Fugaku had let me draft you into Root when you were 5, instead of insisting the Uchiha were above such things, you'd have made a fine shinobi for the Great Tree. Danzo seemed almost regretful at this admission. Nevertheless, it's time I destroy the last rebellious seeds in your cursed clan and make Konoha great again. You and what army, Danzo? Shursui mocked, his Susanoo already drawing its energy for an attack. The war hawk sent out his roots, still writhing. Shursui directed his Susanoo, which sliced through them with ease, taking a swing at Danzo, who used another eye to get away. I have no need for an army to cleanse this village of you. Wind style, vacuum spheres. The wind itself compressed before attacking in a sphere-like pattern. The Susanoo was protecting them, but the sheer amount of chakra was hell on the Sharingan. Shursui silently willed his Susanoo to unleash its Tsukumo. It was his most powerful attack with the chakra construct, the same attack that he used all those months ago on the IWA Jinchuriki. The long green poles bore into the war hawk, who blocked most of them by large mokuton trees to spontaneously rise. Shursui smirked as another eye closed after his attack managed to hit, knowing that he was winning. Kakashi, Tiger, take the children to the drop-off point and go help the Hokage. Shursui ordered. He glanced back, seeing them nod. Good luck, Dragon-sama. The pair intoned, disappearing in quick flicks. Sending your dogs away wasn't wise, Shisui Danzo said neutrally while still sounding mocking. Shisui released his Susanoo, and shot forward, his tanto meeting Danzo's own sword. Metal met metal, Uchiha anger and determination boring down upon a traitor's misguided notion of the greater good. A young man too loyal to be swayed by power fighting against an old war hawk too engulfed in his desires to seek repentance. Shisui channeled his chakra into his lungs without seals, expelling a great torrent of flames point blank into his opponent's widening eyes. Using the man's own sword as a launching point, the Uchiha pushed off and used a shunshin, letting his chakra flicker out. The flames died quickly once the chakra was cut off, and Shisui once more maneuvered into Danzo's guard, slicing off his Mokuton arm. Another several shunshins and abrasions across the war hawk's body. Danzo let out a quick, pained gasp, and looked up, grimacing when he noticed that the infamous Mirage clones were flickering about, a testament to Shisui's immense skills. Trying for one last move as his arm with the Sharingans was burned to a crisp and thrown far out of his grasp, Danzo made a single-hand seal and let himself smirk when Shisui was stopped in his tracks, black ink appearing on his mask and exposed skin from various wounds during the battle. You may be strong, Shisui Uchiha, but you can't fight the self-cursing seal. You Uchiha are excellent shinobi, but your chakra levels are easily depleted by your dojutsu. There's no way you'll muster up the chakra to break my seal in time. Danzo painted, slightly light-headed from blood loss. Forcing himself to stand up straight, the older male stalked to the struggling Shisui who was kneeling, trying to get up. Danzo picked up his sword that had fallen and got closer. For the good of Konoha, you must wither? He gasped. Raising his blade, Danzo looked right into the blank mask that haunted him for the last 5 years. Shisui struggled more, then calmed as the blade rose. Taking a deep breath in, he snapped his chakra, it expanding through the air in compressed waves. Potent chakra, almost visible, exploded out and pushed Danzo back. With shaky limbs, Shisui stood up. No, for the good of Konoha, you must be the one to die. The commander's voice whispered, lifting up his own sword. Then for the first time since his sacrifice, Shisui Uchiha lifted his mask while out in the field, looking his old enemy in the eye. Danzo's eyes widened once more before Shisui used his signature shunshin, appearing over the now fallen man. A quick jab to the throat and Konoha's worst traitor was dead. Now he just had to get to the Hokage and his men. With Naruto? Naruto stumbled slightly at the roar of Shikaku, giving the Kagaya time to get into his defenses, bones protruding from his ribs. That's what a Kagaya can do, slaughter you with their bones, extremely bloodthirsty. Kurama chimed in as Naruto felt his arm guard sliced in half by the Kagaya's bone sword, blood splattering them both. Clones appeared as a buffer between them, only to be instantly taken out by Guren's crystals. How do I stop them, though? The ANBU thought to his partner in exasperation while frantically looking for places to set his barrier tags and letting the third tail grow. He just wanted to block these two and get on with his mission and stop this invasion, damn it. Kurama didn't reply, instead enhancing his host's senses more to prevent an impaling through his stomach. Naruto summoned his chains once more, letting them join his tails in blocking the crystals and bones. It would be in your best interests to surrender, Orochimaru-sama always gets what he desires, and your pointless struggling is most selfish. Give up? Crystals covered the trees and debris around, creating a sort of dome, encasing him and his assailants. You know, Kimimaro, for a guy wanting to catch the little fox, you're sure enjoying talking to him, Guren said suggestively, appearing out of a crystal. Silence, Guren, did you disable the traps? The now identified Kimimaro rebuked. Guren smirked as Naruto stiffened. All done and we're shielded from the little Tanuki's temper tantrum. Kimimaro didn't answer and instead vaulted forward with his bones melding together into a drill, its path halted by Naruto instinctively using his chains. Dull eyes met fiery red ones, slitted like a fox. Naruto's mask was tinted red by the visible chakra, giving his mouse mask a vicious makeover. Naruto, his kunai bathed in wind and Kyuubi chakra, embedded it until the hilt in Kimimaro's free arm, his hidden smirk at its success cut off when Guren mercilessly side-swiped his legs before kicking him into a tree. Naruto grunted, and blocked Guren's crystal needles, though one struck his mask, cracking it. The ANBU pulled it out, somersaulting to the ground in crouch. Maybe you think you got rid of the traps, but a Konoha ANBU agent always sets contingencies. He yelled out Dragon-sama's teachings. Little did his attackers know, but Naruto had used his abilities with clones and transformations wisely. Deidara had spent countless hours teaching him the exploding clone technique. Naruto wrapped himself in chakra and his chains, smirking. When he felt his enemies get close, the random rocks, flies in the air, all of them transformed into Naruto clones and exploded in sharp bursts of chakra. Kimimaro, who had been hoping to attack from above, instantly switched with the fleeing Guren, the woman being blown into the roof of her mini-dome. Naruto wasted no time, conjuring 4 clones and sending them off to the designated spots to place the barrier tags. Kurama, I think we'll need more chakra. I can see the Bijou chakra eating away at the crystals and bone, but it's not enough. Naruto growled, the chakra clouding his calm state of mind somewhat. Kurama wordlessly released the 4th tail, their current top. Naruto, through training, was able to keep his mind in the 4th tail, but barely. The chakra began eating away at his skin, and he knew he had to end this fast. Wind style, air bullets. The cubified Naruto growled and misshapen bursts of air not at Kimimaro or the now falling and barely conscious Guren, but at the side wall. It cracked under the assault. Naruto instantly formed a dark purple Rasengan. Leaping at the wall, Rasengan in one hand and tag in the other, Naruto broke through, Kimimaro following suit. However, this Kimimaro was beastly. The infamous curse seal was unlocked on him. Naruto's eyes widened, but refused to panic. He turned around, facing Kimimaro as they fled through the opening. His clones had burst, letting him know the 4 tags were in place, only the one in his hand was needed. Naruto felt his bloodlust rising, so instinct he let chakra build in his lungs and mouth. A sphere of the tainted chakra charged forward and into Kimimaro's torso, kicking the now mutated shinobi back through the hole, into the forest floor, and skidding long after Naruto lost sight of him. Blinking, the blonde tried to ponder what he just did, even as his throat bled from the chakra. I'll explain later, but now you have to block them in. Shikaku has been unleashed. Sure enough, the sand demon was a bit to the west of him, and Naruto could feel its beady eyes on him, Deidara furiously dodging the sand tail. Retreating all but a tail of chakra into his body was near impossible, but with Kurama being his partner they managed, and the Jinchuriki landed next to the opening, slapping the final tag down and pulsating large puddles of his Bijou chakra through it. A pentagram formed through the crystal dome, before a large red barrier was erected. If Naruto did it right, and he knew he did, the 2 inside would be unable to leave until the chakra drained in an hour or they overpowered it. And overpowering it would be nigh impossible. There, now, ready to kick some Shikaku ass? Naruto smirked evilly, and set off through the trees, chains poised. Heh, finally my puny brother will see why he shouldn't mess with my territory. Kurama laughed. That gave Naruto a sweat drop while dodging a stray sand bullet that uprooted an ancient tree he used to nap in. Your territory? I thought the oh-so-mighty Kurama didn't need any human territory. The ANBU teased. He was enjoying the feeling of power coursing through his body, the chakra already having healed the damage from the 4th tail save some muscle soreness. Laughing a bit, Naruto kept his mind off of Deidara even as he used repetitive shunshin to speed up the trek. Kurama snorted. Keep opening your trap and I'll unleash a Bijudama up your skinny little hide. A what? Naruto could feel Kurama mentally face palm. Why is my vessel so stupid? The Bijudama what you used just now, brat. It's the most powerful of our attacks, and your idiot fleshbag of a father based that pathetic Rasengan off of it. Naruto meant to respond, but the sight of Deidara being thrown from his bird as a clay explosive made half of Shikaku fall apart stopped all thought but instinctive movements. Deidara. Naruto's scream bubbled out, seeing his comrade and friend fall, only to be wrapped in sand, the familiar crunch echoed in his ears. Hundreds of chains flew forward, severing the connection the sand had to the main body. The part containing Deidara fell through the air, though no bloody body of his friend emerged, making him fear the worst. Naruto and Kurama, as one, roared in the sky, 3 and 4 tails coming out together, their combined rage getting over the hesitance they once had to employ the 4th tail. The blonde and his Bijou stared up at Shikaku in hate, Kurama roaring insults. Shikaku, now fully formed once more, peered down at the pair. Chuckling, the madness could be heard for miles. Well, my big brother and his little vessel, how pathetic. Big brother is trapped by the chains again. Ha ha ha. Shikaku reared his head back and laughed, his Jinchuriki flopping uselessly on his head. Well, you're too late. The little fleshbag finally let me out to play and I'm never going back. Blood. 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 Show me your blood. You killed my teammate. You killed my comrade. You murdered my friend, you son of a bitch. Emotion fueled Naruto's lust for death. Naruto. Kurama snapped, finally getting his human to listen. What, Kurama? Send me as much chakra as you can, I'm killing this bastard. All rational battle plans were forgotten, until his supply of chakra was ruthlessly ripped away. No, you listen here. I'm supposed to be the killing machine, not you. Stop acting like a wild animal and fight like, ugh, it hurts to say it, but fight like a shinobi. Shinobi, no matter how much it pisses me off to admit, have defeated my brethren before, now do the same, or your village will be wiped out. Naruto calmed down, but felt a stray tear fall down his cheek despite his training. Then, Kurama stopped his tears with a final sentence before flowing his chakra back through his core. The other blondie is still alive, but caught in the sand. Defeat Shikaku and we get him back. Just, make sure Shikaku bleeds. No problem, Naruto spoke aloud. His mask, still cracked, fell away as he dodged the onslaught of sand. Chakra chains wrapped around the countless trendles, making them useless. Shikaku screamed in protest, whining about not playing fair. Naruto just shook his head, glad that it was now clear. Jumping off trees that had started exploding while falling from the various trap seals, the blonde ANBU whipped out his sealed water. Torrents of water over 1,000 gallons spilled out into the air, glistening in the sunlight. Naruto ran through hand seals faster than ever before, letting his chains keep him steady. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. His most powerful water attack, fueled by his focused anger, went straight to the head of Shikaku, turning most of the body to mud. Not stopping there, the ANBU continued wrapping the chains up the arms and tail, stopping the sand from reforming. However, it was proving to be a never-ending battle, with Shikaku forming in places Naruto's chains moved from. With a frustrated sigh across his masked face, he dodged the ginormous bullets of air Shikaku expelled. A trendle of sand the size of a tree wrapped around his ankle. With slight panic, Naruto switched with a falling rock, landing on the upper right arm. He gulped while looking up, just then realizing that Gaara was completely asleep, just like the legends of past hosts. The host? Kurama observed. Naruto nodded absently. Kurama, how would we wake him up? Much less get up there? He mused. His partner snorted. A good bump to the head should do it. That or blow them both up. Naruto's sweat dropped, and started using multiple shunshin across the body of Shikaku, jumping off the limbs of a frustrated Bijuu. Hold, still. I want your blood, Shikaku whined. The blonde Jinchuriki casually noted that Shikaku was a 1,000-year-old child, as the beast proceeded to stomp the ground. The fact that the ground broke up from the impact did not make it any less ridiculous. Hundreds of clones exploded in the air, covering Shikaku, who started batting them away. Their purpose was to distract him, and they did, as the beast released a Bijuu Dama into the sky. The real Naruto landed by the ears and grinned, unsealing more water. Make sure you hit him good, fleshbag. Kurama cheered, knowing what was to come. Water style, water bullet, he screamed, and 6 bullets of water shot straight at the snout. Shikaku roared in pain and clutched his snout. Using the opportunity, Naruto wrapped the entire upper body of the sand demon up, feeling its chakra being forced to retreat. He used a shunshin, appearing next to the sleeping Gaara. Channeling chakra to his fists, the blonde Jinchuriki pounded the redhead, and grinned when the boy snapped awake. No. I just got out. I'll kill you next time, Kurama. And you too, you filthy Uzumaki? Instantly the sand fell, like puppets without strings, Gaara starting to fall with it. Naruto anchored a chain to one of the few trees standing as they fell side by side, Gaara looking wiped out with scorch marks likely from Deidara's art littering his body. Catching the slightly smaller boy, Naruto lit his fingers in the way Jiraiya-sama had taught him. He didn't want to do this, didn't want to complete the capture, but Gaara had started gathering Bijuu chakra once more, and Deidara had yet to be spotted. With the fumblings of a novice, Naruto slammed his fingers over the Jinchuriki seal, knowing he hit the right spots when the last remnants of Bijuu chakra filed away. Gaara hissed, falling unconscious once more, letting the ANBU collapse tiredly on a tree branch, breathing heavily. That last water jutsu had been risky, draining most of his chakra as keeping control of water while in his chakra cloak was messy. Oi! Don't fall asleep now. Kurama barked, already sensing his host's fatigue. He snapped awake, letting Kurama spread out their senses now that Bijuu chakra wasn't choking it out. With lead legs, Naruto and the sleeping Gaara followed to a down tree in the direction of the village, and the sight made his heart seize. Deidara, his explosion-happy friend, sat heaving blood onto the ground, clutching a mangled arm. Sand, which had obviously been crushing his body, was scattered. Defox. Naruto remembered at the last moment, as his friend still had his mask on. Deidara's head shot up, pain glazing his eyes but managing a nod. Mouse. You did it? He asked with a slur. When Naruto nodded, he sighed in relief. Good. I got the Jonin Baki, was it? Yeah, I blew him up good. But the girl, she disappeared. Maybe I was too soft, but the red brat, Gaara? What happened again? Why is everything fuzzy? That's when Naruto got a good look at the injuries, and set out with his medical kit. A crisscross pattern from a blade of some sort on his back and a crushed arm. Those injuries, he pushed them to the back of the mind, figuring they'd worry about the long term later. For now, he had to get his friend to the medical tents. Summoning Jutsu, Hisoka appeared. The silent tiger pulled from whatever battle he had been fighting. Hisoka, I need you to help me carry this prisoner to the village while I carry Deidara. Best to remember all the boy had done to his village. It was proving now that the lust of battle was gone, however, Naruto knowing that he just made a fellow Jinchuriki a prisoner of war. Hisoka nodded in assent. Sighing, he put the boy on the tiger's back, and clutched his ribs. Chakra exhaustion and battle made him want to curl up for a nap, but he forced 3 clones to appear and help him carry his comrade back. Naruto, I'm going to sleep. We'll talk later. His partner said quietly as they reached the village checkpoint and get accepted by ANBU medics. He nodded while being led to a small tent for a quick checkup, being told that the invasion was mostly over, the grim yet hopeful faces of the medics making the day seem not so hopeless. When he informed a captain of the dome and the trapped Kaguya, sharp intakes of breath were inhaled before 8 ANBU freshly healed shot through the forest to hopefully capture or at least kill the pair. Little did he know a certain San Genin had not only escaped, but saw his face and battle. And little did he know that Deidara didn't check to make sure Baki was blown to bits, the man's pain and battle with Shikaku distracting him. As it was, Naruto wasn't thinking about such things, and instead turned to the medic once his ribs were wrapped and he was given something for chakra exhaustion. How is Hokage-sama? And did we kill Orochimaru? He asked. The medic stiffened mid-smile and looked away. I think that's a conversation you and I should have after your report, Mouse. Dragon-sama's voice drifted quietly by his ear. Standing behind him, bloody yet relatively unharmed, was his commander. Naruto kept his voice even, but his eyes betrayed his worry. Dragon-sama. Just follow me, Mouse. His commander passed a spare mask to him, and the pair began a slow jog back to the village, a grim commander and worry-filled ANBU agent lost in their thoughts. The invasion was won, but what was the cost? Naruto wondered this and more as his village passed by him, bathed in blood. What was the cost of victory? Chapter 36. With Naruto Konoha Hospital? Naruto stared stoically at the monitors keeping its patient alive. To see such a shinobi reduced to a breathing mask amongst a body of bandages was what shocked the young ANBU more than words could express. How did he end up like this? Naruto asked his commander. The man leaned against the wall near the window, seemingly staring at nothing. However, Naruto knew his commander, could tell the minute tensing of the shoulders that gave away the anger and weariness. He was lucky facing off against 2 resurrected Kage and the traitor would have meant certain death for anyone else. Of course, your squad members protected him admirably, like true shinobi. Naruto sucked in a breath. Wolf-senpai, Cat-senpai. Dragon-sama, did they? He couldn't finish his sentence. They're alive, though Cat is in a coma, much like Hokage-sama here. Wolf is busy tracking Orochimaru's escape route. So he survived. Naruto spat bitterly. The whole point of Hokage-sama fighting was to kill the bastard and yet he got away while the man Naruto viewed as a grandfather, despite their rocky past, lay on death's door. Not without injuries. He won't last long without the medical expertise of someone Tsunade-sama's caliber, nor will Hokage-sama. We haven't had Tsunade-sama in the village for decades, though, and only the Hokage can order her back. Naruto pointed out. Which is exactly what I'm doing. Dragon said. Huh? Dragon seemed to smirk under his mask. Yes, Hokage-sama saw fit to saddle me with the ball and chain of the job, the bastard. We were planning on announcing it to the village after the invasion, but all the paperwork is in place to put as incumbent should he be out for the count but still alive. The daimyo himself approved of it. Naruto felt an odd mix of emotions. On one hand he was elated his commander was going to be the Hokage. Nobody else had the leadership skills Dragon-sama had, not to mention he'd get to see who he was under the mask. On the other hand, having Dragon-sama be Hokage would no doubt mean no shinobi could rest. If I have to put up with it, those slacker Chunin can too. Let's make way for the slave driver Hokage. I can sense you thinking something that would land you as my sparring partner, Mouse. Dragon mused. Instantly the ANBU was at attention. No matter, I have an S-ranked mission for you. Naruto gulped at the heaviness of the room, but just nodded to show he accepted. Dragon-sama tilted his head in approval. I would normally have you stay near the village, as we need our Jinchuriki. However, with our forces exhausted, and many Chunin and ANBU facing retirement if not treated by Tsunade Fox and Cat being 2 of those numbers I cannot do that. The available genin would slow you down and the Chunin and Jonin are either not in the know or are not equipped to handle such a task. The village needs you, as you're the only one available with the skills. Don't give me that bewildered look, you are an accomplished shinobi, Mouse. Hiruzen knows it and so do I. Thank you, Dragon-sama, Naruto said quietly, glancing down at the barely hanging on Hokage. Now, you are to track down Tsunade-sama and get her to return to the village to administer aid and set up our hospital. Jiraiya-sama has some leads, but I knew he would take his sweet-ass time getting her back, time we don't have. Naruto barely caught the thick scroll with all the known locations of Tsunade-sama, and began looking over it while the commander continued. Hokage-sama was struck by Orochimaru's personal poison by sword, which weakened him even after being eradicated. On top of that, his wounds are massive, requiring finesse our medics don't have. They estimate he has 3 weeks before his coma becomes permanent. I expect you back in 2, is that clear? Hi, Dragon-sama. Now, before you head out, you need to know a few things about our stray medic. As Naruto listened to the quirks his target had, he had to wonder if he would have been better off just offering himself up to Orochimaru rather than face the monster lady's wrath. Meanwhile, with Hikaru grimaced as he and the tracker Nin tore through the forest, trying in vain to catch a whiff of Orochimaru. The minions had evaded capture and carried their slowly dying master away. Konoha Shinobi had orders to kill or capture all enemy combatants before they reached the borders, but to not cross them it would be suicide to risk it when they were already tired from the invasion. Reaching the border with sound, the Inuzuka caught the nauseating scent of Orochimaru, growling in frustration. He crossed. What now, Taicho? The Inuzuka, Hana to be exact, asked. Hikaru sighed while thinking. We patrol the border until a new border guard arrives. I'll send word to the village. Dragon-sama will more than likely insist we search for stragglers for the next several weeks. With that he led his team, him, and Aburame, Hana, and 2 other Chunin back to the safety of their border, mind already traveling to the hell he lived through. If only I'd been faster. I'm sorry, Yugao-senpai. Flashback, invasion with Hikaru. Hikaru blocked the Mokuton blow from the first Hokage. The resurrected leader had risen 5 minutes ago, pairing with his brother to separate him and Yugao from their leader. So far it was working. Hikaru's eyes ached at the intensity he was using, but he plowed on, slicing the wood with his heavenly rotation. Suddenly the Mokuton stopped attacking him, and Hikaru realized too late why. His blind spot held Yugao. He turned around at the sound of flesh being torn apart. There was Yugao, his big sister from another mister, being impaled by several Mokuton spikes. Her katana, the one she always said carried her very soul, the soul of a warrior, snapped in half from a water dragon's jaws. She took it bravely, never uttering a sound even when tossed into the air, thus ripping the spikes out. Why Yugao? He screamed, his world stopping. Flashback end. From there the battle was fuzzy in his rage. Orochimaru screamed as Hokage-sama dealt him a mortal blow, flinging him into the barrier's flames. Jiraiya-sama ripped the barrier down at that moment, sealing the reanimated Hokage with the help of Hikaru and other ANBU. Hokage-sama kept fighting despite his injuries, and allowed himself to fall only when the traitor fled with his guard. Dragon-sama arrived 5 minutes later, ordering him to assemble a team and start searching for the bastard, either finishing off the man or making sure he left the land of fire. And now Hikaru sat on a branch eating rations, praying Yugao and the rest of his team survived, that when he got back they could have a squad dinner like old times. Orochimaru, I swear it on my eyes you will perish for what you've done. If one of my family died I will hunt you down, consequences be damned. And thus a vow of anguish was made, the teen Hyuga aging years in the span of a day. With Konohamaru always knew he'd be a great Hokage, even Boss believed in him. He used to think it was all about being great at jutsu and stuff, but then Boss taught him what it really meant to be Hokage. It meant being there even when things were tough. He wanted to curl up on his grandpa's lap and cry, ask why Irika had to. But his grandpa was somewhere he couldn't go. Not even the scary dragon guy would tell him anything, just that he couldn't see him. All the shinobi were busy gathering the dead or other stuff. Konohamaru and his friends, let out of the shelters, were ordered to go home for the day and report tomorrow for cleanup. Konohamaru was supposed to go with Momo, since Irika-sensei was. But here they were, in Momo's kitchen where her mama lay in a puddle of blood. Her clothes were ripped and Konohamaru knew from the academy that what happened was wrong. Momo did too, causing her to cry harder, holding on to her only living parent. First Irika had to, and now Momo's mom. Konohamaru wished to cry. But, he was going to be Hokage. So he hugged his friend tightly and dragged her downstairs to find one of the body collectors before taking her to Moegi's house. It's what a Hokage, his grandpa, would do. Just why did Irika-sensei have to die too? With Dragon. Sighing, Shursui held his annoyance in as 15 different shinobi and clan heads demanded his attention at the emergency meeting. We should go to Suna and wipe them out. One elder shinobi argued. Take their biju out of their captured Jinchuriki and put it into one of our shinobi, another elder tried to add. We need to bury the dead immediately. A clan head fretted. Dragon, let me go after Jiraiya started only to be silenced by Shirsue's hand. Mouse's mission was S-class and secret from most at the moment. They believed the Jinchuriki was recovering and having his seal checked before being sent on patrols. No need to worry the masses by releasing that he was being sent on an almost impossible task. Silence, all of you. God, I've had toddlers be less obstinate than you lot. Jiraiya-sama, you know the mission I need you on. It will protect him the quicker you succeed. Jiraiya nodded, apologizing. Shirsue blinked, a bit surprised, but continued. We will not be leading war parties to Suna until we regroup, and then we would assess our options. Nor will we be declaring open war by stealing the enemy's bijou yet. If we decide to reseal it, I and Hokage-sama will demand that it be done in secret with a child that is compatible. There will be no mistakes like the ones with Naruto Uzumaki, letting the village fear him when they should worship him for the military power he grants us. But Hamura tried to interject. No buts. Now, finally, we will be systematic in burials. Civilian cadavers will be buried over the next 7 days. In 2 weeks we will bury the shinobi, after each body has been properly prepared to prevent grave robbing or resurrections. We had 2 Hokage risen up by a madman today. If they hadn't been contained when they had, we would have no village to call our home. But clan traditions state that Hyuga are encased in stone coffins and buried within 2 days, Dragon. Hisashi said. Shirsue shook his head. Not anymore, not for shinobi, that is. We cannot risk enemies taking advantage of our dead. Each shinobi will be autopsied and have their personal belongings sent to families. The rest of their bodies are to be cremated and the ashes buried or given to families. We will have a mass memorial for them all in 2 weeks' time. The room was quiet, knowing their acting Hokage was correct. Until then they will be kept in stasis seals. Next meeting is tomorrow evening. I want reports over every needed repair and head counts. Am I clear? Yes, Dragon-sama was murmured, and the room emptied save for Jiraiya and Shirsue, still decked in his stifling commander garbs. He'll be alright, you know, he's tough, quick, and those damn chains will save him. Not to mention those summons, we're lucky he could summon so many during the invasion. Shirsue mused. Jiraiya sighed. I know, he'll do the mission. The question is if Tsunade-sama will even be able to help. You know it's a long shot that Sensei can be saved, right? I know. Mouse didn't need to, however. He needs to be hopeful, it's the only thing that will give him the strength to carry on. Now come, you have a mission and I have village to keep running. Jiraiya chuckled, already looking forward to what changes the young official Kage would implement. With Naruto? Rushing through the trees, thoughts of the past day flooded the young ANBU's mind. Dressed in nondescript, non-shinobi wear that allowed his uniform to be invisible under it, Naruto was the picture of a spy. He had 2 weeks to track down Tsunade-sama without scaring her off. If she listened to the orders, unlikely, great. If not, he was ordered to bring her back by any means necessary as long as she was alive and able to work. Hence his restocked tags and water scrolls. Naruto snacked on several ration bars and knew that he had a long 2 weeks to go. Thankfully Angel, his best friend and partner, was curled into his pack, resting up. She saved many during the invasion, it seemed, yet insisted on accompanying him. It was nice to have one member of his family by his side, at least. Finally, with Orochimaru. Orochimaru screamed in agony, the burns eating into his very chakra network, the wounds and the poisons killing him. His hands lay utterly devoid of their chakra network, making his body switch impossible with the other injuries. If only Kabuto was here. Too bad he wasn't at his base where the samples of his medic lay ready for him to resurrect. Even then, the medic might not be enough. He needed Tsunade. And now. Get the rest of your worthless team together, Kimimaro, we have a little road trip. The Sannin hissed before downing several medications. They would only slow down the inevitable, but it would hopefully be enough. Chapter 37. With Naruto? Naruto looked at the night sky from his perch on one of the Land of Fire's many trees. Angel chewed on some fish cakes they purchased in the last town. The ANBU in disguise felt naked without his face mask, but the urgency of tracking Tsunade-sama down made even mental complaints scarce. Naruto, will everyone be okay? Angel asked for the 15th time. His anxiety was getting to her, it seemed. I honestly don't know, Angel. It's been 3 days and we've been led in circles. Tsunade-sama is elusive, but the gambling competition in Tanzaku quarters might be enough to hold her until we arrive. Naruto tried to sound somewhat optimistic but was failing. Angel decided to drop the pestering and jumped up to rest in her partner's now messy brown hair. Being able to henge, really a shapeshift, into anything or anyone made being inconspicuous a piece of cake, especially as detecting something like changing his hair was nigh impossible with the young ANBU skill. Getting to Tsunade in order to deliver her orders would be a piece of cake. It was the convincing the slug Sannin to follow them that sent shivers through Naruto's still tired body. With a final sigh, Naruto packed up the rest of his food and straightened his tattered cloak. They had 18 hours to make it to Tanzaku quarters for the start of the gambling championships. Hours later and the cloudy night ended up forcing Naruto to channel Kurama's eyes, red slits illuminating the forest. Even with Kurama still sleeping, Naruto had access to the minuscule amounts of chakra needed for the eyes and the extra night vision they gave. Angel snickered. What? He growled, keeping his guard up for any attacks. The hell cat flicked her tail in amusement, jumping beside him in the trees. I'm just remembering what Gunma said about how your red eyes gave him the heebie-jeebies ever since you used them in that mission. Which mission? I've had to endure him and Hayate on several missions unfortunately. He groused. Oh, just the one you had to be a little noble girl? Angel said. Naruto choked on air, hating that mission. That bastard, he promised never to talk about that. They all did. Sure, he looked epic when he killed those Suna Nins after the sleepover part of the mission and made Konoha gain a long-time employer with the shipping tycoon, but the teasing Hayate squad gave him for having to be and act like a princess always grated on his nerves. Being a proper young lady would never be one of his life goals. Unfortunately, everyone found amusement in that mission, namely Hikaru, who still had photos, which Naruto blackmailed him into not spreading, and his adorable feline partner. Is it true that you fought 3 perverts in your kimono and flashed them to get an upper hand? Angel asked excitedly. Naruto balked. What? Where the hell did you hear that? Oh, the Chunin Gossip Club of course, Angel said, looking pleased. You know, sometimes I worry about your intelligence. With Hikaru. The young Hyuga prodigy that nobody recognized paced the border restlessly, Byakugan active. So far not one hint of Orochimaru, not that he really expected any, but still nor his subordinates. The original plan for Konoha was to launch a war party on Oto and Suna almost immediately following the invasion, especially since they had no Jinchuriki, but with Hokage-sama incapacitated and the daimyo wanting to play it safe until his old friend's fate was decided, Hikaru was stuck waiting and playing cleanup. It pissed him off to no end. Orochimaru being alive altered many plans, and now Naruto was more than likely racing the snake freak to find Tsunade-sama, someone who might not even be able to help. No, stop thinking that, Hikaru. You're supposed to be the positive and easygoing one of the squad, keep your spirits up. Hikaru mentally berated himself. But, how could he still be so happy with him separated from his team, some of whom were fighting for their lives? Taicho, our replacements have arrived, Hana interrupted his thoughts. She held out a scroll from the village, ready for him to read. With a dutiful nod the Hyuga opened it, eyes widening at the content after he deciphered it. Emergency Squad C. Captain, Wolf. Mission, tracking and elimination of key locations within Otogakure. Location, Land of Rice. Rank, High A Low S. Details. Intel from Jiraiya-sama says the snake is out of the nest, leaving many key locations unprotected. Enclosed is a map with generalized locations of 2 bases. Seek and destroy these locations while the numbers of surviving Oto personnel are within double digits. Additionally, operatives are implored to stop by the daimyo's palace to put it under new management without implicating Konoha or her allies. Time range, 2 weeks or when the 2 bases are destroyed and the visit to the daimyo's place is complete, whichever occurs first. Note, survival comes first in this mission, and if bases prove too well protected, operatives are ordered to return. May the will of fire guide your steps. Attached was a scroll with the necessary seals, bandit clothes, and supplies. Hikaru had a giddy feeling in his bones, finally feeling useful. Sure, his team of trackers was not perfectly ideal for if something went wrong and they were tired, but Hikaru ignored it. If they succeeded, they'd have put another dent into Orochimaru's home and taken out the daimyo. That part of the mission was obviously tacked on by Dragon-sama, seeing as it was written in his personal code, not the ones the elders would know. Clearly his commander wanted the daimyo that sided with Orochimaru dead. Hikaru was glad. He remembered from the briefings before the invasion about how the current daimyo was technically a fraud, as he was merely the former attendant of the actual daimyo who was under Konoha protection until he could reclaim his throne, seeing as the attendant sent 15 assassins after the young noble. Looks like claiming the throne was happening sooner rather than later. Hikaru had a hidden grin. ANBU masks really were the best and clapped Hana on the back. Okay Hana-chan, go get the rest of our posse together, Team Awesome has a teeny tiny mission. He cheered and went to burn the scroll. Couldn't have anyone find out about his fun vacation in Oto, could he? Back with Naruto? Hey, Angel. Yes, Naruto? She yawned, the early morning hours making her sleepy even as Naruto kept on running towards their target, carrying her. What did you do during the invasion? He had already told her about his part, but Angel had been surprisingly silent about her ordeals. "You know I don't want to talk about it," she snapped. "Yes, and you know bottling it up will do no good. Talk to me, Angel, we don't keep secrets between us," he pointed out. The Hellcat sighed, and began murmuring. Shame rolled over her, and Naruto didn't get why, until she began. Flashback, with Angel in the invasion. Angel had originally been with Hibiki and his assassination squad due to some last-minute switch-ups. They were in charge of taking out the minions as they crept through the shadows towards the mountains, where the civilian shelters were. Angel herself had already bitten off the head of 10 shinobi and barbecued 3 with her fire breath. "Angel, conserve chakra, young one. Fighting with such vigor will lead you to tire before the streets are bathed in blood," Hibiki admonished even as he darted ahead to slit 5 Oto shinobi's throats. Angel grunted and kept attacking, mind distracted by thoughts of her human. Naruto. Oh, how she hoped he was okay. She hated that he didn't have her with him, she'd tear into anyone who hurt him. But, here she was, stuck killing maggots. "Stupid Dragon-sama making me not be with Naruto, I'll pee in his shoes for this." She griped and jumped off another rooftop. Fighting mixed with screams and blood were around her, but Angel was distracted. And that's what became her downfall. She missed the shouts at first, so distracted, and took a detour from the shelter's route to end a measly tune-in. When she finally made it to the shelter entrance where she would guard for the rest of the invasion, her blood ran cold. Irika Umino, the rather plain but good academy instructor, the man Naruto admired greatly and looked up to, was fighting 5 Sunanin, his students huddled behind him. They were backed against an entrance that had both the under and above ground blown up, blocking them from safety. "I won't let you harm my students, they are our future, and I will kill you all before you spill even a drop of their blood," Irika yelled bravely. He summoned more kunai, battling all 5 while dodging jutsu. Angel leaped onto the closest enemy with a yowl of outrage when the bastard attempted to reach Konohamaru, who stood in front of his classmates with a trembling kunai. Clearly, he was being brave, though Angel's protective instincts wished it was a brat she didn't care about being the brave protector. Instead, she decapitated her prey and took out another one within 10 seconds. The last 3 launched matching wind attacks on Irika, tearing his back to shreds. "Irika-sensei!" All the students screamed. Irika shunshined away to stand back in front of his students, fighting off the lone female, at least it looked female, of the attackers. Angel cursed and jumped on another man's back, severing the spinal cord, and shot fire at one of the remaining 2. Angel prepared to launch at the final enemy when said enemy used several kawarimi, leaving an active explosive note right in front of the children stuck to the ground, with what Angel recognized as a locked activation, making stopping it impossible without sealing ability. The Hellcat instantly was on top of it, sending a prayer to Naruto and hoped it wasn't strong enough to still kill the children. But instead a bleeding Irika switched with her, then got 500 feet away with the note, deactivating it. The sparks stopped, and everyone cheered. Irika looked up, allowing a smile despite his pain. All was well, Angel sighed in relief. Then the tag exploded, sending everyone crashing to the ground. Irika was gone. Back to present? I took the kids to the next shelter. Hibiki helped me after he finished off another squad sent to finish us off. "I am sorry, Naruto, I got Irika killed." Angel, despite being feline, burst into tears. Naruto had stopped and stared blankly at the ground for the entire retelling of what Angel viewed as her greatest shame. If only she hadn't been thinking about something other than her job. Naruto plopped down in front of Angel and took her into a bone-crushing hug. This was not what Angel expected, not after she killed Irika. "You are not at fault," the young ANBU agent stated firmly. Angel opened her mouth to protest but was stopped by the icy blue eyes glaring. "No. You are not to blame. You saved Konohamaru and the academy students, our future." Irika. God, I miss him so much. I didn't even think about him before now, I'm such an ass, aren't I? Naruto's eyes teared up, realizing he barely thought of anyone outside ANBU this whole time. Angel buried her head in his stomach. "No. You aren't an ass, and I'm the one who couldn't stop the tag, couldn't keep them from hurting him. He was your sensei, your precious person? Yes, he was, and so are you. I am so grateful you didn't die, Angel. Never doubt that. The tag going off was no one's fault except the Sunanins," he stated firmly. What? Naruto sighed, and explained how the false deactivation seal, something he just started learning himself, could fool anyone not a sealing specialist, and that Irika being able to deactivate the first level was already amazing, and spoke of his dedication to learning as much as possible for his students. Irika's death was an accident of war, he reminded Angel and himself before noticing it was mid-morning. "I think it's time we keep moving," Naruto mused and lifted to cradle the still teary-eyed Angel to his chest. Now, why don't you describe the Suna Chunin who escaped? Angel blinked. Why? Oh, just so that when she shows up one day on a mission or in our possible war with them, I know who to kill very painfully. Hellcat and ANBU agents spent the rest of the trip discussing various ways to kill the one who took out Naruto's first true sensei. The rift that had threatened to blossom at one's reluctance to talk about the invasion mended and drew them closer with each passing torture method discussed. Hey, shinobi always had interesting therapeutic methods. Meanwhile, with Orochimaru, the snake Sannin sat grimacing atop Jirobo's shoulders, stopping himself from killing the fool for almost tripping on a branch. Orochimaru would punish the oaf later, after he found Tsunade and had her heal him. The clumsiness almost made him want to just tree-hop himself, only the knowledge that he would need his strength stopped him. He was lucky he had enough chakra to summon a snake to transport them into Fire Country without alerting the border guards and bringing Konoha's ire on them. But soon he'd be whole once more. Kimimaro, where is Tsunade? He hissed as Kimimaro appeared next to the traveling sound four. Even while hopping, the Kagaya bowed, something Orochimaru found pleasing. Orochimaru-sama, I have reason to believe the slug Sannin will stop at Tanzaku quarters for their 2-day regional championships in gambling. We should be able to corner her there for you to convince her to aid in your cause. Yes, Orochimaru said after a moment. Excellent work. How long before we arrive? One day, my lord. Hurry up, and stop bouncing me, Jirobo, he said, smacking the mohawk of the teen. Orochimaru had very little time left, and would not do for a man destined to live forever. Meanwhile, with Yakumo? The Kurama heiress stared at her hands, still shocked at what she did despite the proud pat on the head Ferret gave her. She killed, just like Naruto did. She was a shinobi? Or just a killer? Honestly, her emotions were everywhere, leading to the medic shinobis asking her if she needed a sedative. Flashback, Yakumo in the invasion. Yakumo was holed up in one of the mountains, hearing the screams and fighting down in the village. She felt so guilty, knowing that she had a personal guard while everyone else had only themselves. Ferret had set her down in the bunker, before going to meet with the Konoha shinobi assigned to the tunnels for all the shelters. Well, Orochimaru-sama will be pleased when we bring you back. A cold voice chuckled. In the doorway, looking smug, was 6 Oto shinobi. Crap, Yakumo's mind supplied. Be a good little girl and we won't hurt you, much. One of the other 5, they all looked the same, really mocked. Yakumo's heart stuttered, and when a kunai grazed her cheek, she let loose. Oh, you want to play? A deep voice echoed through the room, emerging from Yakumo. She wasn't sure what was happening that made her suddenly a bystander in her own body, but the smell of urine informed her that the shinobi were not amused. Wonder if Naruto or Kurama ever have their enemies pissing themselves. I'll have to ask over our next ramen date, meal. The heiress wondered, not knowing if she should be afraid of her suddenly demonic voice and demeanor. At least the Kyuubi would find it amusing. He'd probably make Naruto tell her another story of him causing mass chaos and destruction. She clearly had odd choices in friends. The enemies at her door had no knowledge of their targets less than sane musings. They were much too busy being terrified out of their wits, one guy going so far as to start some hand seals with the grace of a drunk toddler on caffeine. Earth style he managed before suddenly stopping and plunging a kunai into his own heart. The room shifted for Yakumo, reality becoming a dozen different scenes in quick succession, each darker than the last. A green version of her, a mirror image save for the coloration and face, she did not have a horn or fangs, no matter how epic that would be, thank you very much, stood next to her. Let me take care of, my itty-bitty Yakumo. Why don't you take a little nap? It said. Suddenly, Yakumo felt heavy, like when the medics drugged her or she ate too much ramen. She felt herself be dragged under, and fighting proved futile. End flashback. Knowing that your genjutsu ended up killing 5 shinobi in 2 minutes and the last one, their leader ran away screaming was not as assuring as to Yakumo as everyone thought it should be. Not even she knew what those men saw. Perhaps that was better? She shook her head of depressing thoughts, and went back to writing to Naruto. The idiot hadn't been by to see her lately, and her chest ached whenever she thought about him. The medics assured her nothing was wrong, but Yakumo disagreed. A boy shouldn't make her fever spike or her heart palpitate so hard. She'd have to get a second opinion when the village lockdown was over. Back with Naruto? Tanzaku quarters was magnificent in the midday light, bringing hope to the traveling pair that they just might succeed. Currently the ANBU was crouched in a tree, admiring the wall-enclosed town and castle that was over 1,000 years old, according to the lore, that is. Tsunade was down there, amongst the hordes of travelers. He had to find her preferably before the gambling started, but first a little recon was in order. Summoning jutsu. Instantly 5 panthers including Hibiki and Akira and Hisoka appeared, rested up and wary. They looked ready for war, as that was what many thought would happen. Naruto, you're dressed differently, Hibiki mused. The boy just smiled, still not liking not having anything covering his face. Yes, well we're tracking down a Sannin today and I need your help as Orochimaru is after them too. Recognition dawned in the elder panther's eyes. Ah, yes, the slugs still have her as a summoner. As the monkeys haven't complained about losing Hiruzen, he's still alive, but knowing the invasion, injured gravely. Yes, and we need her or else. Naruto didn't finish that statement. Anyways, please patrol the forests and town border for signs of Orochimaru or other shinobi, including Tsunade-sama. If you find anything, let me know immediately. All the summons nodded before poofing away. Naruto then sent out numerous clones in various henges before he finally got on the main road with the rest of the travelers. Approaching the gate, the young ANBU took a deep breath. Here he would either save his Kage and family or doom them to death or retirement. Hey, we got this, Angel whispered. Naruto shushed her. Cats don't normally talk. Well, they should. We're better than you smelly humans. Did your cat just talk? A civilian trader looked both disturbed and in awe. Naruto gave a blank stare. I'm sorry, did you say something? He deadpanned, and walked into the city without a second glance. And, after the Omake. Shisui Uchiha was many things, not that he was bragging. Sexy, badass shinobi? Check. Killer of enemy Jinchuriki and Rouge Route commanders? You got it. ANBU commander who single-handedly brought the corps to new heights? Of course that was him. Overworked Kage? Oh, how he wished it wasn't so. Damn you to the 9 pits of hell, Hiruzen. When you wake up I'm going to enjoy killing you and it will be legal, as I'll be Hokage. Ha, shit, did my paperwork just reproduce? Shisui, still in dragon gear, balked at his growing pile from the invasion. Honestly, how did 15 shadow clones still not put a dent in the pile? Any more and he'd have to steal from his commander paperwork brigade of clones, which obviously couldn't happen. Why did I ever agree to this job? Not even the promise of torturing the Chunin was worth it. He groaned, scaring the Chunin that came in with more coffee into passing out on the floor. Shisui stared at the young man in distaste. Hawk, take the Chunin away and get me a competent assistant. Sir Hawk appeared. That was our last one. You've sent 4 of the last 10 to the hospital psych ward. And? Your point? I thought shinobi were supposed to be strong-minded, Shisui griped. Yes sir. But the Chunin are stressed? Perhaps you're right. Hawk. Why yes sir. Hawk asked, suddenly nervous. You're hired? Hired. As my assistant, of course. Now here's my paperwork. I expect it done after my meeting with the council. And with that, Shisui Uchiha escaped the clutches of evil. He felt no remorse for abandoning his brave man, Hawk. ANBU were supposed to give up their lives for their Hokage, right? Chapter 38. Tanzaku Quarters, Tourist District. Naruto smiled despite the mission, enjoying the light-hearted festivities the town provided. He never really enjoyed a festival before, seeing as Konohas were tense affairs. The Hokage and council would always have something for him to do during festival days, like paying Irika to hold him over for detention that would turn into takeout ramen and games. Other times the Hokage would send a request for a visit during a cold that always happened on festival days. As he got older, however, the more curious he'd become, but the couple of times he managed to sneak into them he was met with cold eyes hiding fear or curious foreigners that were ushered away by plain-clothed ANBU, not that he knew that at the time. By the time he was 10, Naruto was content to hide out in his apartment when the village lit up, sensing he was unwanted, Tora always dropping by for the day and night to escape her mistress. Then when he became an ANBU, festival days were always during a mission. The spring and summer festivals, midsummer festival, village founding festival, all fell during days Naruto was on an out-of-village mission. Team Ro had plans to attend the Festival of Heroes, celebrating the end of the various wars and the shinobi who gave their lives up for the village. However, that was months away. So, seeing a festival that was not full of villagers exuding uncomfortable avoidance or overly curious foreigners was a new experience for the temporary brown-haired ANBU, his face betraying his happiness. He wouldn't play any games and had no plans to buy food, but just the atmosphere was enough for him. Oi! Naruto, feed me. Angel stage whispered, popping her head out of his shirt. She clearly was over the hole supposed to be a non-talking cat since the mission was not in a high-stakes area. Or rather it was, but the feline didn't see it that way. Sure, Naruto tried. Nobody paid them any attention but anybody could be observing from the shadows. All the people coupled with Kurama's ongoing nap made telling negative emotions from the cacophony of other emotions impossible, making Naruto even more jittery, though his wonder at the festivities masked it well. To his annoyance, however, Angel just rolled her eyes. Nah. Ru. 2. Feed me. They have sushi rolls. Fried in egg. Stop talking and I will, he said, and Angel's happy nod made the fact he was wasting valuable money and time easier to accept. They had to do reconnaissance after all, right? That's what he told himself as he paid for overpriced sushi encased in egg and vowed to not get distracted again on his lookout for where Tsunade could be staying before the tournament. That is, until he saw it, a game he always wanted to try but never could, ring toss. The game that required aim, which he had in spades, and luck. Nobody was luckier than Naruto Uzumaki, a game in which he's wanted to play for years. Nothing was going to stop him. Locking onto his prey, he stalked over to the stand and thrust the needed yen into the shopkeeper's hands, bypassing a couple who had failed 5 times in row to get a single ring. Sir, you cut in line. Please stand back, and the shopkeeper was cut off by Naruto glaring like the true ANBU agent he was. Yanking the 6 rings out of the man's hands, Naruto eyed the bottles calculating. He lined up the first ring, aimed like Tenzo and Hikaru taught him, and launched it. Only to have it bounce off the bottle, mocking him. Growling, the now very embarrassed ANBU turned to the owner. This is rigged, he said. The owner shook his head frantically. Never, my dear sir. I know you, like all my valuable customers, are extremely confident in their skills. This was said with barely held contempt. Clearly the man thought him a commoner by his clothes. However, I assure you that no matter what village you came from, no matter what weapon you trained in, will be enough to master this sort of challenge, and I had no need to rig it as you so claim. Naruto meant to protest, then his well-trained eye caught the gleam holding the bottle up, tightened at an angle that would make every ring bounce off. Well, Naruto just couldn't allow such blatant disregard for sportsmanship, could he? Never mind the fact that he'd do the exact same thing, just so well that he wouldn't get caught. With practiced ease only in ANBU under the unfortunate command of Dragon-sama and Tenzo, Naruto flicked a Sanban laced with wind chakra from his wide sleeve. It sang through the air so fast no civilian could ever hope to notice it, slicing the wires that dared make his rings fail. He passed a smirk to the now sweating shopkeeper, before beaming his innocent smile that used to get him out of trouble with Irika. Of course, my apologies. Might I continue this fascinating game? Naruto said diplomatically. The man relaxed minutely and gestured for the undercover shinobi to continue. I'll let you restart, since we're all friends here. Wow, sir. You're really cool. Cue internal groaning at playing naive teenage peasant. Hiding his intentions, Naruto started fumbling, missing his previous grace. Angel peeped out and snickered but was harshly shoved back in at the wide-eyed stare. Determination filled Naruto's being, much like when he was aiming at Jiraiya-sama during spars. Nothing would keep him success this time. 1 ring landed with ferocious certainty on the far right ring. 2 and 3 went one after the other on randomized bottles. 4 flicked out like a viper, almost toppling its bottle over. 5, 6, and 7 went out as one, ending up on the same bottle without disturbing it. 8 and 9 he kept basic, just lazily threw them with his back turned. Finally, 10. For this one Naruto threw high up into the air. The shopkeeper looked ready to call the game, but the ANBU shushed him, and in moments the ring came back and landed comfortably on the far left bottle at the top, worth maximum points. Wow, that was so much fun. Naruto gushed. The man had his jaw hanging as he shakily motioned to the wall of prizes, most of them masks. Naruto looked pensive, before yanking Angel out and plopping her on the counter. How about you pick, girl? Why you're letting your cat choose? Naruto tilted his head. Why of course I am. Why wouldn't I? He asked, confusion laced his voice. Man, messing with idiots is fun, maybe I should try doing this in Konoha? I like the way you think, for once. Kurama's sudden awakening jolted the Jinchuriki, but none noticed it, and when Angel came over with a mask in her jaws, Naruto just laughed as he put it on. Good day to you, sir. Oh, and next time you try to rig your game, make it harder to get around. Naruto called over his shoulder, gleefully leaving the shaking crook behind. I must say I approve of your choice, my dear Angel-chan. Think the dragon would let us keep it? Angel purred from her new perch on his head, shaking her head no. You should just eat this Dragon-sama of yours. He puts my container in such a degrading disguise, not one suiting Kurama the Great. His fury partner put his 2 cents in. We don't eat people, it's bad for my digestion. Besides, Dragon-sama is set to become Hokage when we get back. I'm sure the new commander would let us petition for a new mask. Naruto mentally argued. However, a surge of, was that fear? Well, it pulsed through Kurama. I may or may not fear for your village, brat. Naruto rolled his eyes at his friend. For the rest of the day the Jinchuriki filled his biju on what had happened since the impromptu nap, a proud and fearsome fox mask adorned on his face. Tanzaku Quarters, separate section. Tsunade prided herself on many things yet regretted everything. She was proud of her lineage, being a Senju Uzumaki mixture. However, her entire family died out to the point her clan would become extinct when she kicked the bucket, leaving only a few branch descendants of such diluted blood they could hardly be called Senju anymore. While she never wanted her own children, the thought of such a legendary clan being gone upset her very soul, and often her choice of not procreating made shame flush through her system. The Sannin next prided herself on her medical prowess, a prowess that led to nothing in her opinion. What was the point of being a medical genius who invented hundreds of advancements when her abilities failed not one, but two of her precious people? Nothing. There was no point, not in Tsunade's opinion. Her fear of blood was crippling, and often thoughts of her past made her curse her 5-year-old self for figuring out how to revive a fish just on a book. Really, if she could, Tsunade would go back to the beginning and not enter the academy. She'd cry to her grandpa who would give in to her whims, as always, and instead she would find something mundane, maybe become a doctor without jutsu. She'd keep Nawaki from the hell of shinobis as well, make him see the beauty of no fighting. Maybe even beat the Hokage dream from his thick skull. Finally, she'd force Dan to retire before that mission, and maybe brainwash him against the Hokage position, the one that took him from her. But most of all, Tsunade regretted leaving. Her pride in her pain made it impossible to come back anytime Sarutobi-sensei sent out his desperate pleas, and her fear of facing her past kept her moving. But, if only she could just force herself back to her home, sit down with her sensei, maybe things history, war, death, so much death would stop choking her to insanity. Oh yes, Tsunade regretted her whole life, regretted that she still felt pride in her accomplishments, regretted that she still saw her country as the best and refused to betray it by traveling to lands they fought against in the 3 wars. Tsunade-sama? Are you okay? Shizune, the only person she never had regrets about, gently touched her shoulder. Blinking, Tsunade stared at her winning hand of poker, as the dealer and other patrons gasped at her now monstrous winnings. It seemed she had played multiple hands without realizing it, winning enough to pay off several of her debts. Too bad that whenever she won, darkness followed. Shizune. She barked harshly, hiding her trembling voice. Get the money, we're leaving Tanzaku immediately. What? We just got here, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama? Tsunade-sama. But it was too late, Tsunade had already started towards their hotel, leaving a distraught Shizune and Taunton. The pig had a feeling things would be getting quite interesting as a faint scent of snake whiffed through the air. Gulping, the faithful companion, the most difficult master in existence, gathered the heavy briefcase and moved to follow her mistress. Dull gray eyes and white hair followed her every movement. Later, having your old teammate land in a painful crouch before you after almost 20 years apart was not what Tsunade expected to be her darkness from winning. Honestly, must the universe hate her so? She just wanted a short walk by the castle before fleeing her past again, and out popped Konoha's psycho. Orochimaru, and henchman? She noted dryly. Said henchman looked offended, but the snake Sannin hummed in amusement. Tsunade, you look tired, he said with a sick smile. She repressed a shudder. Better than you, I bet, Orochimaru, Tsunade mocked. I can smell the death on you, your arms are rotting off, immortality not all it's cracked up to be? Orochimaru looked ready to strike but instead chuckled. That's why I'm here, for your expertise. Turning, he motioned to the others with his head. Allow me to introduce you to my elite guards. Jirobo, a beefy teen who looked dumber than a genin, grunted. Next are the twins, Sakan and Yukon, followed by Kadamaru. Conjoined twins that mirrored each other stepped forward while a mutated teen with a cocky smirk waved his 6 arms. A pleasure? She said tightly. It was times like these she regretted not having Shizune on a leash. She had to find her apprentice and get the hell away from her psycho ex-teammate. Yes, well you see, I had a little spat with Sarutobi-sensei a few days ago, and while I managed to kill the old fool, he left me in need of your assistance. Like hell I'll help you. How dare you killing sensei? Why, Orochimaru. She punched the ground, making Orochimaru and his guards jump up to rest on part of the castle roof. Tears threatened to fall but Tsunade pushed them back. She couldn't believe it, her sensei was gone. And the one he prized the most was the one to do it. A part of Tsunade always thought she'd have more time to go back home, time to sit down and have tea with the man who was more of a father to her than her biological one. She thought she'd have time to kick him, scream at him, and then apologize, in a roundabout way, and finally feel peace. But her former teammate took that from her. Tisk, TSK, Tsunade-chan, you're not even listening to what I'm saying, what I could offer you. Instead you are acting like a child? I wouldn't help you, no matter what you offered. Not after what you did to Sarutobi-sensei, she boasted, destroying the ground below her. By now, everyone in town could feel the fight brewing, but neither Sannin cared. Not even if I could bring back your beloved? Give you the chance to have them back, exactly as they left you. Orochimaru countered. Time stopped. Tsunade choked. A chance to get Dan back, the chance to get Nawaki in her arms? Could it really be true? You know, it sounds too good to be true because it is, Tsunade-sama. Jerking at the voice of someone who snuck up on her, something that shouldn't be possible, the slug Sannin turned to see a smiling brunette, hanging upside down. A cat crouched above him, expanding to the size of a panther. A shinobi then. Moments before, with Naruto? He checked every gambling house and hotels, getting more and more frustrated with the lack of results. The only lead was from the main gambling hall, who admitted Tsunade cleaned them out, somehow, before running away like the hounds of hell were on her heels. Thanking the civilians while acting like a lost nephew, Naruto slipped into an alleyway and summoned Akira and Hisoka from their patrol. Naruto, what the hell? We just got a sniff of the snakes and you pulled us away. The tiny panther ranted from her spot on Hisoka's head. Naruto stiffened. Snake, as in Orochimaru's already here? I've got a bad feeling about this. Kurama remarked. He had been mentioning foul emotions being around the area. Well, maybe. That or Manda team is here, either way I was going to find out and kick their slimy tails. Akira huffed. Okay. Either way, I need you to help me track down Tsunade-sama, he said, and held out the chips she used, having swiped them for scent. His summons glanced at it, took a big whiff, and wrinkled their noses. Yeah, we can find her. Just then a shockwave echoed through Tanzaku quarters, and Naruto looked up dryly at the source, the tourist castle. I believe we have found our elusive medic Nin. Back to the present. Kukukuku, Naruto-kun. I almost didn't recognize you with that impressive shapeshifting. The QB does bless its user with many gifts, though what I'm most interested in is your Uzumaki gifts. Won't you please let me study them? Tsunade's eyes widened at this. Uzumaki, QB Jinchuriki? The only Uzumaki she knew of was Kushina, and she supposedly died almost 13 years ago. Ma, you got me Orochipedo, sorry but Hokage-sama forbids his shinobi from fraternizing with the enemy. The newly named Naruto chirped. His eyes widened, however, and appeared next to Tsunade before she could blink. So fast. Who the hell is this brat? She thought, barely able to track him, before feeling herself be yanked back to the trees. Tsunade could go faster if she really tried, but not by much, and the brat looked about 12. She didn't reach that speed until her late 20s. As soon as they landed, bones lodged themselves where she had been standing. Oh, Kimimaro, you've arrived. And with a package, I see. In Kimimaro's arms laid Shizune, her most precious living person. Blood dripped from the woman's face, slackened in unconsciousness. Taunton was being held by the throat. You bastard. I'll kill you. Tsunade rocketed off the branch, destroying the tree, fist cocked. She aimed at Orochimaru's smug smile, only to have the entire group just disappear, a snake taking the hit instead. Kukuku, Tsunade. Come to the clearing outside town in 2 days, alone. Agree to help me and I'll not only give you your brother and lover back, but Shizune-chan will remain unharmed. Decide not to, and, well you know. Oh, and Naruto-kun? I'll see you soon. Orochimaru's voice echoed from everywhere, before it and his presence vanished once more. She lost the last link to the living. She lost Shizune. Well, perhaps some introductions are in order. The boy from earlier said uncertainly. I'll go first. Naruto Uzumaki at your service. This is Angel, my partner. In place of the brunette was a copy of the last Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth brat. I lose Shizune and am stuck with the spawn of a Hokage, oh the irony. And Tsunade broke, crying in the dying light with dust settling around her. I suppose this isn't the best time to mention you've been ordered back immediately to the village, huh? Finally, with Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, why didn't we just force the bitch to serve you? We could have taken her, and the QB brat. Kadamaru complained in their hideout. The group had settled in a nearby hideout, Orochimaru stewing. Quiet, you fool. Tsunade is a special specimen, and taking her captive wouldn't have worked. This way she comes to me. I might even get Naruto-kun from this. That brought a manic gleam, the thought of being healed and possessing that Kekii Genkai. Finished, for now. Oh, make time. Night, Konoha. Ever since the invasion, patrols have been hectic for all levels of shinobi. ANBU would take double or even triple shifts, border guards had to complete the same number of rounds with half their people, and genin were introduced to the joys of hospital duty. But no other group could hope to hold a candle in most stressful, overworked patrols than the lowly Chunin of Konoha. Given the most areas, in their opinions, to look over, the least wages, and a freaking monster that hunts them nightly, the Chunin population felt they were the underdogs in their village, especially after the invasion, where they were asked to volunteer more shifts. Life really wasn't fair if you asked. Chunin Patrol Subgroup 4, created to bolster the normal patrols, led by Taki Sho. This is where we start our tale, of how this group of 3 men learned the true meaning of fear. Taki, think we can take a break? One Chunin asked their squad leader with a groan. Taki looked up, noticing the one who asked was Shu, his best friend from childhood. Yeah, sure, nothing ever happens on these patrols anyways, the squad leader muttered. The other member of their squad, Mu, shivered as they perched on an alleyway's beam. I'm not so sure about that, Taki. The other squads keep talking about a demon that roams around the village. They say it's 50 feet long and has red eyes that would scare the QB. Mu said. Well, I heard it's a dragon that the QB birthed to, Sho added. Some even say it's a vengeful spirit from a Chunin guard who died on patrol 5 years ago. They say if you slack off your toast. Mu covered his eyes at the thought. Taki scoffed. Yeah, I bet that's utter bull. It's our 3rd village patrol and I haven't seen anything. Just relax, within a month we'll be back to our cushy border patrols with tea. Nothing ever happens there. Hey Shu, think your little girlfriend there would make us more of her red bean rice balls? I sure hope so, Shu drooled, wishing he could go back to his lovely local girl with magic cooking. What they didn't know was she was a spy from Kumo who milked them for information, a spy that wouldn't be alive for very long once their replacements found her. But first our adorable Chunin must be given a fright so large they decide to never shirk their lowly patrols again. Mist rolled in as Sho finished his fantasies about his girlfriend's cooking. The 3 gulped, but figured nothing was wrong. This was Konoha, not a ghost town. Just then, an ominous voice spoke, sending shivers down their spines. 1, 2, dragons coming for you. Eerie chuckling followed, and all 3 Chunin had their kunai out and ready. Quick, in the guard station. Taki ordered, and they darted through the village. Mist that somehow turned black followed them. They barely made it, collapsing out of breath against the doorway. Happy they were the only ones in it, Shu, Taki, and Mu believed themselves safe. 3, 4, lock your doors, the voice sang out. Instantly the door just vanished and the mist flooded the station. I don't eat US. They screamed. The demonic voice chuckled. 5, 6, better hide and quick. Now the mist became thicker. Quick, the closet. Mu cried and the now openly sobbing trio crammed into a broom closet. 7, 8, you're too late. Tendrils of darkness latched onto the Chunin's ankles and dragged them out. Save us. I don't want to die, I'm too handsome. I'm not, but I sure don't wanna. 9, 10, you'll never sleep again. Cackling filled their minds, and red eyes met theirs. The next morning, when they were found by an annoyed head Chunin, the members of Chunin Squad Subgroup 4 were catatonic and had to be treated at the hospital. They never shirked their patrols again, however. Hokage's office? Shursui sat in his office, fully garbed, and chuckled at his success. It was rather nice to see he still had it, was still able to strike fear into the hearts of Chunin with a basic jutsu and flashing red eyes. He really had to thank Fox for showing him that horror movie. Singing demonically really upped his scare factor. Dragon-sama, must you keep scaring the Chunin into catatonia? That squad's the 5th this month to have to be rehabilitated at my hospital. Show some restraint when punishing them. The current head of the psych ward growled in frustration. Sure, the Chunin never did have the guts to screw up again, but it cost the village a fortune to coax their minds back to a semi-sane place. Well, they'll never incur the wrath of the dragon again, will they? You're dismissed. Shursui waved a flippant hand, sending the grumbling medic out. With a happy sigh, Shursui propped his heels on his desk and wondered when Mouse would be back with Tsunade to fix his ANBU. Chunin were too fragile, and his men could endure more of his boredom. Sir, you called for me? A rather jittery Chunin, one who never quite got over their own encounter with him in his early days, peeked in. The mousy-haired man bowed when Shursui just continued staring, still shaking slightly. At least the minion never slacked off, and since the time Dragon taught him a lesson, his mission record was spotless and his reports thorough, if a tad excessive. Go to this outpost near T, find out which local girl has been giving food to our patrol guards, Shursui said nonchalant, pulling out a rather pointy kunai to mess with. The Chunin gulped. I assume I am to ascertain if she is a threat? He asked. A lazy flip of the kunai was his answer. And if she is? The usual treatment, take your full squad. A moment of silence passed before a dark aura spiked. Well? Do I have to use you as a training partner for a week to beat some common sense into you? Dismissed. With an eep the poor Chunin was across the village, leaving a cackling ANBU commander and concerned ANBU guards. Not that they would ever say anything, of course. Chapter 39. Immediately after, with Naruto? When Tsunade didn't respond, Naruto thought it was safe to continue his orders. Hokage-sama needs your expertise, your village needs your expertise, Tsunade-sama. We have hundreds dead and injured, and many are facing retirement without you. I have orders to bring you back to the village. However, I understand we have here. He was cut off from giving the plan to save Shizune. Tsunade scoffed a bitter laugh. You, a snot-nosed brat, are ordering me back to the village? Don't make me laugh. I've been out of your league since before your parents were tots. Naruto held in what he desperately wanted to say, as it would result in his untimely demise. So instead he bit out a polite, "It's not me ordering you back, Tsunade-sama. Hokage-sama, well, the acting one while the third is indisposed, has issued a recall on your absence. You must return, or Hokage-sama and many others will die." Silence spread between the Sannin and ANBU, dust still setting from Tsunade's attacks. Suddenly Naruto found himself becoming very familiar with the tree trunk. He heard the familiar snap of a broken rib but couldn't bring himself to care once he saw Tsunade's face. It looked as if a demon was staring at him. "You, how dare you?" Tsunade seethed. She straightened out from the punch she just sent, and dodged Angel's surprise attack from behind, the feline enraged that her partner was attacked without warning. Instead of digging her claws in Tsunade's flesh, she was flung harshly into Naruto, shrinking back from her enlarged size. "I gave up everything for the village. Everything except Shizune, and you expect me to just leave her here and rush off to save an old man already destined to die and some half-cocked shinobi too stupid to stop fighting when they're injured?" Naruto felt his anger rise as she continued her rant about the errors of shinobi and how the Hokage was a fool to even try fighting a younger opponent. It began bubbling over, surprisingly mixed with Kurama's own rage. "This human is annoying. I vote we kill her and feed her flesh to the crows," Kurama said. His suggestion sounded delightful, but they had a mission to complete and Dragon-sama would not be happy if they brought back their only hope dead in a seal. "We can't kill her, and you know it." Dragon-sama would be disappointed in us. "Our perfect mission record would be tarnished," Naruto said mentally. "It would be so worth it," Kurama said. The petulance was oozing out of every word. Naruto sent a mental headshake to Kurama and looked at Tsunade's shaking form. "Watch what you say about our village, Tsunade-sama. However, I would never want you to leave your apprentice, Shizune, behind. But you have to agree to come back?" "Like I could even come back. You heard what I'm going to be doing," she said. Naruto looked at the woman who was supposedly his village's only hope in annoyance. Angel actually hissed. He pet his feline companion to settle her. "We'll get her back and you will both return," he said. Tsunade scoffed. "Right, like your sorry little hide has any chance of surviving those minions, much less their master, Orochimaru. What are you, a genin? Chunin. I'm a fully trained ANBU, you know," Naruto said in protest. He lifted his shirt and showed his tattoo off as proof, knowing that Dragon-sama wouldn't mind if it helped convince her. "And I'd rather help you rescue Shizune than report to the village that our other Sannin turned traitor." Tsunade flinched at the biting last word. If there was one thing Naruto hated more than anything, it was traitors. By this point his ribs had fused back together and he was able to stand up. Angel perched on his shoulder. "Let us help," Angel said, though she sounded like she'd rather leave Tsunade behind. Only her loyalty to Naruto and Team Ro kept her there. Tsunade let out a sigh and finally nodded. "I'll heal Sarutobi-sensei and the injured shinobi, but I'll demand to be allowed to leave afterwards." Naruto stayed silent. He had no say if Tsunade would be released from duty once more, though he doubted it. The village needed a better medic program, something only a person of Tsunade's caliber could provide. "But that's only if I can get Shizune back, otherwise the deal's off." Naruto nodded. "That is fair," he said. Of course he didn't say that even if Shizune died in the fight, likely outcome, he would have to bring her back. Some things were better left unsaid. "Now we should get out of the spotlight and discuss strategy," Naruto said. Tsunade snorted and led the way. She pushed past the duo, both holding their tongues from retorting. With Tsunade. Tsunade hated the brat in front of her. Or rather, she hated what he represented. A young prodigy, already in ANBU and killing for the greater good. A boy with Nawaki's face and innocence, though tinged with the toil of being on missions no child should ever be on. Would Nawaki have looked like the ANBU in front of her if he had survived? This boy probably became a shinobi around 9. Based on the Kyuubi attack and Minato's death, he would be almost 13. Barely 3 years out of the academy and already the Hokage's personal dog. Then again, what could one expect of a Jinchuriki? They were weapons in every village. Konoha must have decided to use their newest one properly. He probably had a foolish dream to be Hokage with it. Konoha was her village too, no matter how much she despised the thought of shinobi. She knew if she survived getting Shizen back she would rush back to Konoha to save her sensei. Her fear of not reconciling ensured that. That is if her crippling fear of blood didn't get in the way. Storming thoughts boomed in Tsunade's mind as she led her temporary leech and his flea bag to her hotel. The owners were shocked but happy to have her back so soon, accepting the request for her same room in stride, though charging more for the festival time slot. So, talk, Tsunade said as they faced each other, sitting on opposite beds. The brat Naruto, she reminded herself, looked at her evenly. His eyes were a cold blue. Angel. Go meet up with Akira and gather information on Orochimaru's movements. Do not get caught or seen, he ordered, still staring at her. The cat huffed and jumped out the window. Once she was gone, Naruto flung seals Tsunade hadn't seen since Jiraiya and her fought in the Third War. They were high-level privacy seals. Someone takes after his parents, Tsunade said. What, is Jiraiya already training you to be his next apprentice? Naruto shook his head. Not at all. While Jiraiya-sama teaches me various jutsu and seals, I am not his apprentice as I already have a contract and have a budding career in ANBU as you have seen. No, my path lies elsewhere. You? The fourth spawn doesn't want to be Hokage? Bullshit, she said. So what? You're the granddaughter of our first Hokage and you despise the position? He shot back. Besides, this fascination of yours about my future dreams and the Hokage position has no bearings on our current situation. We must plan to get your apprentice back. You're right, Tsunade said. It pained her to say the brat was right, but Shizen came first. I will get Shizen back and you can wait here, she said, hoping to rid herself of a kid. Even if said kid was fast as hell and talented in at least seals. We will not be doing that plan since it would be irrational and lead to your death. Stop acting like a hotshot genin and think like an ANBU. An ANBU? Oh, you mean the guys who rush in for suicide hits and act as a graveyard for shinobi? She shot back. Tsunade felt she made a big mistake when the previously blue eyes flashed red. If you had bothered to come back to the village in the last 5 years you would have learned ANBU has less mortality than any other rank. We fight together in units and play to each member's strengths while negating the weaknesses. For example, you're low on ninjutsu that would help defeat our enemies and have a non-combat oriented summons. However, you're very strong and fast with taijutsu. Meanwhile, I am one of the village's top trap makers and my ninjutsu is wide. My Kekii Genkai mixed with my offensive summons will back you up. Wait, Kekii Genkai? Tsunade asked. She was surprised that he had one, as her grandmother spoke of male Uzumakis, particularly those of mixed blood, having a Kekii Genkai less often than the female clan members. Chakra chains, he said simply. To demonstrate 5 chains sprouted from his back, almost glowing. Tsunade's medical mind whirled at the mechanics of the Kekii Genkai as Kushina had always protected their secrets. She snagged one in her fingers, marveling in their construction. Beautiful, she whispered. And they were. More importantly, they were deadly. She had seen Kushina a few times hold off both Jiraiya and the third with them at her peak, able to create barriers with them. Yes, I'm glad I have them. However, my weakness is my inexperience, he admitted. Naruto met her gaze, and Tsunade found herself raising an eyebrow. Inexperience? Brat, you are in ANBU. You have been a shinobi at least 3 years at this point. Inexperience my ass, she said. Naruto shook his head. Less than 3 years? 2.5? He shook his head again. Lower? 2 then? She tried. Try less than a year. I was promoted to ANBU soon after graduation. Certain circumstances demanded I was trained, you know? Tsunade felt her blood chill. A genin ANBU. Sensei really was insane. And now she had to keep him alive while rescuing her apprentice. Because damn would she be responsible for another child dying, not one that looked so much like her little brother. Back with Naruto? Tsunade's silence was scaring him a bit, Naruto would freely admit. Her staring after he admitted his inexperience was not totally unexpected, but still. Dragon had told him that letting the slug Sannin know about his basic past would help in gaining sympathy and build rapport. That rapport could aid in Naruto's mission of getting Tsunade back to the village quietly. Judging by the woman staring at him like he was an infant she saw starving and just had to stop and help, indicated the story worked. Tsunade-sama, he said. She stared at him still. Snapping his fingers didn't work. After several failed methods he sighed and decided to try a method Dragon-sama swore his lucky kunai by. He chucked a kunai aimed at Tsunade's forehead. Before it connected the kunai was gone and he was held up by the throat. What the hell? She growled. Naruto gulped. Perhaps Dragon-sama wasn't always the best role model when dealing with Psycho Kunoichi. I could have told you it would fail, Kurama said. Maybe next time you'll just let me, Kurama the Great, stick some chakra in her. Yes, because poisoning our last hope sounds like a fantastic idea. Shut up, fuzzball. Oi. Fuzzball? I could eat you like a flea. No, a flea would put up more resistance than you. Naruto, don't you dare close the connection. Naruto. Nair. Naruto mentally sagged at the piece as he cut the connection off, and turned back his attention to the kunoichi who held his life in her hands. You need to get your head on straight, he choked. I and ANBU, so what? It gave me skills we can use to stop Orochimaru. But only if we work together. Tsunade loosened her grip slightly and scoffed. For the last time, you're not helping, especially since you shouldn't even be a Chunin yet. We'll have to hide you since my ex-teammate wants you for his sick experiments. God, I'll have to call Jiraiya for this. She ranted. Her words became incomprehensible mutters about Jiraiya's stupidity. Naruto used her distraction and loosened grip to shun Shin to the window. Tsunade looked at him and he gave her his best glare. Jiraiya-sama is on an important mission, as are every able-bodied shinobi since the invasion. We get no backup, and I am more than capable of helping. I can hundreds of clones, fight dirty hell. I have a contract with someone specializing in assassination. He was getting fired up as he said this. While he did not believe they could save Shizune, he had to try. If only to prove to yet another person who thought him worthless before knowing him. You think you can actually do something? She said. Naruto nodded. Absolutely. Fine then, I'll let you help. She gave a smirk as Naruto started nodding relief. If you can last 5 minutes against me. Naruto felt all color drain from his face and Kurama shivered as the connection opened back up. They were dead. So dead. Later, secluded field. Naruto stood across from Tsunade as the moon rose into the festival-lit sky. His clones had set up chakra blocking and barrier seals, hopefully preventing anyone from sensing his demise. Tsunade looked very confident as the wind blew her hair around, smirk set firmly on her face. You want to fight? Well, fine then. Last 5 minutes against me before I knock you out and I will let you help. When I beat you, however, you will stay out of my way or I will drug you and stash you in a cellar. Are we in agreement? Yes. I look forward to aiding in Shizune's rescue, Naruto said. The confidence in his voice was undermined by his gulping. If only he could have had Hikaru or better yet, Tenzo, here to help him. You wish. Anything goes. 1, they said in unison. Naruto crouched, Tsunade mirroring him. 2, both combatants began molding their chakra. 3. Twin flares of chakra had Tsunade's fist landing where Naruto was less than a second before. His training had him on the other side of the clearing, however, running through hand signs. Wind style, air bullets he released, lungs belting out chakra-infused bullets of air. They cut through the clearing, chopping down grass and trees, but Tsunade flung a chunk of earth in the bullet's path, protecting herself. The chunk landed dangerously close, too close for comfort, and Naruto leapt away. He landed in a skid, only to have Tsunade in his guard. The pair danced, a frenzied ballet of sweat and anger. Tsunade would jab towards his throat and Naruto would dodge and use his palm to redirect her fists. Tenzo's and Hikaru's influence shined through, keeping his movements hard to follow. Tsunade quickly decided adding in feet and random chunks of the once lush clearing was the way to defeat him. His taijutsu was not enough, forcing him to shun Shin multiple times. Tsunade was able to track him this time, however. Naruto felt a knee to his stomach, blood forcing its way out of his mouth as he flew into a tree. Vaguely he noted this was becoming an unpleasant common occurrence with the slug Sannin. Tsunade shuddered at the blood almost touching her, and Naruto's eyes widened, remembering her fear of blood. He could use it, but it had to be planned right. Give up? Tsunade taunted after she recovered. She leaped and came crashing towards him. Naruto bit out the pain and bounded away with back flips. Mid-air he unsealed a water scroll. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Echoed as the entire field became a thick fog. He landed silently despite a wince and summoned 100 clones. Some concealed him, while others became rocks and kunai around the field. You think this will stop me, brat? I'm more than capable of getting around in this fog, Tsunade said from wherever she was. Naruto couldn't care at the moment, feeling his torso flare in protest. Shit. If I wasn't an Uzumaki or Jinchuriki she would have landed me in the hospital. He thought. Kurama sent chakra to him, its healing powers taking effect. That was the point. She wants us out of her way, Kurama pointed out. Naruto nodded. Well, too bad, we cannot let that happen. We just have to last 3 more minutes. Kurama, let's go wild. Naruto could feel his Biju's glee at the prospect and felt 3 tails burst forth right as Tsunade appeared from the mist, taking 50 clones who jumped at her out. Naruto met her fist with his Kurama chakra-infused chains, watching her wince as the vile chakra attempted to corrode her. He wrapped them around her wrists, hoping to bind her. Tsunade pulled Naruto close by one of his chains and smacked him back several meters. Don't use chains on Tsunade, he noted. Tucking them back in, Naruto held both hands behind his back. Twin swirls of purple Rasengan, one for each hand, formed. Tsunade was in his guard again, and Naruto ducked below what was supposed to be a grappling throw. Try this on for size. He called out and took both Rasengan out. Looking up from his lowered position, he watched Tsunade's eyes widening. He let a feral-looking smirk form as he shoved both balls of chakra into her torso. He felt slightly vindicated for earlier as her torso became a mess of chakra burns and she was shot back several meters. The spiral on her stomach instantly started healing. Tsunade had grazed both hands, however, and made them useless with her medical chakra. She struggled to stand, breathing heavy. Naruto heaved also as the bursts of fighting were intense. I will admit you impressed me even if I've slacked off for a decade. But your hands have been rendered useless for at least 5 minutes, even with your demon. Give up before I hurt you. Naruto snarled at the accusation that he would give up on such an important fight. Besides, he didn't really have to keep fighting. Never. Catch me if you can, he said. With that, Naruto used a Kawarimi with a clone and thus began a game of cat and mouse. As he dodged various rocks, punches, and trees, Naruto couldn't help but send a prayer of thanks to his Dragon-sama. Without the hellish training he would be dead. It really showed how much his commander cared, even if the mad cackling made it feel like Naruto was just there for entertainment at times. Clones started taking hits left and right, all on close calls with Tsunade's deadly fists. Each time one popped, Naruto felt his anxiety grow. Nevertheless, he kept dodging. More time passed, and his hands still hung limp. Naruto saw a stray kunai in a branch, and knowing he needed something, grabbed it with his teeth. There had to be barely any time left, but Tsunade had cornered him to a crater, his chakra beginning to wane with Kurama working on his hands. The ragged knife was clutched in his teeth. Really, a kunai? What the hell will that do? It's time for you to go to sleep for a couple of days. Naruto met her dead in the eyes before stabbing his left shoulder deeply. Blood sprayed out, covering Tsunade, who had come close. She dropped to the ground and started shaking. An alarm clock rang out faintly from a clock, signaling he had done it. He stayed in the fight against a Sannin. Tsunade kept shivering, but Naruto kept his expression blank. You said I wouldn't be useful, yet I'm still able to fight while you're a mess on the ground. Grow up, Tsunade-sama. I may be young, but I won our bet. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Tomorrow we'll plan what to do. With that, Naruto walked away, letting his chakra recede and weariness set in. He let a limp set in and made his way to their room, Kurama's smug cheers his only companion. With Tsunade? Tsunade watched the boy who outsmarted her limp away, her hands shaking. She couldn't believe it, her weakness turned against her. Well, that was his point, she thought ruefully. He did it so she would have to accept his help, now that he knew her weakness. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki, she said with no malice. The moon was high in the sky before she managed to stand up and walk back to the brat. She never noticed the henged clones of Naruto following her to ensure a safe return. With Naruto and Tsunade, day of the rescue operation. This won't work, Naruto grumbled as he was carried without ceremony towards the meeting spot with Orochimaru and henchmen. Tsunade huffed. Quiet, it's supposed to buy us time. You have your clones ready? Naruto sighed. Yes. Though why we couldn't have used a clone for this is beyond me. Orochimaru would sense that. Now, quiet, we're getting close. He sighed and hung limp, tied up. Tsunade reached back and slapped a gag in his mouth, for good measure. This whole plan made him seriously doubt he would be making it home alive. Him, captured and being traded by Tsunade for assurance and her dead loved ones? Yeah, right. Over the last 2 days Naruto had learned 2 things about Tsunade. First was that Tsunade was vicious when angry, and wasn't opposed to flicking you into the street if you annoyed her. The second was that she loved Konoha and everyone in it. Despite her mean exterior and biting tongue, she loved the village. Even if she didn't seem to know it. Naruto could tell it in every story she used to describe why she would never stay in the village again after doing her job, and in every scoff that the village would love her to be back. They reached the meeting point, Orochimaru already there with his elite guard. His smug smile at seeing Naruto tied up and bruised sent chills down the Jinchuriki's spine. Shizune was tied up and standing with the Kagaya, her face set in a brave frown. Ku, Tsunade-heim, you brought me more than I bargained for, Orochimaru said. He licked his lips, eyes cold like the snakes they were based on. Tsunade snorted. Whatever, Orochimaru, give me my apprentice and I'll heal you. This brat here, Tsunade dropped Naruto harsher than needed, in his opinion, is so you still give me Dan and Nawaki back. I demand them back. Of course. I must say I'm impressed you subdued an Uzumaki. I can't even feel his chakra, you have it sealed so well. I would be most delighted to give you your lover and little brother back. First, though, heal my body. Jirobo, Orochimaru said. Jirobo, the giant of the group, stepped forward and grabbed Naruto. Naruto had to keep himself from impaling the enemy giant with his chains. This whole plan depended on a surprise attack and them believing Naruto was helpless. He watched through lidded eyes that made them think he was drugged as Tsunade walked over to Orochimaru. She kept a straight face, even as Orochimaru started speaking again. I do find it delicious how quickly you turned on our former home, Tsunade. Weren't you always on Sensei's side? Oh, how the mighty have fallen, he said, half taunting. Tsunade tensed but kept moving her hands towards Orochimaru's limp ones. This was the moment when Tsunade would take him out of the game for good and Naruto would attack the others. It had to be timed perfectly. Of all things, however, they didn't count on Orochimaru leaping back. His elite guard followed, Naruto getting yanked along. You dare betray me? Orochimaru screamed. Naruto took that as a cue he had to get out of there. With a surge of chakra that overrode the drug Tsunade had given him to hide his chakra like it was being bound, chains ripped through Jirobo's entire form, one of them decapitating him. The first of their 6 enemies fell lifeless to the ground. Naruto dodged the 4 shinobi that verged on him, shun shining to Tsunade's side as she jumped further away from their enemies. Kimimaro still held Shizune, though looked conflicted in if he should move to protect his master. Glad you got out, Tsunade told Naruto. She pointedly didn't look his way to avoid the sight of blood. Thanks, he said dryly. Told you the plan wouldn't work? Shut up. We killed one. Only 5 more to go. And those 5 are all a rank or above. This will end so well, he replied. He quickly summoned his chosen fighters and Angel from the spot they were waiting with a sign. They appeared battle-ready, a mix of panthers and tigers being backed by an enraged Hellcat. Hisoka, Akira, you and Half-Clan take out those twins, Naruto ordered as said twins came in for an attack. They diverted the pair with quick parries and claws laced in stinging poison. Hibiki, take the elites to hold off the spider guy. Angel, think you can handle the girl? Of course. Angel said and tackled the girl to the ground as proof. It was going to be a fight the cat would remember, Naruto mused. Can you take on a Kagaya? They're no joke, Naruto Tsunade questioned as she punched earth up to stop a torrent of bones. Shizune was sometime tossed to the twins by Kimimaro, who got ready for another attack. Yes, Naruto said finally. He knew it would have ended with him fighting the Kagaya, even if their first plan worked. The Kagaya was too powerful for him if one compared their strengths in a fair fight. Good thing he was an ANBU who was trained to never fight fair against allies, much less enemies. You should surrender? Kimimaro said tonelessly after Naruto led him away from the 2 Sannin, both who summoned their bosses at the same time. Naruto was so glad he didn't have to face that psycho. Yeah, and you should get some sun, we don't always get what we want. Wordlessly he summoned clones, his other ones arriving with traps and their jobs ready. 3 tails burst out one after the other while Kimimaro dispelled the clones effortlessly. The Kagaya aimed bone missile after bone missile at Naruto, who used both clones and chains to block. Okay, how do I defeat this guy? Naruto thought for the 1000th time since he came across Tsunade. Kurama growled too as they were forced on the offensive. I cannot kill you as Orochimaru-sama needs your body, but I will not hesitate to cripple you. Kimimaro informed him while slicing his arm guard off. Blood oozed from the wound but Kurama's chakra forced it closed instantly. That's if you get the chance, Naruto countered. He formed a Rasengan and used it to splinter a bone sword aimed at his torso. They jumped back from each other and flung weapons at the other. Naruto's wind chakra infused kunai met Kimimaro's bone sword, the latter tearing the other apart. They launched into another dance, Kimimaro effortlessly tracking and blocking him. Naruto would fling him with a tail or chain and Kimimaro would use it to his advantage. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, was released, its powerful gusts pushing Kimimaro away enough for Naruto escape the close combat mess. He noticed Kimimaro coughing up blood and tucked the information away for later. Naruto knew he had no chance if Kimimaro could see him. So, he once again pulled out his water scroll, his last one after the mess that was the invasion. Water style, Hidden Mist Jutsu. The area around Naruto and Kimimaro became the familiar murky atmosphere. Taking advantage of the cover, Naruto let Kurama's negative emotion sensing guide him to the still calm Kimimaro. Quietly Naruto summoned more clones who engaged in melee combat, breaking the Kagaya's guard before being dispelled. He took advantage of their distraction and used his headhunter jutsu to dive under the earth. With stealth and luck Naruto managed to grab onto the Kagaya's ankles and drag him under. Leg bones grazed Naruto's palms but he kept going, appearing on the ground while Kimimaro was in the ground looking for murder despite still having a blank face. Kimimaro sighed. Very well then. His face became a sea of black and red, then turning a dark color. He erupted out of the earth, thick bones protruding out of his hand and back. Shit. Naruto gulped, leaping back into the fog to get away from the now monstrous-looking Kagaya. Naruto, smell the blood and death on him, Kurama said. Naruto, with his enhanced senses, took a sniff. Despite the fog blurring everything, Kimimaro was reeking of death now that he noticed. Yeah, I noticed. You think we can take him out using this? Naruto asked. Kurama seemed to think he was an idiot. No, you dingbat. We simply have to have him use all his chakra. He's on death's door, probably chakra poisoning from inbreeding. The Kagaya never could get outsiders to sleep with them. Make him expend the chakra he has and the curse seal will do the rest. Naruto mentally nodded. Expend the chakra. He could do that. Summoning more clones, Naruto sent them Kimimaro's way while he prepared his favorite branch of fighting, seal traps. With Tsunade? When Naruto had sent his summons off to fight without his input, Tsunade was both shocked and worried. Rarely did shinobi trust their summons were powerful enough to take on fully trained shinobi unless it was through combo attacks with their summoners or at least fighting side by side. Especially with smaller summons like the ANBU agent. Worse was Naruto going after the Kagaya, despite that being the plan. Tsunade knew how deadly the Kagaya Kekii Genkai was, and one strong enough to be on Orochimaru's elite squad was terrifying. Hopefully Shizune could free herself with the help of those summons or Tsunade could finish off her ex-teammate. Distracted, are we? Orochimaru laughed from atop Manda. The bastard had promised the snake 300 sacrifices after it helped Orochimaru win. The snake was more than happy to comply, thus leading to Katsuya being overwhelmed by the snake. Katsuya split. Go to Shizune, she ordered after the boss slug was wrapped around her middle, Manda hissing. Katsuya complied, shooting acid at Manda's underbelly while she did it. The snake screeched and reeled back. Only because you're not worth my time, Orochimaru? Tsunade said and jumped into his guard. Orochimaru elongated his neck, going for a bite, but Tsunade squeezed his neck and catapulted him off Manda's head. Tsunade took the chance and grabbed the snake by the tail, flinging it into the sky. Hopefully when it crashed it would dispel. She had more important things to worry about, however. Orochimaru landed in a crouch and vaulted forward. He opened his jaw and his infamous sword came out. Tsunade did a crossblock, long gashes on her arms appearing. She did an uppercut, ignoring the blood in the heat of the moment. They kept dodging each other after that. Tsunade grabbed the sword at one point and pulled Orochimaru to her. Taking one of his useless arms in her hand, she crushed the bones beyond repair, relishing in the anguished screams that followed. Dark chakra, darker than the Kyuubi chakra she felt from Naruto, hit her from the directions of the various fights. The strongest was in Naruto's misty area, however, and Tsunade made a decision. Katsuya. She called for one of the few slugs that had remained. Go help Naruto. It wouldn't be enough. She had to finish this quickly. Thus, she fired up her medical chakra, intending to slice Orochimaru to ribbons from the inside out. That won't work, Tsunade. Kimimaro probably has him fighting on his last legs by now. Help me and I'll let him live, Orochimaru said. His breath was labored and pained. Never. She spat. Orochimaru used a shunshin into her space and released snakes from his tunic, a testament to his skill that he did not use hand seals. Tsunade ignored the stings of snake bites and activated her seal, feeling it spread across her body. Injuries healed instantly, and Tsunade struck her jutsu at Orochimaru. Various points across his body were struck, tearing a muscle here, breaking a tendon there. Several seconds later and Orochimaru was starting to feel the effects of his system being torn apart while already weak. He launched his sword, and this time it hit. Tsunade gasped as her whole body became flames. Being impaled was never fun, especially with poisoned swords. This is the same poison that killed Sensei, Orochimaru hissed. Tsunade slid it out with her hand, careful not to rip her spin in half. Her ex-teammate didn't give her any more time and they were back at it. She healed herself carefully while dodging fangs and kicks. Her ragged breath matched Orochimaru's. They were both too old for this. Give it up, I'm able to heal myself. You, on the other hand, are a walking corpse. I can see the rot on your body, Tsunade said as she kicked him in the side while cutting the tendon in his heel. Orochimaru ignored it and sliced her side once more. Not until you heal me, Tsunade, I refuse to die, he hissed. Tsunade rolled her eyes as she healed herself again. By this point wrinkles were showing and growing. You can't use ninjutsu and you turned your body into an experiment. Go, die in peace. For once in your life admit you lost. Minutes of combat pass, and Tsunade was becoming convinced they would both collapse dead over each other. A sea of bones impaling her shoulder and Orochimaru's head was not how she expected the battle to end, however. Several bones were 3 or 4 times the size of any human bone, including the one that destroyed Orochimaru's brain. Blood was everywhere. Tsunade finally broke. Her teammate was gone, and they were both covered in blood. She slowly pulled her shoulder off of the long bone. Was it a spine? Hyperventilating, Tsunade justified her cowardice in that she took out the village's worst missing nin. She could sit here and cry, right? A burst of Kyuubi chakra jolted her out of her stupor. Naruto. When she turned her head, images of Nawaki's corpse flashed through her head. Naruto couldn't become Nawaki. Back with Naruto moments before? When ANBU were against the odds, they became their most dangerous. That's what Dragon would tell the Corps during Inter's quad trainings, and in his experience that was true. Naruto was hoping it would prove true once more, as Kimimaro had become easily S-class with the seal on his neck activating. No matter where Naruto ran in the mist, the now crazy Kimimaro was able to track him. Several times only clones saved him, and Naruto's clothes were resembling Swiss cheese. After the third time of narrowly escaping bone pulses, he released a great breakthrough and several air bullets, damaging Kimimaro and pushing the basically useless mist away. Hey, at least it helped him tire the bastard out. Naruto's chains and tails were working overtime once more, this time fighting against a tail too. Kimimaro somehow grew a physical tail and it was freaking the ANBU out. I will overcome you, Orochimaru-sama must have you, Kimimaro said. Naruto got behind him with a shunshin and kicked hard. Kimimaro was barely phased but coughed up more blood. Sounds like you won't overcome anyone, you're dying, aren't you? He taunted. Naruto jumped over bone spikes that launched at him in retaliation and spun in the air to avoid the finger bullets once more. As long as I am serving Orochimaru-sama, I will live on. Even in death I will serve him. Kimimaro's eyes had become zealous, and Naruto knew he was almost at a point he could push Kimimaro over the edge. Doubt it, Naruto said. He released another great breakthrough to shield him from the bones, blowing the rest of the now fragmented mist away. Kimimaro was sagging, and it looked like he was ready to fall over. Orochimaru-sama is my everything, Kimimaro insisted. Willow dance, he said, and longer spikes than ever grew, as Kimimaro attacked Naruto. Another moment of ruthless fighting happens before an idea struck when he saw Tsunade running Orochimaru into the ground. Well then, why aren't you helping him? Naruto asked. He looks pretty bad over there. If my Hokage was in danger, I'd protect him rather than go after an enemy. Guess that's the difference between us, huh? I have true loyalty while you're just a rabid dog. Be ready, Naruto, Kurama warned. Naruto nodded and prepared a shunshin and clones, his chains going out in front. How? Kimimaro's chakra spiked. How dare you? He bellowed. If possible, his skin grew darker. A 360-degree sphere of bones launched out, and Naruto prayed his preparations would be enough. I'll kill you, imbecile. Naruto used dozens of shunshins to escape the bones and had chains going wild with tails, but he still got torn to ribbons. Eventually the torrent stopped, and Naruto was so adrenaline high he didn't feel any pain. His Kyuubi chakra pulsed before receding, his max long spent. Naruto, Kurama said. Naruto could barely hear him. Instead he focused on the collapsed form of Kimimaro Kagaya. Gray eyes met red ones and the two opponents knew the end had passed. I will not. Kimimaro tried. Blood poured from multiple places, both from himself and Naruto's chains throughout the fight. With a final shaky breath, Kimimaro died. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and collapsed on his bottom, intent on getting up to help Tsunade or the other fights. But he couldn't move. And he couldn't breathe, every intake feeling blood filling his lungs. His now cloudy eyes drifted down to his lungs, where right below his heart a thin spinal column went through to the other side. It missed his heart, the only reason he was still living, but when Naruto tried to raise his arm to grab it he couldn't. It was like all his strength was sapped out, and his life was fading. Kurama, he choked. Naruto. Naruto, hold on. You have to pull it out now. Naruto. Don't you dare pass out. Naruto. But Naruto was already falling to the side. His last conscious thought was that Dragon-sama would kill him for dying. Naruto, he heard. But he had no clue what that word meant. Chapter 40. With Tsunade? When Tsunade reached the boy, who reminded her of Nawaki, she felt her insides turning to slush. All she wanted to do was throw up and forget about the growing puddle of blood and bone protruding out of his lung. Naruto had been impaled. If he was anyone else, she would be staring at a corpse. If he was anyone else, Tsunade would feel justified in running off to save Shizune. But Naruto was not anyone else, he was a Jinchuriki. Already she could see the Kyuubi chakra attempting to close the hole and corrode the Kagaya's Kekii Genkai away, though it was futile. Blood. Just like Nawaki. Just like Dan, like the war, the hospital. Blood, blood, blood. Oh God, all this blood. Can't do it. Blood. Blood. Blood, blood, blood. Okay, Tsunade, you can do this, she muttered, like a mantra. Steadying her hands, she gripped the bone and pulled, slowly. Normally it would take forever, requiring her to saw the impaling object down and take out as another medic, Shizun, healed the damage left behind. However, she didn't have that kind of time and Shizun was who knows where. Thus, Tsunade yanked it out with little regard for protocol. Considering her patient did not flatline, she took it as a minor victory. Arg, Naruto moaned, still unconscious. Tsunade instantly had both hands on his chest, using chakra to simultaneously siphon the blood out and mend the hole. She pointedly refused to dwell on the fact she was kneeling in blood, breathing in blood, covered in blood. 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 Blood everywhere. Oh God, what was she thinking? She can't do this. Blood. Blood. Shut up. If anyone heard Tsunade scream at her own subconscious, she would kill them later. For now, screaming calmed her down and allowed her to continue her work. Minutes felt like hours. She connected blood vessels and inflated a lung trying to collapse. Tendons that were shredded in the chest got reattached. Suddenly there was QB chakra erupting from the wound once more, closing it up faster than should be humanly possible. Not even Kushina had healed this quickly, and her healing factor had been studied extensively. Tsunade mused it had to be from how well Naruto wielded the beast and moved on to other injuries. She would let the demon finish up the lung. Broken bones. A concussion. A torn ACL and the muscles surrounding his stomach shredded. Another bone shard narrowly missed the spine and had to be brought out. Tsunade healed them all to acceptable levels, praying he survived the shock and blood loss. She had force-fed him 3 blood-replenishing pills, but Jinchurikis could be tricky in what their bodies accepted as blood. Finally feeling satisfied when Naruto looked like he would be healed within a couple of days, she stopped the chakra flow. Any more forced healing could be counterproductive in the long run, the body not understanding that it was already healed and didn't need to do anything. Tsunade took a deep breath, refusing to let the sticky blood covering her lead to a breakdown. Shizun still needed her, and Orochimaru was gone, at least she hoped so Naruto could lay here without being attacked. Tsunade-sama. Shizun's voice rang out across the clearing, and never had a voice sounded so much like heaven. Tsunade whipped her head around, eyes already assessing her apprentice. The girl Tsunade raised was covered in grime and blood, carrying Naruto's useless cat, but she was alive. There did not appear to be any lasting damage. Sure, Shizun, Tsunade choked out. Her tears began flowing as her apprentice reached her and dropped down in a crouch as the cat curled up with Naruto. Already Shizun's hands were glowing green, analyzing her for injuries. Where? What happened to Orochimaru's lackeys? That was the big question, one that would decide if they could go back to town or if Tsunade carried Naruto as they ran to the village. Who knew if Orochimaru had more people waiting for the others to return and report? We killed them well, all but Tayuya, Shizun said. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Tayuya. Tsunade was bad at names, but it sounded like the female Oto Nin. Sorry Tsunade-sama, I meant the female. Angel-chan here tore into her however, and I don't believe she will last long. She's probably already dead. The others, well those summons are fierce. Tsunade sighed in relief. Good. Just to be sure we'll leave for Konoha as soon as the brat wakes up? You? The village? Shizun looked so confused. Tsunade smiled and scoffed. Of course, we have to go back to the village, they can't even survive a pesky invasion without me. Why, back when I was a genin, invasions happen monthly. Perhaps things would be okay. Hey, Angel yowled suddenly, as if realizing something. Naruto isn't a brat, he's the only reason you won, I bet. Her smug look when Tsunade didn't outright deny it only added fuel to the fire. Perhaps they wouldn't be until Tsunade accidentally made the feline mute. Naruto wouldn't even have to know, right? In Konoha, with Dragon/Shursui. Shursui overlooked the various progress reports that were pooling into his office hourly. Honestly, if he wasn't already on the path to blindness, thank you, Mangekyo Sharingan, the Hokage position would make him need reading glasses within the year. Why couldn't his shinobi learn to write legibly? His ANBU could, though Shursui supposed it was due to the handwriting practice he enforced on all recruits. Having sloppy-looking penmanship was such a chunin thing to do. So far, the village was faring well, all things considered. The academy was being used as a station for the students and injured genin to get assignments that assisted in rebuilding the village. Yakumo Kurama was set to undergo the unsealing within a month, allowing them to train another genjutsu specialist, something they desperately needed. His shinobi were taking double or triple missions, one right after the other, and even the genin were pulling their weight with extra D and C ranked missions in addition to reconstruction projects. By the end of the week they could hold their village-wide memorial, letting everyone move on with their grief. If only Mouse would return with Tsunade, they could get everyone, including the third, back to fighting condition, only then could Shursui feel slightly relaxed. Konoha was headed to war, and they needed every able body they could spare. Dragon-sama, the head ANBU medic, dear, said as he dropped down in a crouch. Shisui nodded for the man to speak, knowing he was coming from their guest. What is it? Dragon-sama, the Suna Jinchuriki had to be suppressed by Tiger again. The strain the 5-point seal put on the already faulty containment seal is tearing away at the Jinchuriki's mind. Deer said in a monotone voice, though Shisui could hear the concern. Jiraiya was out for another week at least, and even Naruto was unavailable due to his mission. If the seal holding back Shikaku collapsed before they returned and could either put a better seal on for Gaara or extracted the demon to go into a Konoha shinobi, they would be in trouble. Shisui could stop a rampaging demon, but he honestly didn't want to. Killing such a pitiful prisoner as Gaara, one that had the potential to be a much-needed ally, also didn't sit well with him. If only they could get Gaara to do his damn job and suppress the tailed beast within. While a seal is necessary to contain the beast completely, Gaara actively wishing for the seal to break and kill himself was not helping matters. This childish behavior had gone on long enough, and Tenzo could not keep doing this. I will handle this, Shisui stated, standing up. Before his ANBU guards could follow, he did a series of shunshins until he was outside the secure building that held Gaara. It had been around since Mito Uzumaki and was built by her specifically to hold Jinchuriki in the case of them losing control or needing to reseal their demons. Walking down the hallways that oozed suppression seals, Shisui stopped outside the door that housed what could either be a magnificent ally or temporary vessel until they transferred the demon. Dragon-sama, the 3 ANBU guards saluted. Captain Tiger is with the Jinchuriki now, sir? Shisui suppressed a smirk at his ANBU, wishing he had the time and energy to mess with them. However, he was on a schedule and the elder meeting in an hour was not one he could miss. Stand down, he ordered. Without another word, Shisui slipped into the dark room. Tenzo didn't need him to speak, leaving with a nod of his head. If only all his shinobi could read his mind like that. In the middle of the room cell really sat Gaara, encased in wooden cuffs. Sand was in heaps around him, and his dark eye bags were somehow even worse. A foul stench hung in the air, mixed with hints of chakra. In other words, Gaara looked like death. You are causing problems for my ANBU. There, blunt and to the point. Shisui preferred to settle this matter quickly. That is their problem, Gaara replied, monotone. They should let me die, I am worthless. Well, damn. Shisui had not been expecting such honesty. If you behave, we can remove the 5-element seal, and begin negotiating. Shisui acts as if Gaara's admittance of suicidal thoughts did not happen. However, that cannot happen if you have no will to live. I do not. Gaara looked content to die, but Shisui really didn't want to have to create another Jinchuriki for his village, to have to wait for a child to grow up and master the demon. It would be much easier if the boy would work for Konoha. Sure, Shisui was planning on resealing the beast that died with Han when it resurfaced, but the task of protecting a child Jinchuriki was massive. Konoha simply did not have the manpower to spare for such an endeavor, not when war was on the horizon. Konoha is better than Suna, you know this. We have no doubt fed you better, no one has hurt you beyond necessary, and my ANBU have not scorned you for what is inside. You would be allowed a shower if you agreed to our terms? Shisui tried again. Bringing in Ibiki would have defeated the purpose of recruiting Gaara, so they had hoped this isolation would have worked. It didn't. Holding in a sigh, Shisui prepared to leave after giving one last warning about trying to let Shikaku free. Already he was thinking of using the Sharingan on the boy to keep him docile, though it would require him being there to monitor. Changing his thoughts with Koto Amatsukami could work, but Shikaku could just mess it up by speaking to Gaara inside his mind again. Why did Naruto Uzumaki defeat me? It was a question said as a statement, and it stopped Shisui in his departure. Because he had people to fight for, Shisui finally said, choosing his words carefully. This could be a turning point for Gaara. People to fight for? Gaara asked. The concept seemed foreign. His village, comrades, and friends? I can only fight for myself, there is no one else to fight for. Well then, perhaps it is time you changed that, Shisui remarked, leaving with a smirk. Perhaps the boy wasn't a helpless case after all. Gaara sat in his cell, unmoving, for hours, ignoring the ANBU guards that spoke to him and not caring for the food. Naruto had his people, where were Gaara's? With Naruto? Waking up was not what Naruto thought would happen when he passed out. Nor did he think he would wake up in a comfy bed, the hotel walls staring back at him. He tried to be alert, to assess the situation in case he was somehow captured, but that took too much effort. Erg, he groaned in an unintelligible garble. Gasps from what he assumed was across the room made him turn his neck. He winced even as his eyes took in the blurry form of Tsunade and Shizune, with that pig and angel riding on her shoulders. Brat, Tsunade said, even as her hands turned green. Naruto shivered as the medical chakra flowed over him. You almost died still might, if you didn't have me and that furball in your gut. Tsunade-sama. Shizune said. She sounded exasperated but fond. Naruto processed that they must have all survived. They were in their hotel room. He knew Kimimaro was dead, and Orochimaru was also dead. Wait. Orochimaru. Da? He asked, his dry throat making talking more difficult than ANBU trivia night. Tsunade huffed a laugh. Yeah, he's dead. Uzumaki's, of course your first thought is about that psycho? Naruto muttered. He decided to try and sit up. The pain shooting up through his lungs and stomach almost made him give up. Almost. He wasn't an ANBU agent for nothing. The bone. God, that phantom pain made him shudder, and the complete fight came rushing back with the viciousness of an avalanche. He really was lucky for Kurama. Speaking of which. Kurama. You there? Naruto thought loudly, hoping his partner was awake. Barely, you flea-bitten meatbag. Kurama snapped. Oh boy, he was mad, Naruto realized. Yeah. It's not my fault? And thank you. You're lucky Kurama the Great did not wish to have to reform, or else I would have let you die. Honestly, death by impalement? How insignificant. Naruto smiled at his friend's way of showing his worry. It was a close call, one Naruto hoped he never had to go through again but was not foolish enough to bet on. He was a shinobi, and almost dying was part of their career. Brat. Brat. Tsunade's holler and smack on the back of his head that sent stars to his vision got Naruto's attention. You ouch. What was that for? I swear, Tsunade-sama, you're like an old hag sometimes. Silence rang in the hotel room, save for Angel's snickering. He could faintly hear Kurama pray for a peaceful death. Tsunade's eye twitched, and her first came dangerously close to his head. If we didn't have to get back to the village, I swear. She muttered. Old hag my ass, brat. Sleep, we leave at first light. She turned, leaving with a frazzled Shizune. Angel and the pig jumped onto the bed, both amused at the scene. Despite Tsunade's orders, Naruto was not ready to sleep. He was used to healing while traveling back, and he wanted to run to Konoha and Hokage-sama. If they pushed, they could be back within a couple of days. However, they clearly weren't heading back until dawn, so Naruto grinned down at his furry feline partner and the pig. So, who wants to tell me what happened on the other side of the battlefield? Angel's eyes lit up. I kicked human but as always, Naruto. That sound lady didn't stand a chance. And Hibiki ripped the arms off that spider guy. Akira then tried to set them on fire and wave them around like sticks. On and on Angel continued her report, and Naruto allowed himself to laugh a few times at the descriptions of death. Who knew Shizune was vindictive enough to beat someone to death with a tree branch? Meanwhile, in the forest, Tayuya crawled, her back in shreds. God, she just wanted to curl up and die. It would be so easy, she could just close her eyes. No. She couldn't do that, not when Orochimaru-sama needed her. She could feel his presence nearby. Her curse seal pulsed, guiding her to her master. Tayuya could do this, she could carry him away to safety, maybe use his arm tattoos to summon a snake. She would be rewarded, surely. After all, Tayuya was the last of the Sound Five, the remains of all but Kimimaro, who was literally on death's door before this mission, were scattered throughout the forest. Sakan and Yukon, bodies torn apart, Sakan beaten to death by that bitch Shizune. Kadamaru, ripped limb from limb. Fat ass, well, she never liked him anyway, so him dying before the battle even started just made her smile. Hisses. Tayuya. There. Orochimaru's voice. It was smaller, and her stomach flipped in dread. Something told her to turn back, to not pull herself any closer to where his body must be. But she couldn't stop, her loyalty making her continue toward a bush. Orochimaru-sama, Tayuya said. A figure rose from the bushes, and her heart stopped. This wasn't Orochimaru, this was... Tayuya, hisses. Well done, hiss. A snake with Orochimaru's face rose up, grinning as much as a snake could. Fuck no. Her dirty mouth had been born from a life of poverty, and it showed up more when she felt threatened. Now more than ever, Tayuya was scared. Scared shitless, if she said so herself. Yes. You will do. The snake suddenly lunged, mouth unhinging. Tayuya's screams were the last ones she heard before everything went dark, forever. At least she could brag she was the last to die when she saw her team in the afterlife, right? Finally, with Hikaru. They had arrived at the last base they could find, quickly cleaning out the stragglers. Hikaru interrogated the Odo Nin with a viciousness not many were aware he possessed. His team was exhausted, having barely escaped the daimyo's palace alive, and the country was on a manhunt for their hides. Hikaru had already sent word to Dragon-sama that the real daimyo could be moved back, if another Konoha force took out the last of the coup holding up in the palace. God, Hikaru hoped his squad wouldn't be the ones on that mission. Besides, if the screaming scientist below him was telling the truth, they had bigger issues to deal with. The Uchiha trader and Kisame Hoshigaki were spotted 30 miles north, headed towards the Konoha border. "Move out," he ordered, Hana slicing the scientist's throat. She snarled. "We won't make it before the bastard does, Captain," Hana said, and sniffed the air. "I know." His temporary team was silent, waiting for their order. While all of them knew what had to be done, none of them wanted to do it. "Captain." Their resident Aburame had a scout bug on his finger. "The Uchiha is due to cross the border in 3 hours, if we wish to intersect them." Hikaru sighed, and prayed he would get out of there alive. He hadn't annoyed Deidara enough, and Naruto wasn't fully convinced Hikaru was awesome. But, duty calls. "Okay. Time to go kick some Uchiha ass," he said with false cheer. "I haven't proven that a Hyuga was better than a competent Uchiha since I was in the academy." Activating his Byakugan, Hikaru led his team to their hardest battle yet. "Oh make." Tucci grinned at daughter, his mind going to all the money they were pulling in. With all the younger shinobi staying out late to help with the reconstruction and thus not wanting to cook, Ichiraku Ramen was making a gigantic profit. At this rate he could expand by next year. Another order. 5 bowls, old man. "Hey, Tucci. Gimme more soup." On and on he filled their orders, "I am helping." If only Naruto was here in the village. Then, Tucci would be a millionaire with how much that boy ate. Hours pass, and the shop emptied. Tucci stretched as they closed up, thankful for another successful day. Ayam had left an hour ago, him not wanting her up this late. Now time for Tucci's favorite part of the evening, watching stars as he walked, thinking about the money he raked in and the stupidity of his customers. Just as he was pulling his cover down with a wincing pain in his shoulder, an ominous feeling jolted down his spine. "Oh, bother," he said, whipping out his apron to slap away intruders. If this was another prank by Konohamaru, Tucci was going to show the brat why his name meant killing one with bare hands as well as making noodles with bare hands. Screams echoed down the quiet street, and fog filled the air. If not for the fact Tucci had lived through wars, he would have ran for cover. Another invasion? Why, was one this month not good enough? Are they wanting to go back to the days of an invasion a day keeps the boredom away? Honestly, I just wanted to stargaze on my way to Ayam. Tucci started walking home, figuring he would get home before whatever was attacking got done with the useless Chunin guards. That is, until 3 of said Chunin guards dropped in a heap at his feet. A low chuckle echoed from everywhere. The Chunin started crying, and when they saw him cowered at his feet. "Save us! We don't want to die. The demon's out to get us." Tucci facepalmed and understood instantly what was happening. No, not an invasion, at least those led to more customers, but rather a very bored ANBU commander. Hiruzen had warned Tucci about him. "Oh, for ramen's sake!" he bellowed at the cowards. "Dragon, leave these morons alone and let up on the fog, or I swear I will tell Hiruzen about this when he visits next." That seemed to jolt the youngster out of his evil chuckling. The fog let up slightly, and a dark figure flickered into existence behind the 3 Chunin. The figure, clearly the commander, picked the trio up by their jackets and vanished once more, leaving Tucci to go stargazing on his way home. Honestly, youngsters these days, not appreciating the beauty of nature enough, always wanting to play God with fog and wind. Good thing Tucci was smart enough to become a ramen chef. You don't see ramen chefs playing dress up and ruining a great stargazing night. With that, Tucci ambled home, content with his life. Chapter 41. With Naruto, 1 day later. Like all ANBU agents that passed their training montage, Naruto could force himself to move with grave injuries and act completely normal. Inside he might be dying and wishing to be knocked out and carried back, but his pride as an ANBU Black Ops would not allow such a weakness to show. Well, that, and if he let himself be carted back by stasis scroll or piggyback, they would arrive at Konoha sometime next year. Which is why the Jinchuriki was pushing himself to run at top speed despite the protests of his travel companions. "Naruto," Tsunade said from behind, far behind. "If you keep this stupidity up you'll open your wounds up, and I am not healing injuries caused by stupidity." "Bah, I've had worse." "Keep up, old hag." "Really? You have?" Angel asked, keeping up with him. He gave a nice smile and thumbs up. "No, you really haven't, Fleabag." Kurama's ever-cheerful voice spoke up, making Naruto glad his furry friend could not be heard. "Shoo, Kurama. You know I'll be fine. We're less than a day from the village anyway. I'll rest then." So caught up in reassuring Kurama that he didn't need to be forcefully knocked out, Naruto missed the incoming fist to his head until he was crashing into a branch. Tsunade looked down at him, smirking. "Yoch, was that really necessary, Tsunade-sama?" He glared at her as she just healed him up and pushed him off the branch. "Keep moving, brat." You should know calling me anything less than Tsunade-sama will get you a private date with my fists? Tsunade-sama. His injuries, Shizune said. She sounded extremely exasperated, but when Naruto looked over his shoulder mid-jump she gave him a look that just screamed you deserved it. Naruto rolled his eyes as they kept moving. As long as Dragon-sama remained unaware that he, a dedicated and respectable ANBU, called a Sannin less than their earned suffix, there was nothing to worry about. It wasn't like Tsunade-sama would actually hurt him, she loved him like a grandson. He'd be fine. Dutifully he ignored the growing dark aura behind him emanating from said person who supposedly viewed him as a grandson. Within a few hours, Naruto's chipper attitude had waned. His stomach pulsed with a steady rhythm of agony, to the point even Angel noticed the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had ignored all calls for rest from Tsunade and Shizune. His village needed him back, but more importantly they needed Tsunade back in action at the hospitals. Deidara, Hokage-sama, all desperately required her expertise. Can we stop? Angel's sudden question after hours of no comment had him blinking. He moved to deny her request or just carry her as they had too much ground to cover, but Kurama decided to be an ass. Right as his foot was about to meet the next branch and propel him, Kurama cut off all of his chakra being used to repair and sustain his host. Naruto jolted in agony and faltered just enough to crash into a particularly thick branch. Why I out to rip you out and seal you in a baby fox? Naruto growled to his tenant who stayed silent, blocking him. Naruto. Angel called and landed next to him with worry in her eyes. Tsunade and Shizune followed soon after. He expected a lecture from them both, but instead Tsunade just lifted him up. Come on, I know a bathhouse that will let us rest for the night. What? Tsunade-sama, we need to get back to Konoha, he said. And we will, brat, after you've had another night of sleep to heal. Honestly, the pace you were going we would have reached the village in a week. Naruto blinked in surprise as they moved towards a well-lit bathhouse and inn, remembering it was run by retired Chunin. Great, if they saw him being carried in while conscious and they learned he was ANBU he'd never live it down. Wait, we're only a few hours out, he said, protesting. Shizune snorted while following. Yes, we were, Naruto. But for the last 2 hours you've been moving slower than a genin. It would have been a week at your speed. I'm surprised you didn't collapse earlier. You ANBU are insane. Oh, was all he could say. The pain had stopped, Kurama able to focus more chakra into his wound now that he was not pushing himself. Maybe a good night's rest before sprinting the last bit would be worth it. I want to be back home just as much as you do, Naruto, Tsunade whispered. He tried to speak against that considering her reluctance since he'd met her despite her saying before she was ready to go back, but she shushed him. Really? You've sparked my village pride again. But your health is just as important. Naruto looked down, letting his mouth turn down behind his mask. It was his lack of strength that got him so injured. Logically he knew that he was strong, being a Jinchuriki tended to make one so. But emotionally he knew he had to be stronger for the village. He had almost failed his mission and lost his life. It wouldn't do to die young when his beloved Konoha would need him for war. Just rest. We'll sleep here and be on the road by dawn. Lulled by her words, he took the advice and drifted off. It might go against training, but what Dragon-sama didn't know wouldn't hurt him. And by him, Naruto meant himself. Next morning? It was well past dawn when Naruto awoke, and the room they more than likely rented was empty. He cursed at Kurama while checking his weapons. Why didn't you wake me, furball? What if they skipped town? Naruto was livid at the thought of his target, Konoha's hope, managing to slip through his fingers, and probably carting Angel around too considering she was nowhere in sight. Calm down. I'm not your personal rooster, so drop the tone or I'll find a way to send an uncomfortable amount of chakra to your tiny manhood next time you see that female flesh bag. Kurama was not happy. Besides, the old hag is with your useless cat close by. You can sense them if you just calm down? Sure enough, Naruto could feel their chakras like the ANBU he was, now that his body wasn't in agony. In fact, now that he could stretch, he found himself being back to normal save a small jab of pain in the center of his stomach. Clearly, no matter how much he did not want to admit it, Naruto had needed that rest. Now, time to find Tsunade-sama and finish the mission. Less than a minute later and Naruto almost wished he had not tried to locate the notorious gambler. No matter how old he lived to be, Naruto would never be able to get the image of the revered Sannin drunkenly offering to pay her debts in more than one way to an equally drunk civilian merchant that Konoha had an alliance with out of his head. Shizune and Tonton stood in the corner wishing for death, while Angel enjoyed the show. Now, Naruto doubted the other way was anything less than an attempt to make the man back down so she could subsequently sneak off and leave the man with an empty IOU, but it still was not pleasant. Worse was this merchant was known to be able to talk to other merchants in more than just his textile field. If he got pissed off at Tsunade and then found out she was in Konoha, not only would he demand payment from the village, but it would lead to him badmouthing it to others. That could lead to the village losing merchants, being forced to assassinate him, spread rumors to discredit the merchant, or more than likely all three. No matter the outcome, it would not be good at the current time. So, Naruto would have to correct this mess. Again. He stalked over to Shizune, startling her when he whispered, "How much does she owe?" What? "Oh, Naruto-kun." She looked nervous. "How much does she owe?" Once more, he asked. 3 million, Angel said instead. So, more than the village would want to pay even if it was very doable. He could just win it back from the merchant, but that could make the man angrier. "Oh, Tsunade-sama?" Shizune fretted. She squeezed Tun-Tun so tight the pig choked, causing Shizune to apologize and turn her attention to the creature. When she looked back up, Naruto had vanished. "Strange," she murmured, before mentally preparing herself to run to Konoha with a drunk Tsunade-sama. Naruto sighed in exasperation minutes later as he and 5 clones set off to the small town to the west of the inn. The town, called Koi, was known for the smaller gambling houses and shady Yakuza gang that Konoha let run amok as it kept a rival faction from rising up, and they paid a tax to the village under the table. Well, sadly for whatever poor team would be sent to stop the inevitable turf war, Naruto had to decimate them for their cash. Financially, of course, but a Yakuza without money was soon to fall. Sneaking into the various storage buildings was the easy part. Within minutes the mental map Tenzo had him memorize of the town the last time they were in the area ensured that he and the 5 clones were in position. Taking the guards out was even easier, and Naruto doubted they would be missed. The difficult part was making sure the deaths looked not like a shinobi did it, but an untrained thug or hitman. That was what usually gave Konoha and other villages away when their very expertise was what screwed the mission over. Thankfully Naruto had learned from the best in killing like thug, and it wasn't from Kakashi-senpai or his teammates. Flashback, several months before? "Yash, my youthful student. Good morning, it is time for another youthful day," Guy said. It was too early for Naruto to deal with his crap, especially after the screw-up he caused last night with Yugao-senpai. Instead of his usual respectful greeting, Naruto grunted. Guy looked at his neighbor in surprise, not used to Naruto being more than passively rude. The boy was cocky at times, and liked to roll his eyes at Guy, but never did his refuse to greet his favorite neighbor. When an attempt at throwing a punch to get the boy into fighting mode failed, the green-obsessed Jonin decided to try another tactic. "Yash, what is dampening your flames of youth this morning, young Naruto?" Guy asked, plopping down in front of Naruto. His words were the same as always, but more serious in tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise at his teacher being interested in anything besides being youthful. Figuring the man would get the gossip at the Jonin bar later anyway, he decided to spill. Maybe it would help more than Kurama did with his laughing. I messed up last night. Badly, Naruto admitted, looking away in shame. You are still here, and not off to the dusk of youth or discharged, right?" Guy asked. Naruto snorted. "Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact Yugao-senpai was counting on me and I blew it." "What was the youthful task you blew, Naruto-kun?" Guy looked so serious Naruto gulped. "Great, he'd actually get a lecture at 5 a.m. in the morning. I had to kill a man." "You did it badly worse than a flea," Kurama chimed in. Naruto tried to ignore him, but the beast was correct, he did kill him wrong. "And you have not done so?" Guy looked confused, as he should. Even most genin had killed by now, much less an ANBU agent and Jinchuriki. "No, I've killed loads. Tons, well, enough anyway. But this time I had to make it look like a bandit killed them so that the target's family didn't link it to shinobi. Yugao-senpai asked if I could do it and I said yes. But you killed with such youthfulness that it showed." "Yash, now I get it, Naruto-kun." Guy, suddenly exuberant again, jumped up and started dragging Naruto towards the market. "I will turn you into the most youthful bandit." Guy-senpai? Where are we going?" Naruto asked as they continued towards the market, and the blinding smile he got in return made him regret doing so. "Yash, we are off to get a most youthful tool to kill with," Guy said with way too much goodness for a sentence about murder. This was a shinobi village, however, so the few civilians out didn't bat an eye and one even thanked Guy for working so hard. "I have weapons," Naruto protested once the meaning caught up to him. A new killing move would have been appreciated, not a weapon. "But do you have a rusted sickle and gloves?" Flashback ends. Naruto looked his gift, a top-quality sickle that was made to look rusty. Rarely has he had to use it, but it, along with the moves Guy showed him over the next week, saved a few missions since. Now it would save Konoha's reputation. Hopefully, Dragon-sama wouldn't be too mad. A shinobi. One Yakuza attempted to cry out before Naruto landed a sloppy slash to the throat and eye. The man fell with a thud, barely an afterthought as the ANBU looked at the crate of money in the room. Oh, if only any leftovers could go to him, all the ramen he could buy. But no, any and all leftovers would have to be given over to Dragon-sama or face charges. Thankfully, the money might prevent him getting more than a lecture. You can't be in here. Yet another guard covered in tattoos rushed from the doorway with a rusted knife. Naruto ducked under the man and drove the sickle deep into the body in an upward thrust. He didn't blink at the pooling blood, knowing there would be more of it soon. Naruto sealed the money in a blank seal before heading out the door, careful to kill the remaining guards the same way. A beat-up skull here, a stabbed lung there, and any investigators would think a rival gang came through. Wait, please, I'll give you whatever you want. A teenager, this time looking no older than Hikaru, begged with his hands covering his face. Naruto felt a stab of pity. He briefly considered it, wondering if there was a way to make the man lose his memory or at least kill him with no pain before mutilating him for show, when a sword is suddenly jutted towards his throat. On instinct Naruto disarmed the now sneering Yakuza and stabbed him through the throat. He felt no pity as the now dead teen collapsed. He cleaned up his sickle and resealed it, thanking Guy mentally once more. Tisk honestly, these people are worse than IWA shinobi. Naruto spat and continued out, meeting his clones 3 minutes later. Less than an hour after he left, Naruto put 4 million, 3 for Tsunade's loss and 1 as a gift from Konoha at the very happy merchant's feet. Tsunade gaped at him as he dragged them all outside by his chains. Not a word. Tsunade-sama, he ground out, and sure enough they set off at a quick pace in silence. All that was on Naruto's mind was his home. Sundown, Dragon's office? Dragon looked at his shuffling subordinate in pride and amusement masked behind minor disapproval. He was more than proud that Mouse successfully retrieved Tsunade and her apprentice, both of whom were now treating the more serious injuries. By next week most would be able to sit up and function, if not do light paperwork. But taking out a Yakuza gang he set up? No, Dragon was not very happy with that. Amused, yes, but happy? No. They would have to prop up another group before chaos set in and make sure there was no connections to shinobi. Oh well, that was a problem for future Shursui. Now, however, he had to deal with a certain Mouse's next assignment. The feline was already off sniffing out leftover weapons in the forests, as the Inuzuka dogs needed some rest. Hopefully she would be more effective than some of those mutts. Normally even I would give you time to rest, Mouse. What your mission was an S rank at least in importance and difficulty, Dragon said. Mouse dutifully stood straight and emotionless even without his mask or uniform on. But Konoha cannot afford for any shinobi off. Yes, Dragon-sama. Good, he was willing to go to another S rank if that is what Dragon chose to do. But there was a much more important task that needed to be done. Until your squad is back to full strength I will require your unique way with the shadow clone. Mouse blinked at him and Shursui took a bit of Uchiha-like pleasure in the task he was about to assign, even if it was out of necessity more than payback for the Yakuza incident. You will be our manpower on rebuilding? The surprised squawk made Shursui's evening. Terrorizing his minions always made the days brighter, especially after the day they just had. A crow, not one of his summons, but still very familiar, looked at him from the window as he dismissed Mouse to get a good night's sleep. Damn you, Itachi, was it really necessary? He said at the crow, who just blinked. Looking at the wrapped sword behind his desk made him want to be a kid again, running off to the training grounds to blow off his anger. Finally, the hospital, with Naruto? Naruto blinked in surprise at Deidara, Yugao, and a newly bandaged Hikaru sleeping side by side in their beds an hour later. Tsunade-sama was set to look at them in the morning, but Naruto had wanted to visit regardless. Seeing his senpai who should have still been on a mission, instead looking like death, was unnerving. Senpai, what happened to you? Naruto asked the comatose man, aware that none of his squad could answer him. It was, hell. A female voice he recognized spoke from the doorway. Naruto had sensed her coming but didn't bother to acknowledge until now. Hana. Naruto greeted. Am I cleared to know what happened? Just as he thought. A part of him wanted to push her, or try and weasel the information out, but honestly it did not matter when his team was so injured. All that mattered was he was staying with them before his shift at the rebuilding station tomorrow. So, Naruto sat down on the visitor's chair with a ceiling scroll, deciding that making bigger explosions was just what he needed. Finally, I lied before, with Gaara? Gaara looked back at the cell, the place he had begun to think of as his. In there, no one had caused him actual harm, he was fed quality food, and every ANBU used his name. They didn't fear him. Then again, why fear the one when they had the 9? Gaara almost turned back, almost woke the now unconscious not dead, He didn't want that ANBU that were clearly overworked and at him saying he wanted a shower, let their guards down. It took a while, but his chakra had broken the seal, or rather he learned to use his powers without it. He shook his head. No, he had to do this. Naruto Uzumaki beat him, because he had people to fight for. Gaara never had that. But he would. He would find these people, no matter how long it took. May we meet again, Naruto, Gaara said, before letting his sand whisk him away. Chapter 42. With Naruto, next morning. Naruto arrived at the academy along with the sun, alone. Angel had been too ashamed to come with, and he respected the decision, no matter his personal feelings on the matter. Instead, she was going to help the Inuzuka hounds patrol the forests behind the Hokage monument. A shinobi overseer, Chunin by the looks of the eyebags and slouch, was handing out assignments for the day to a gaggle of shinobi and civilians. Naruto waited patiently for the man to give him his orders. Thankfully he had been prepped by Dragon-sama with the knowledge that Naruto would be a grunt worker that would supply thousands of clones if need be. The Chunin glanced up, saw Naruto in his Chunin garb, and nodded, signing that he would be with him soon. Boss! Four voices shouted in unison, and Naruto let out an amused chuckle as his supposed minions ran towards him. The academy was basically rebuilt by this point, only a few scorch marks littering the roof from stray jutsu remained. The rest of the village, and walls, if Naruto remembered correctly, were an entirely different story. Collapsed or almost collapsing buildings were not uncommon, and many more roofs were in need of repair. As such, even the students were helping, Dragon-sama declaring it a way to build strength and knowledge in civilian skills when a few parents complained that they sent their child to the academy to learn, not be free labor. Of course, if the grumblings Naruto had overheard from some older students were correct, they still got packets to fill out from their senseis, specifically over geography and war procedures. Apparently, Dragon-sama wanted all his troops prepared for the brewing conflicts. "Hey brats, here to help?" Naruto asked and I smiled at them. The quartet basked in his awesomeness, as they should, even if Momo looked a tad somber. Naruto blinked, surprised at the reaction from her, but filed it away for a private conversation. For now, it was time to make the village safe again. "Yes, boss," Konohamaru said, "but we're going to be on water duty for everyone." None of the kids looked happy about it. Naruto understood why, even if it was necessary. Water being delivered to workers and volunteers would keep not only physical strength up, but also morale. "Well, it's only one day, right? And I'll keep a clone with you guys, sound good?" All of them brightened at that, and Naruto figured he just did something good. After work, it would be time to address the bijou in the room, however, Irika. "Like I could fit into a room, fleshbag," Kurama growled. "And good morning to you too, furball," Naruto shot back growling. "You're on a thin branch, sapling," he said. There was a hint of smugness at the annoyance that shot through Naruto from the horrible attempt at a plant pun. Choosing to ignore his partner, Naruto focused on making one clone, sending it off with the minions. It would also keep them on track and not start a water fight or attempt to use Momo's sealing skills for pranks. He waved them goodbye with the promise of feeding them after the shifts ended. "Ah, Naruto-kun, thanks a lot for coming," the organizer said once everyone was gone. He looked average, even for a Chunin, brown hair, black eyes, plenty of bags that looked like eyeliner. The only reason the man wasn't slaving as a brick setter or on patrols was his background in construction. Those civilian parents, Naruto heard. That, and whisperings of being the reason Kumo's water supply failed 3 years ago by way of going undercover as a master builder and accidentally linking it to the sewage. It was probably a folk tale, but he was high on Naruto's respect list if it was true. Naruto gave a bow in greeting. "Thank you for having me." "Oh. Everyone calls me Asuka, no family name I care to claim." He seemed nice enough if a bit anxious. Not wanting to say the family name was odd, but ANBU had weirder quirks, his teammates coming to mind. "Nice to meet you then, Asuka-san. What will be my orders today?" "Anything you need, I will do my best to accomplish." "Wow, much more polite than I thought an ANBU would be," he observed. Instantly there was a kunai out and Naruto channeled the greatest concentration of Captain Tenzo that he could into a creepy stare. "You will not ever utter ANBU in relation to me again, right?" Here Naruto cocked his head to the side, keeping his voice light. "It would be such a shame to have to ensure you don't let a spy or genin know about my side hustle, right?" Asuka sweat dropped but nodded nervously. There was no way he would piss the Jinchuriki off, especially an ANBU level 1. The only reason Asuka, a lowly Chunin that was happy to keep his head down and work towards the Kushi Academy position, knew about Naruto's rank was his girlfriend who recently joined ANBU and took him to a poker night. The voice gave Naruto away, and his sweet Aya confirmed it later. Bringing it up was not wise, he admitted, but it really was rare to have an ANBU be so polite to a Chunin. He felt his stomach not more than when the rakeage almost caught him rewriting those blueprints for a new waterline. Instantly the dark and creepy expression disappeared, and Naruto clapped his hands together. Well, now that that's settled, time to work. Alright, Asuka said. I was briefed on your abilities with clones. Could you make 50 for each department, save for the lumber transportation one? I'll need 200. By the end, Naruto had over 600 of him going around, with many in disguises, reporting to each department head. All the ones in charge knew about him, all were Jonin or Chunin, but the civilians and normal shinobi would balk at that many Jinchuriki clones helping. Some rumors were circulating about Naruto being a shinobi amongst the civilians, but there was no need to cause heart attacks by being too obviously powerful. He knew the basics of each task, but had a feeling there would be a massive amount of learning involved by the time his clones popped. For the next 3 hours, Asuka and Naruto bounced around the village, checking each sector, from civilian to shinobi. Many times a building had rubble that a squad had not gotten to yet. It fell on Naruto to seal massive amounts of fallen structures into scrolls in order to speed it up. He then used Shunshin's to transport him and the Chunin over to the designated dumping grounds. There, civilians worked to sort through materials, intent on reusing them for future projects. Excellent. Now that you're done with that, may I have you deliver some documents? They're too important for a clone and I must be off to meet with the roofers. Asuka was a slave driver, Naruto realized, and the glint in the man's eyes was like he won the lottery. Based on the amount of work it would take to do the job without Naruto's massive sealing and cloning capabilities, it was pretty much true. Naruto sighed. Yes, Asuka-san. With that, he took the various scrolls addressed to many different, and important, sides of the government. Seems like he would be putting up with the posh upper class today. With Shisui, Itachi, and Tenzo. This is bad, very bad, Tenzo said, looking at the journal in front of him. Shisui nodded, slouched over his chair as they were alone. Indeed. Not to mention Jiraiya got word of the Akatsuki's immortal members coming to get their rings back. Here he glared at Itachi, who was leaned on the far wall. He raised an eyebrow. Did you expect me to let the situation go the direction it was heading, Shisui? No, but more discretion would have been nice. When Haiden and Kakuzu arrive, I will dispose of them. Shisui sighed. His cousin was a genius and could give him a huge fight if push came to shove, but he was an idiot in many other ways. Thinking through the consequences of his in-the-moment decisions was one of them. No matter how bad it was to have him in the village, cover blown, though currently the Akatsuki believe him to be dead, Shisui was still happy to have him home. It was months earlier than planned, but it was not something he regretted. We have Mouse to think about, as well. This mission is not one I would prefer to send him on without his full team. The village needs its Jinchuriki. Itachi grunted. Tenzo looked contemplative. Why couldn't Hiruzen be back and making these tough decisions? All the crap happening was not what Shisui imagined himself dealing with. At least, not with his mentor in a coma, fighting for his life. I don't know what to do, Hokage-sama. No solution seems to be the right one, Tenzo admitted. He insisted on using Shisui's future title, much to his chagrin. The mood was too depressing for Shisui, so he gave a devilish grin. Itachi inched away, knowing what that look meant. Tenzo, don't worry. I have a solution. Oh, thank goodness, Hokage-sama. It involves fire? Absolutely not. Hours later. The last scroll, addressed to Ibiki Moreno, was a welcome relief to the politicians, budgeters, and even Dragon-sama. The man had taken the unexpected visit as an excuse to test out a new genjutsu. Apparently the Chunin were too scared to let their future Hokage do more mental damage to them and the other ANBU were too smart to be around when Dragon-sama got the itch to try something. As such, Naruto had spent an unholy amount of time fighting bowls of ramen dressed as guy who screamed about youth way too much for his liking. Stupid Dragon-sama, I'll get you back, just you wait. Mwahaha, when you least expected, Naruto Uzumaki will be there, and I will not be merciful, he muttered the entire time it took to get past security. The ANBU on guard, Jaguar, snorted at his coworkers' entirely ludicrous plans. Sure thing, Mouse. Keep telling yourself that. Naruto chuckled nervously at the fact someone heard him, but waved as he stepped through. T&I was a strange building, with a sense of doom always lurking. Hallways crossed with pits, and there were way too many cells and interview rooms for Naruto's liking. He never enjoyed being here, but it was a great place to talk Anko into helping him with poisons. Speaking of which, the insanity that was Enko broke down the door of Ibiki's office right as Naruto was coming up to it. His sweat dropped as she screamed in terror, dodging Ibiki's kunai. You'll never catch me alive. She called out, still dodging. She then spotted Naruto, and chose to use him as a decoy. "It's up to you, maggot, go forth and protect your sexy senpai." With that, she shunshined away, and Naruto was left with an irate Ibiki. Not something he ever enjoyed, and Anko would never be getting dango from him again. Choosing to play suck-up in hopes of survival, he gave a deep bow. "Ibiki-sama, I have a document delivery for you." Ibiki raised an eyebrow, instantly calm and calculating. "I can see that." He accepted the scroll, reading through it quickly before burning it to ash. Walking into his office, he motioned for Naruto to follow, something the ANBU did with a gulp. Praying that Dragon-sama had not made him late to deliver an important document, he stood at attention in a very much destroyed room. Ibiki sat at his desk and proceeded to fill out a scroll. Minutes passed in awkward silence, and the known sadist seemed to enjoy letting Naruto sweat. Finally, he was done and had it wrapped in sealing tags even Naruto would have trouble breaking. "This is to be taken to ANBU Captain Panther immediately." Naruto nodded, praying his now cold sweat wasn't noticeable. By the smirk sent his way, it was. "Yes, Ibiki-sama." He waited to be dismissed, something Ibiki approved of. "She will be with Hawk's squad on the north wall, fixing the tunnel between it and here." Dismissed. Naruto left without another word and was off to meet one of the least likable ANBU captains. Now, Captain Panther was wonderful in many aspects. Mainly, torturing and cackling. She ran the T&I security squads, and while she was civilian-raised, had been known to beat the chakra out of many clan-born shinobi. She also had the unhealthy habit of pissing off Dragon-sama and running away in hopes of escaping. It never worked, but at times she had managed to pin the blame on Hikaru, who then blamed Naruto. The result would be private training with the sadistic commander. Naruto had never been assigned to her for any mission, and he hoped to keep it that way. He arrived at the wall to see Hawk's squad using earth jutsu to dig the secretive tunnels. Non-ANBU were not allowed to help, for obvious reasons. Panther was busy arguing with Hawk, her blue mask looking frightening with a snarl on it. Hawk looked just as intimidating, and Naruto knew blows would come if they weren't distracted. "Captain Panther, Captain Hawk," he greeted, dropping into a crouch. "From Ibiki-sama?" He held out the scroll. Panther swiped it and turned away. Like Yugao-senpai, her hair was long and thick, but tied into a braid due to the heat. With her turn, it swung and smacked Hawk in the face. Naruto got the impression he was not amused. "Mouse, how are you?" he asked instead of bothering with Panther. Naruto gave an eye smile. "I am well, or, as well as one can be in these times." A thought struck him, reminding him that there were many fallen comrades they would be mourning, in particular Irika. Hawk chuckled, sadness laced in it. "Yeah, you got that right. Up for a spar on your next day off? Traps user against pseudo-traps user?" The jab was light but it made Naruto chuckler. "Sure thing, but you'll be going down, sir." The banter made the long day a bit better, though the now serious Panther worried him. Naruto stood up, waiting to be dismissed, or sent on another errand, even as waves of clones began popping with the end of the workday, only to feel a weight on his back. "Gaki, let's go get some dango and avoid Ibiki before my mission, Anko." He attempted to free himself, but it was no use. "Get off me, I'm not buying you dango. You left me for dead, what if Ibiki-sama decided to make me his personal torture dummy?" Anko cackled. "Oh, that would be hilarious. Don't worry, I knew Ibiki would need you to play delivery ninja, you were fine." "I sense the crazy one is lying," Kurama said. Naruto sent a mental agreement, especially when her laughter turned nervous at his glare. Did you really know that? Well, look at the time, I got to run. Places to go, people to torture. See you, Gaki?" Anko was gone before he processed her words. "Doubtful, Mouse," Hawk observed. "Oi, pathetic excuse for a captain, we got a long night ahead of us, damn Ibiki," Panther suddenly said. Naruto backed away slowly as Hawk looked ready to commit treason. "At least my squad can pass the psyche vals, Panther. Can yours do that?" "No, thought not. And this is why you're only a captain? What the hell is that supposed to mean, you ingrate? We're the same ranking." Kunai were about to fly, and Naruto decided it was time to leave and enjoy a nice evening with his self-proclaimed minions while denying any knowledge of the homicides about to happen. Just as he prepared a shunshin, Panther pulled an Anko and tackled him to the ground. "Hold on there, Mouse, I need another body and your squad is out of commission." Naruto gulped at the ominous words and silently sent another clone to take Konohamaru and the others out to eat. "Looks like I'm doomed, again." Later, much later, in the sewers. It was almost dawn by the time he, Hawk's squad, and Panther finished up with the job outlined in the scroll. As it turned out, the sewer had been breached by an Oto scouting party the night before. They had perished to the traps, but now the passage they used through one of the only exterior pipes had to be reworked, and the ANBU spent hours following the plans the builders had recommended to keep the sewage working, but more secure. Ibiki had signed off on those plans and decided that instead of putting a few Chunin squads on it, he would make the other bane of his existence do it, that being Panther. Naruto really hated when he got caught up into disputes of other departments. With his clones, Naruto took the time to add in more seals, Hawk putting more traps as well. He learned a new knot out of it, one specifically for wire that was sure to be fun to use on his next mission that involved decapitation. Hopefully this will keep the bastards out, Naruto said when finished. Hopefully, Hawk said. I'm more worried about the border tensions, though. Naruto didn't respond to that, well aware that war seemed to loom on the horizon, no matter which direction they turned. When Naruto finally made it back to his apartment, after stopping by to check on his team, all of which were recovering finally, Angel was waiting, along with Tora, on top of his funeral clothes. He sighed, knowing the day would suck. Our village survived, and that should make it worth it, Kurama said. Keep becoming a patriot. Soon they'll make you a shinobi, Naruto joked instead of addressing the truth to Kurama's words. He knew they all gave their lives for a good reason. Even Irika. But he still missed them deeply, and being around the recovering village was bringing the reality of how horrible the invasion was to the front of his mind. Kurama was silent after that, contemplating Naruto's words. He always denied the accusation of caring for Konoha, but his container tainted the jaded image he once had. Konoha had flaws, yes, but Kurama saw that through Naruto and the less than terrible people they worked with, it was getting better and was already better than any other place in this human-infested world. Kurama's father spoke of him helping a human with uniting the world in peace. While he wasn't sure the world would ever be united, much less in peace, being with Naruto made him not want to just burn it all to the ground. Naruto knew none of his Biju's contemplations as he made his way to the memorial service. Every shinobi in the village attended, though most ANBU were hidden, guarding. Naruto was in the front, next to a weeping Konohamaru. As the one contact the boy had besides his still comatose grandfather, Naruto had been instructed to stay by his side. Moegi, Udon, and Momo were nearby, giving support to their friend. Why Irika? Konohamaru asked after placing his flower in front of Irika's urn. All the shinobi that had fallen were cremated, nobody wanting a repeat of Edo Tensei. It was a necessary cost to security, but it made the funeral feel less cauterizing. The sky that remained sunny, mocking the somber day, only added to the unsatisfying grief. I don't know, Naruto admitted. He tried to think of something to say, anything of comfort, but nothing came to mind. His own voice hurt, the emotions that were not becoming threatening to bubble out. He was an ANBU, a Chunin, the village's Jinchuriki. To lose himself when surrounded by those that lost entire teammates, lovers, was not happening. He also had to be Konohamaru's rock, and Momo's, having discovered the reasoning behind her sadness. To have lost her mother was a tragedy beyond Naruto's understanding, never having a parent before. Well, there was Irika, but he wasn't my dad. He mentally berated himself for looking for something that was simply not there. Yes, he was, in the ways that mattered, Naruto. Naruto didn't have the energy to argue why that was false. Instead, he grabbed Konohamaru and let him cry into his pant leg. The other children crowded around him, sniffling quietly. If Naruto let a tear fall, nobody said anything. Team 7, in the same boat, watched on from the back. Kakashi looked down from a perch, wishing he could comfort the students and little brother he had grown to respect and care for, beyond just as an obligation. But Kakashi's grief was flaring up, images of the last time such a large funeral was held, and instead his mind started forming into a plan to not be in the village for the next 6 months or so. Surely Shisui would see Kakashi's need, let him go off and slaughter Konoha's enemies, instead of facing the emotions. Shisui stood in front of his shinobi. Many knew he would be Hokage by this point or suspected. While the civilian funeral would be led by a henged dragon, into Hiruzen, the shinobi deserved the truth. The civilians would be suspicious but not question it much. The shinobi were either okay with the current leadership and plan or hiding it too well for even him. Either way, they leaned into his words, as he gave respect and honor to his shinobi who were waiting for him to cross over, hopefully in many years. We are not emotionless tools, no matter what our rules state. Shinobi and Kunoichi laid down their lives to protect our great village, to keep us free from the betrayers. He paused, let the message that emotions were allowed to sink in. Several wiped a tear away, or bit lips. Good, they were getting it. After the funeral, memorial stone. He knelt in prayer for Irika, spotting his name amongst the new additions. The memory of when he found his mother's name on it all those months ago made tears come to his eyes, wishing to go back to then. Or at least go back to the invasion, save Irika. I'm sorry, Irika, Angel whispered from his head. She was getting heavy, but maybe that was just the weight of her grief. No, Angel, you have nothing to be sorry for. It's hard, isn't it? A familiar voice spoke from behind. Naruto gasped and turned, seeing Yakumo in funeral robes, paler than ever. Ferret rested in a tree nearby, no doubt offering his own prayer. Yeah, it is, he said. What are you doing here, Yakumo-chan? He winced at how rude that sounded, feeling his face heat up. I mean, not that you aren't allowed here. I was just not aware you would be Anne. Yakumo snorted. I'm here to pay respects to my medic ninjas. They protected me, against the invaders. Oh. I'm sorry, Naruto said, sincerely. He couldn't remember their names, but they were always courteous to him and cared for Yakumo. Tears were in her eyes, but she wiped them away. It's fine. Awkwardly they knelt together, continuing their prayers. Would you like some ramen? He asked, finally. It was the only thing that would make him feel like Irika wasn't just gone. Yakumo looked apologetic. I would love to, but Ferret's taking me to a new location until Jiraiya-sama returns for, you know. She gestures towards her seal. And that ANBU Hokage guy was telling Ferret to fetch you earlier? Naruto blinked, piecing together that she meant Dragon-sama, and shot a glance towards Ferret. The man nodded and walked over, grabbing Yakumo. Well, bye. Maybe I can bring some later? She smiled. Yeah. Maybe. But only because you're paying for it. He laughed a bit, a wet one that still had unshed tears in it. With a wave and final goodbye, he left to see his commander. Hokage's office? Naruto landed in a crouch, not acknowledging his captain or Kakashi-senpai who landed next to him moments later. Dragon looked even more serious than normal, and if Naruto wasn't sure that it was impossible, he'd swear flashes of red were coming from where his eyes were. Mouse. Tiger. Kakashi. Dragon-sama, they said together. Kakashi sounded less than thrilled about it, however. I have a mission for you, though Tiger knows it well. Naruto resisted the urge to ask the question about waiting for his teammates, or the construction work he was supposed to help with. Despite the amazing number of things completed the day before, there were still more things to do. But when Dragon had a new mission, Naruto took it, without hesitation. It's an S-class again, and you must not get caught? Well, that was obvious, but there had to be more. The mission is simple. Capture a rogue shinobi who stole not only a certain object from us but is attempting to destroy any semblance of power balance. Complicated. Just like every other assignment since he joined ANBU. Understood, sir? No, I do not think you do, Mouse. If the fool succeeds, Suna will no doubt leap for the opportunity to replace the power lost from losing Gaara. Here Dragon paused to meet his gaze. I am doing something I will admit is foolish, but necessary. I am sending you to Suna. Naruto gaped. He could feel Kurama joining in on it, just as shocked. I cannot tell you much more, but a certain person will be there to help. Finally, with Dragon. Shursui watched his subordinates leave in dread. If he had his way there would be a different squad sent, and Naruto would be confined to the village. But the matter was urgent and having him inside when the coming storm hit would be madness. The journal on his desk, passed down from Hokage to Hokage, was open to the page he wished he hadn't read. Damn you, Minato. He cursed. He paused for a moment and added, and damn you Itachi. A crow screeched, and he flipped it off. Don't try that with me, you bird-brained cousin, you're causing me so much paperwork. A knock on his door let Shursui know it was time to tackle said paperwork. He grunted, and his Chunin slave shuffled in. There is no way I'm being Hokage for very long. The benefits aren't worth it. Omake, with Gaara? Gaara had been floating on his sand for days, landing at a beach finally when hunger made moving impossible. He laid in the sun, wishing for food. This is how I die, he said to the sky, monotone. It was pathetic, really, that he did not find his people yet. Hee, mister, you're funny, a small child giggled from nearby. He looked over in disinterest. If this was before, Gaara would have used sand coffin on the creature. Especially one so annoying looking, wearing a bathing suit and sounding like they had a happy childhood. Instead, he stared. The child, a boy by the looks of it, stared back. They continued staring, and Gaara would not lose. Want a sandwich? The child finally asked. Gaara blinked and nodded. If they were sent to poison him, he'd rather it happens through a sandwich than a needle. Later, when Idate, the annoying child, had fed Gaara 3 sandwiches from his family meal, he started making a sad excuse for a sand sculpture. Now, Gaara never showed anyone, but he was the best in the world at making sand castles, people, even whole labyrinths. To see such a sad excuse for anything sand-related made Gaara's murderous urges settle in. But killing an innocent would more than likely be counterproductive to his plans of finding people and becoming good, so instead he settled on commanding his sand to make a 5-story traditional castle, intent on crushing the dreams of the worm before him. A smirk threatened to form on his face at the tears that gathered in Idate's eyes. It was almost as satisfying as using sand coffin. Idate started. Yes, fall into despair at my glory. Feel how inadequate you are compared to Gaara of the desert. It's totally awesome. Well, that was not the reaction he was hoping for. Then the urchin had the nerve to run inside his creation and compliment Gaara's work. Gaara stood outside the castle, not knowing if he should just collapse it and make Idate's blood feed Shikaku. Hey, he glanced up to see Idate waving in a second-story window. Come on, Gaara, let's play. So, Gaara played the rest of the afternoon. But not because he enjoyed it, but because he was hoping for another sandwich. Nothing more. If more children from the beach, along with their civilian parents, gave him praise for his work, Gaara certainly did not care. And for certain he did not almost smile or agree to eat with Idate's family that night in their hotel. That would be too human for a monster like Gaara. Chapter 43. Hokage's Office. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at his boss's frankly terrifying orders. Not because of the rank, he had Tenzo and Kakashi, 2 monsters on the battlefield. The premise of the mission itself seemed simple too. But Dragon-sama, the man who always kept a type of cool-headedness that could be described as insufferable by Hikaru, was disturbed, hesitant. He looked the same as he stood behind the Hokage's desk, staring them down. It was just like an ANBU mission given at HQ. Dragon's voice was the same, even. Except his chakra was flickering. Naruto really wished he was the teammate in the hospital. Land of Rivers. 3 figures leapt from tree to tree, chakra suppressed and silent, all deep in thought. The air was heavy between them, each thinking of their task ahead, and the stakes of failure, of being caught. Each wore a 2-sided cloak and garbs of a nameless and villageless shinobi, darker side out to blend into the forest. River was more forest than its moniker, the trees as ancient as fire countries and just as dense. The only difference was the undercurrent of moss and dampness that Naruto could barely smell in his disguise. Anything linking them to Konoha had been left behind. Not even their ANBU masks were allowed, though they did wear some truly ridiculous masks instead. When 3 kilometers outside the village, when Tenzo had them burn their old clothes and masks and put the new ones on, he had simply raised an eyebrow and was grateful Konoha ANBU didn't use them as standard issue. Naruto's vaguely resembled an owl, muted designs, and razor-sharp edges. Kakashi's was even more vague in its inspiration, while Tenzo's had 6 eye holes. Supposedly several Konoha-sponsored mercenary groups used them as calling cards. Unofficially, of course. And now here they were, off to prevent the coming war from being one-sided. I do not like this, Kurama growled like he had every hour since they left the village. Naruto privately agreed, something seemed wrong. It's not a suicide mission, we know that, he reassured his friend. Dragon-sama would never do that. At least not without telling them first. And this mission did not have the flavor of that kind of mission goal. Obviously, fleshbag, but we know nothing of the true intention of what that blasted commander is. You said this was the first time you've sensed dread at sending me on a mission, right? And that hesitance? 3, his captain prompted aloud, and Naruto cut the connection off, having realized they were less than an hour from the border. 20 more clones joined the massive amounts of already produced ones and sped off in different directions, leaving alternate scent trails for any trackers. They slowed to a stop higher in the trees and crouched in a tight huddle. Kakashi weaved a complicated genjutsu barrier while Naruto slapped a privacy seal on the trunk. Thanks, 2, 3, Tenzo said when the all-clear was given. They would normally be using ANBU sign language, heck, even regular Shinobi 1, but their deep cover meant they couldn't risk the youngest slipping into the Land of Fire's dialect. Paranoid, but Team Ro always was. So, what was so dangerous you couldn't tell us in the office? Kakashi asked in a low whisper. His mask held mesh eye covers to make it impossible to spot the Sharingan, but Naruto knew him, he was staring Tenzo down. Mukade and Suna have already found the ley line ruins, Tenzo replied, equally low. But we're not to stop them from accessing it, we're going to follow them to our 4th team member into the ley line chamber. Then and only then should we destroy it. Kakashi blinked, his vague memories of what had once been a vast city and a mission his mind blocked out pushing at him. His reservations about the mission they were currently on stemmed from his last mission to Lauren. Konoha had been background supporters of the survivors of the war that happened around the time he was there, though the reasons were not clear to him. He had never questioned it before Tenzo told him about their full orders. Kakashi stared Tenzo down, knowing there was more the younger man wasn't telling him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the pregnant pause. He sensed a conversation with something deeper than even he privy to was happening. Who is the 4th member, Captain? Classified was Tenzo's immediate response. Then he hesitated and continued, but even I do not know. Naruto nodded, probably another ANBU then. What else? Tenzo took a deep breath. We are also under orders to not tell even our fourth team member our identities if possible. Doing so could lead to failure. Except you, three. Odd wording, none of them had been planning on telling anyone their identity anyway per the original briefing, so why would his leader emphasize the failure aspect? And why give him the exception? Clarification, he asked. None to give, Tenzo replied, though sheepish. Odd. That's all we got on it. Naruto nodded, but Kakashi stayed pensive. This was truly an odd mission indeed. Remember as well, no summons, 3, even if you're dying. Even if I'm dying. No. Matter. What? As they continued the briefing, Naruto smushed his suspicions down and figured it would make sense by the end of the mission. A week later, Lauren Ruins. The border crossing had been a tense affair as they had to coordinate with a patrol squad, but they did it. Next was an exhausting trek through the desert. Their reversible cloaks, turned to the white heat reflective side, was no match for Suna's oppressive heat. Naruto had contemplated ripping his long-sleeved outfit many times, only the threat of failing the mystery mission enough to stop him. Sand running had been one of the numerous skills that ANBU had pounded into his skull, but Naruto had been out of practice. By the time they reached Lauren's decrepit pile of 1,000 towers, he was practically a native. The city ruins were haunting, and each male already had their chakra blades drawn and powered. However, the place was devoid of life, even to Naruto's senses. Their team had entered through the north side, as Suna, and the ley line chamber, would be on the south. How the Hokage knew that was above Naruto's pay grade. What wasn't above his pay grade was the sand that got everywhere as they followed clone scouts. I better not ever get another desert mission, he internally grumbled and shook more sand out of places sand should never be. Of course, that meant they'd be at war with Suna the next week and he'd be on the front lines for years, with his luck. Our contact should be in the east sector, if they weren't killed, Tenzo murmured, and they leapt around the edge of the rubble. Their contact being killed would be, not optimal. It took another hour before an encampment of drifters, hidden behind boulders that blocked chakra and traps, became visible. Tenzo went through the required path and released several specific bursts of chakra. It was just enough for their contact to not go on the defensive, but not obvious enough for a further away foe. Like the Suna party, no doubt directly south. The encampment was horrendous, Naruto observed, hungry people hovering above starving only because Konoha had a common enemy with them in the Suna shinobi village, shuffled between tattered tents. Children played silently and most of the games were geared toward survival. The Jinchuriki counted less than 50, and this was rumored to be the last left. What over a decade of being hunted down then cut off from supplies could do to what was once a population of thousands. Konoha had made a deal when there were less than 30, support and report to the village any intel, and Konoha would send periodic supplies and subtly support the planned uprising. Judging from the state of the Lauren people, Konoha had gotten the better end of the deal. Their suffering is like a poison, I can feel their hatred for their once proud shinobi ally. And we're the benefactors of that hatred, Naruto thought grimly. They had arrived at a slightly larger tent where an obvious mother-daughter duo sat. Their hair reminded him of that Tayuya girl, though their faces lacked insanity. Welcome to Lauren, the older woman said. Her voice had a regal lilt but was grave. She most likely was in her 30s, but the hard life the people led aged her into a grandmother. Her outfit was tattered. With a closer look, Naruto saw the echoes of a once high-quality cloth of light purple, though faded to the desert beige of everyone else. Her daughter, hardly older than Naruto, was showing their hardship as well. Her outfit, a long-sleeved dress, was better off than her mother's, but sun damage and coarse desert sand had taken any signs of youth. Sara and Fua, according to the verbal description in the mission briefing. Like most things, nothing was written out, or rather, very little was. Supposedly it would never be in Konoha's records, even the ANBU ones. Thank you for having us, Tenzo said and interrupted Naruto's musings. I am 1. This is 2 and 3. We are here for our mutual objective, or what Konoha told them was the objective, Naruto mentally added. Sara lifted her eyes, and seemed to pause at Naruto, who had his hood down but hair hinged brown. He regarded her, and eventually she moved her gaze to a heavily hooded Kakashi. The man had done something to keep as much silver hair from breaking out. When no reaction was given, she slid back to Tenzo, satisfied. Of course. Fua will guide you to the ley line secret entrance. Our mutual annoyance and the missing Nin were spotted in the front area. You should be able to be in the chamber by the time they arrive. Then, as we agreed, the older man said and dropped a scroll filled with food and water in front of the leader. She handed it to her daughter, who had stared pointedly anywhere but at the group. FUA accepted the scroll and walked with purpose to no doubt a hidden storage area. Within 20 minutes Naruto's team plus a now disguised FUA ran to the southeast. He supposed she was to be their elusive fourth member given how she held herself up, but her chakra seemed awfully low for if they got in a fight. As she ran, she clutched a rusty chakra knife, one that reminded Naruto vaguely of the ones he and his comrades carried. When asked, the girl said it was how she accessed the ley line, and that alone spoke of the decline of her people, who once were rumored to have been able to sense it from 100 kilometers away. Or so the tales were told. They stopped outside a hole in the ground, barely large enough for a grown man to drop down into. A quick flash tag on a kunai revealed an over 100-foot drop. A clamber that rang out in echoes was heard long after the light had died. "This is the ley line chamber," she said. "Be careful, as only I and my mother can safely access the energy held in it. We thank you. Your people should stay away from here for a few days and be prepared to move out if our mutual annoyance brings reinforcements," Tenzo said. She smirked at them, her face fox-like. "What makes you think we haven't already moved?" With that she was darting off, her path different from the one they took. Naruto stared at her hair as it flowed. He had always liked the colors not found in Konoha. So much for that one girl? "Yakumo-chan is different, Kurama," Naruto said with a frown. "Who said I was talking about that meat suit?" 3 clones, Tenzo said, and it stopped the mental argument about to happen. He had to get it together. Naruto nodded and 5 clones went down and laid 3 flash tags that were modified to sustain a soft glow rather than a quick burst of a larger lamination. It was his first level 5 seal, and Naruto had been proud of it, even if they were down to 10 in their arsenal. 5 minutes later and the clones dispelled one at a time to let the information absorb. He gave a silent thumbs up. Kakashi, the most likely to react to a surprise attack, went down first, followed by Naruto and Tenzo, who could catch them with wires if required. Each landed lightly on their feet, crouched around what was a flower array seal. In the middle was an extremely familiar kunai. Naruto would know those 3 prongs anywhere, and they hit him with a cord of melancholy he didn't know he had. "It's still here then," Kakashi murmured. Flashes of memory hit, of when Sensei drove it in, 2 blondes high-fiving. He had a major concussion, so he must have seen double at the time. The copynin ignored the height difference between the two in his memory. Formation C. 2. Trap the perimeter and set the path to explode. 3. I'll leave the array to you. Copy it, just in case. They took their orders, Naruto and 20 clones studying what was clearly his father's work. It was so advanced the hidden blonde couldn't make heads or tails of it. He still transcribed it on 2 blank scrolls, sealing one of them on his shoulder and handing the other to Tenzo, who did the same. Who knew when in the future they'd need that level of sealing? Jiraiya-sama would at least be giddy to look at his former student's work, Naruto mused. The distraction of complicated sealing might even make the man be more open on what his dad was truly like. Because despite the constant tidbits Naruto got from people, nobody really talked about Minato Namikaze. Instead, they talked about the 4th Hokage, or the Yellow Flash, or the genius who turned sealing on its head. Rarely would a story of Minato just being himself work its way out. Naruto knew it was because those were the most painful of memories, but they were the ones he craved. Naruto shook himself mentally from the train of thoughts, Kurama quiet but alert for approaching shinobi. Sure enough, as Naruto finished helping his teammates prepare their battlefield, an earth jutsu punched a hole where there had once been the door into the chamber. Shinobi didn't pour in at first, but over a dozen puppets. They were a mix of clay and metal, a quality rarely seen anymore and likely chosen to ward off fire jutsu. Naruto, still crouched and facing the kunai, vaulted backwards and behind the puppets when they reached the halfway point. His chakra blade that Dragon-sama gave him specifically for this mission tore through the chakra strings. The things dropped in heaps, and he threw a sealing scroll at the parts to keep them from being further employed. As he landed, he sprung again to dodge a puppet's knife that was dripped in poison. The knife slammed into the grooves of the earth, and it uselessly tried to unstick itself. He gripped the stone walkway with a chakra-enhanced grip and swung at the torso, the puppet knocked over. While its user attempted to recover the balance, he sliced its strings like the first pair and locked it away in another scroll. 15 more stormed through the makeshift door, though clearly were more battle-oriented. Emerald eyes and bodies with wider torso cavities tried to swarm him like a dome. Naruto suppressed a groan as all of their torsos opened at one to reveal numerous short swords each. The swords were used as projectiles, and he thanked his training as he used a water-style, moving whirlpool to watch his 6 and deflected most others with his weapon. When the knives stopped coming, he released his jutsu and a standoff took place between him and the inanimate foes. He twitched for another seal, and hell broke loose. As the puppets moved in for a surprise assault, he swiped one of the fallen blades and channeled wind chakra in it, swiping at every thin sliver of thread he could. Naruto took out his last opponent and saw Kakashi, who had begun a struggle with samurai puppets, take a hit from above. Naruto threw his pilfered weapon, cutting the assailant loose while Kakashi shunshined away. Naruto felt his grin turn feral as his senpai took out more and more puppets and enclosed the newly fallen into his storage scroll. A reed-like man, who was definitely Hokage, screeched and then seethed in the entrance, surrounded by dozens more puppets. Slimy black hair appeared to bristle like a cat in fury. He knew, like Naruto, why the dead puppets were being sealed. The victor would steal the secrets of the unique brand of puppetry, making future encounters less advantageous for the loser. Well, if the loser was Hokage. Which it would be. By the way, the puppets were being sliced to pieces by Kakashi and his chakra Tanto. Tenzo was fighting with who Naruto realized had to be Baki. The fellow wind user had a stiff leg that took way too much chakra to compensate for, but he was alive. His senses said they hadn't brought another, a strange happenstance Naruto was not inclined to question. Baki, though? Thought he was among the dead in the invasion? Obviously not. Want to correct that mistake? Bloodlust was leaking through Kurama's words, and Naruto had to fight down the urge to let it leak into him. After the objective is met, of which I'm still not sure of. Sure, he could let Hokage get to the seal, no problem. Except the B-rank missing Nin from Suna was so weak. At least that was Naruto's opinion as he used a Shunshin to be behind the puppet user and used a roundhouse kick. Hokage sailed towards the sealing platform, his puppets with him. This was hardly shaping up to be an S-rank mission. An injured A-rank Jonin gone rogue for power and a missing Nin hardly worth his bingo book entry. Naruto dreaded when the other shoe fell. Of course, it couldn't be that easy to defeat Hokage, as the puppet user righted himself and had the puppets zero in on Naruto. The blonde let several clones run wild and worked swiftly, cutting the strings. He jumped up as 5 new puppets tried to impale him, grabbing spinning with wind chakra that severed their ties. Hokage slid to be near the platform, and the man smirked, thinking he won. You fool. You have led me to my goal. Behold, as I absorbed the seal and harnessed the ley line, the man monologued. Hokage slammed his palms down on the seal array, pumping chakra in around the kunai before ripping it out and tossing it into the abyss. Every instinct was screaming at Naruto to stop the man as he pumped more chakra into the array. But he held his hand from making a great breakthrough that would have blown the man off the platform. A wild, purple-colored chakra filled the chamber. Once the chamber was fully activated, he could move to put a stop to it, but not before then. Orders were orders. Do not go near that chakra, flee, Kurama warned. Naruto agreed, and rooted himself to his spot before he sent clones to help Tenzo and Kakashi. Speaking of which, the copy Nin had been trapped in the magnetic pull of the growing dome as he took down 20 of the clay puppets that had merged. Lighting sparked out and Naruto's clones popped, leaving a phantom memory of Kakashi disappearing into the light. He moved on instinct and ignored Kurama's shouting. He reached out to grab Kakashi. His senpai was not going to die because he hesitated. Tenzo's battle was ignored as Baki was no match for the wood user, who wasn't even using Mokuton for their cover. The Jonin's wind manipulation far surpassed Naruto's, but his captain had taken down many worse opponents than the permanently injured Sunanin. The last thing he saw was the explosion of light from the overcharged seal. Konoha Hospital, ANBU ward. ANBU head medic Deer and Tsunade crowded around the recently comatose elder, neither liking the lack of improvement. In the depths of the hospital, behind security seals that would make Jiraiya blanch and with 2 ANBU squads as guards, they felt most vulnerable. Their leader could not be protected by violence, and healing had not saved him either from suffering. The aged Hokage had awoken easily enough when Tsunade used her technique, but since then had been unable to move. A ventilator was keeping his lungs moving. They had stopped working too often for Deer's comfort. Deer would have nightmares about those attacks, the man who had always been his leader, at death's door. When Tsunade had barged into the room, he had thought all their troubles were going to be gone. Instead it made a slow but peaceful death into an agonizing crawl to a painful one. Hokage-sama, the village cannot lose you, Deer said quietly. The dark-haired man had been in ANBU longer than most, though still young in age. He had been appointed to his position because Dragon-sama trusted him. And that trust was misplaced, he realized. For his Kage was still not recovered. If you die, I'm going to punch your ghost, Tsunade said. Sensei, you do not get the easy way out, not before I yell at you for the state of my hospital. Her attempt at humor rang in the quiet room, and neither medic acknowledged it. Hiruzen groaned. It was all he could manage with the tubes and the damage done to him in Orochimaru's fight. I know, Sensei. What was worse than a comatose Hokage? A paralyzed one who was aware of everything around him but could not even breathe reliably on his own. Shards of bone and shrapnel, several lodged in key nerves and spinal points, made sure of that. One particularly menacing sliver mocked Tsunade less than an inch from his heart. They could remove them all, but the surgery was experimental in where they were to pull from. One slight nick and at best he would never walk or move lower than his neck, at worst he would die. He wasn't the only one who was on death's door of those types of injuries. The brat's fellow blonde team member, who Tsunade had heard too many amusing tales of already, was almost as bad off a floor above. She felt a twinge of regret that Naruto, the boy who helped her move on, was likely to lose his first leader and teammate in one fell swoop. "I need a drink," Tsunade said after 10 more minutes of racking her brain on how to pull off the impossible. She made it to the door before she registered her fellow medic was not following. Sure enough, a glance showed him reading through charts they had memorized. She sighed. While she would love to leave him there and grab Shizen to bounce ideas while drunk, the man was at his wit's end. So, she yanked him away after leaving a shadow clone behind. Shizen would check in less than 5 minutes anyway. The ANBU guard let their chakra spark to an unspoken question. They would guard their Hokage while the medics were gone. "Tsunade-sama," Deer sputtered. She rolled her eyes. "Not a word. We are taking a break. Sake has inspired many breakthroughs. Something tells me it will be the same today. Bye, sensei," she called over her shoulder. No response meant he'd fallen asleep again. She prayed he would wake up, like every other time he had drifted back under while she was there. Konoha's Shinobi Academy, missions room. Team 7, minus Sai, who was on a secret mission, and its replacement sensei stood at attention for their orders. They had to deliver orders to Konoha's protection detail stationed in Wave and pick up the standard quarterly reports that were to be brought back. It was normally a B-rank mission for its political implications. But with the village stretched thin, the lack of danger took it down to a C rank. Just like wartime, Sasuke thought. He was satisfied with the potential of bandits attacking them but found it hard to ignore wanting Kakashi, Naruto, or even Hikaru to lead it. He still had not been able to talk to his old classmate since the invasion. Sasuke had questions. Questions he needed answers to. He pushed the spiral of thoughts away, though, and tried to listen to the details even when he knew Sakura would run through them several times, meaning his attention wasn't needed. Both members of Team 7 were in their typical outfits with standard Konoha coats to keep the growing evening chill out. Sasuke was less than amused that it covered his Uchiha crest, but Sai had been insistent he do it for his safety when he left the day before. Sasuke was aware of the wisdom of it. He still would mentally complain. They were dismissed by a Chunin, not Irika. Sasuke and Sakura had glanced at each other when it hit that the man was never coming back. Team 7 met by the gate 30 minutes later with their sensei, a man with dark sunglasses who annoyed Sasuke more than he let on. "We will succeed in this mission," Ebisu said seriously. "Our village needs every shinobi working double, which is why as you wait on the reports to be drafted, I, a special jonin, will take on a second assignment nearby. Your lodgings will be with the Chunin platoon. We will meet for the journey back after 1 week. That was interesting. Chunin platoons were typically well-rounded, and they knew a lot of practical jutsu. Sasuke's curiosity was piqued on what that meant for training, but he didn't voice it. He let Sakura do it. "What about training, sensei? Will the Chunin have something you want us to learn? Or will you?" Ebisu pushed his glasses up and smirked. "As an elite trainer, I am confident that I can manage to impart some training without needing a Chunin. I did promise your Kakashi-sensei after all." 2 books were tossed to Sasuke, and 4 to Sakura. His was over genjutsu theory and chakra control, while hers was medical history-based. Sasuke fought an eye roll. Great, more book work. They had been dumped with books multiple times with hardly any combat training. At least the village construction missions gave a workout. Ebisu noticed their dissatisfaction and frowned. "I know this is not ideal, but you are both almost Chunin. I would not be surprised if a promotion happened in the next exams or on the field. Be that as it may, Chunin study their subjects deeper than genin. Also, combat training on missions is not wise with high tensions, as it can lead to village secrets being spilled, or our enemies attacking while we recover." "That makes sense, sensei," Sakura said, her mind running through the logic. "But we can't just let our progress snag," Sasuke insisted. He missed Kakashi already. "When we come back to the village, I will show you each a new jutsu. Until then, use whatever downtime you must learn the material. There will be a test." Sasuke promised he'd kill Kakashi himself if the man died. They needed their sensei, lazy bastard or not. Back with Naruto, Lauren City? Naruto was on high alert before consciousness fully greeted him and he had to stop himself from vaulting to a high wall when he heard the singing. Instead, he kept an even breathing pattern, and let his slit eyes roam. He was in a cavern with a type of altar on the ground. Jagged slabs of stone pillars rose from the dirt. This had not been in the Lauren ruin debrief, though he supposed whoever had him could have taken him away to an alternate location. A girl sang, and as he carefully turned his masked face he froze. She looked just like Fua and Sara, only better dressed. He discreetly reached out, mentally that is, to Kurama, no response, so he was on his own. His sensing was off too, and he could scarcely tell the singing girl's emotions. Grief. Deep, profound grief at that. Naruto checked that everything could move. When the girl wiped away tears he shunshined several times until he made it to the ceiling. From his vantage point and senses, nothing living was in the vicinity. Good. He wouldn't risk jutsu, though, as whatever he went through in that explosion made everything feel off-kilter. He should sit there and let the world go right, and observe the strange look-alike. However, in his haste he let a shoe hit a pillar hard enough to make noise. She gasped at the sound, then paled when she glanced at where he was just resting. So she knew I was there but didn't restrain me. Without a second thought he pounced and tackled her to the ground, restraining her easily. She tried to scream but his gloved hand clamped down on her jaw. "You will not scream," he hissed and ignored her widening eyes. "You will not cry. You will answer my questions if you want to live. Nod if you understand." She frantically tried to move her head in agreement. "Good. I will loosen my grip. Do not test me." He moved the hand to her throat. The implication was clear. "Where are we?" "Lauren," she whispered. His eyes narrowed behind his mask. Lauren had been a desert wasteland. Here it smelt fresh, like an oasis. However, he filed it away to circle back. "Are there guards around?" She gulped. "Outside this prayer chamber. I don't know how many. Anrokuzen has them follow me everywhere." "Who is this Anrokuzen?" He squeezed tighter, and she looked confused. Our top advisor to Queen Sara." "What is your name?" He really didn't like where he was sensing it was going. She hesitated, then steeled her gaze at him. All fear from before was gone. "Queen Sara. And if you do not let me go, my people will see you hanged?" Naruto's heart stuttered. "Impossible." Chapter 44. Present, with Naruto? "Liar," he hissed. He was either being lied to or in a genjutsu. But everything felt solid, too real. Add that to him messily spiking his off-kilter chakra and he doubted a genjutsu was responsible. "You are a liar, girl." He channeled his captain for the last bit. "There is no Queen Sara, hasn't been well over a decade." Naruto ignored the puzzle piece that fit on what he smelled, felt, and heard. He ignored the steady heartbeat of the girl when she gave her identity. "I'm not lying, you jerk. What year is it?" She looked at him as if he was insane as she said a year so off base it was ludicrous. He squeezed her trachea in warning when her voice echoed. So, either the girl was again a liar, he was in a genjutsu, or he had done the impossible. Naruto filed the inaccurate year away and channeled chakra to his ears, and could hear muffled movement, though it did not get closer. That's when he noticed the distorted seals that adorned the entrance to the strange cavern. "I've never seen barrier seals that complex," he muttered. 5 clones materialized and moved to the markings. To let an unknown sealing matrix go unchecked would have been foolish. It lets certain people in, but everyone can leave, while also dampening, but not silencing, the outside world. The array, while above his skill, did not show signs of being overlaid, which meant it was unlikely to have a suicide activation under the barrier matrix. Naruto turned back to the girl and let the clones copy the weave of ink. He would study it with Jiraiya-sama if he survived this mission. HRMMTHG his prisoner tried to scream. His hand was still clamped on her jaw. Naruto's ability, hampered as it was, did not sense dishonesty. In desperation he made the stupid move his captain had told him to use as a last resort. He stabbed a kunai in himself. He aimed for his non-dominant upper arm, where it would heal and not hinder an escape. His surroundings stayed the same. Not even a shift. Damn. Not a genjutsu. The fake Sara stared at him in horror, and he stared back through his mask. Naruto had no idea what the hell that seal did to him, to his team, or how long he had been out. He attempted another connection to Kurama, but it was like a wall was in place. Chakra could seep through, but he didn't need his friend's chakra, he needed his wisdom. "I have more questions. Will you scream?" She shook her head no. "How long was I out?" She licked her lips in nervousness. I found you a couple of hours ago, Shinobi-san." He narrowed his eyes. "Did you tell anyone?" "Before you answer, know that I have asked for tips from a very skilled interrogator. He gave me ideas." Ibiki Marino had been ecstatic when Naruto's team had agreed to pull extra shifts to guard TNI before the exams and had graced the blonde with a beginner tips as he had put it. Naruto vowed to never use said tips unless he was truly desperate, and he was a fair bit from it with the civilian below him. She didn't need to know that, however. "No. I didn't, I swear it." "Why?" Because Anro-kuzen would have forbidden me from coming here again to sing to Mother's grave, and you looked like maybe one of my subjects or the other shinobi who were here. He sucked in a breath. His team was already here. Tell me everything. Later. Naruto walked with his hand stuck to Sara's back by chakra through the barrier and felt the energy it contained. It made him shiver by how potent it was. That's because the ley lines power it, like everything else in Lauren, Sara said. We've built up the city from a small desert oasis to a place of 1,000 towers. His eyes narrowed at that revelation, his suspicions he dared not ponder looked to be likely. If so, he was playing with a lit explosive tag that was fueled by Bijou chakra. In other words, he could afford no mistakes. He said instead. Where were those shinobi, again? They were in the west sector when I was harvesting ley line leakage, Shinobi-san, but remember, Anro-kuzen will be very worried if I don't go to my daily viewing. I'll get you to Anro-kuzen, believe it, he drawled absently. She would be a great distraction as he spied and potentially attacked the man whose description was familiar. They turned several corridors, and Naruto could smell the desert sand mixed with chakra-laced plant growth. Clones continuously popped as his scouts cleared the areas ahead. And the guards? He sensed hardly any life, and none were up to protection detail standards, at least not close by. She fidgeted, and Naruto kept his posture neutral, either she didn't have guards, or they were able to mask themselves completely. Both scenarios complicated things for different reasons. They reached an opening, where indeed many towers of impractical height rose from cobbled streets. Many of the buildings were connected by beams, and he narrowed his eyes at that. Suddenly over 100 puppets dropped from openings in the towers, and chaos broke out. The puppets were like mocades, but were sturdier, and moved in with many more blades than the man's had. They also had turbines to fly, shaky as they were in the air. His clones were popped, and the attack pattern was more precise than the last time he faced them. Naruto had to shunshin with Sara and found himself almost impaled by a puppet that shot out from a sliding window. Naruto cursed as two puppets from above interlocked their parts into a larger being and came down with a giant sword. He let his hand on Sara drop to brace his knife, his wind chakra screeching as it broke the puppet's sword. He expected the girl to recognize the danger of the situation and stay by his side. She did not. Instead, she leapt into the arms of one of the creatures and disappeared in the horde. Damn, he had been played. He had expected it, but not to a mass of puppets with no user in sight. The blonde had calculated that Mocade, if he was there, would have appeared with his clay army. No life could be sensed by him. Naruto slashed at strings and vaulted between buildings to get the higher ground. The puppets followed. How predictable. He debated going after the girl, but his mission needed his team, that stupid fourth member, and Mocade. There was also the unpleasant possibility Baki was there in this, not Lauren. The girl would tip off her advisor, but judging from the amount of chaos he was in, he doubted that capturing her again would have made a difference. He slashed, cut, and stabbed the stupid chakra strings, but this time more would take their place. As he kept sealing the remains as quickly as he could, he let an eye follow up to the beams that connected the buildings. There. Those beams were actually what powered the puppets by sending endless replacement chakra lines. If only his chains were allowed. Or would even materialize in a steady fashion, as nothing felt altogether right. When there were 10 more puppets below him, the ANBU in disguise cut their wires. He hoped this would work. Sealing all of them was impossible. Naruto ran through seals as he soared above the mass and sucked in a breath. Wind style, drilling air bullets. 6 powerful air projectiles burst forth and connected with his lifeless enemies, and shrapnel that took out other enemies was all that was left. Naruto landed horizontally towards the top of a spire. He perched and let 10 clones spam to fight off the onslaught of enemies. Several puppets tried to propel up, but their predictable pattern made it simple for even shadow clones to destroy them. Naruto let his gaze sweep the city. Where are they? Where would I hide? Underground? Out of the city? He didn't trust what Sara claimed about where his team was and would at most let clones risk a trap for that reunion. He needed to escape. But where are the people, he wondered. There was no life. He bet that Mocade, or someone like the man, supplied the puppet power, but a city needed people, human guards, and civilians. Over 100 more of the composite dolls burst out of more openings that opened in sync. Naruto's eyes widened, and he prepared for a battle. A man who wore an almost identical mask to his appeared to his left as the puppets converged. Naruto felt a hand over his torso. He tried to shunshin away but found he couldn't access his chakra. Panic bloomed. I'm a friend, the fellow masked man said, and a knife that could have been his knife's twin did a frenzy of slices so fast he couldn't track them. Puppets collapsed on themselves and fell from the sky and were eaten by aburame bugs. His mind raced. They had one other member according to the report, not 2. He felt himself gripped tighter and the familiar sensation of secondhand shunshin, only it was too smooth even for a master of the technique. When his surroundings stopped moving, he discovered they were underground again, with high-level security seals that hid them in an alcove. Hints of the afternoon sun peeked through vents, high above. This was bad. Naruto knew that he was outclassed, and that the seamless way the man had pulled off the ceiling, the shunshin, and the security measures spoke of one like Dragon-sama or Jiraiya-sama. Someone who could be a Kage. There was a missing piece to the man, but Naruto knew that he stood absolutely no chance in a fight, and even his underhanded methods would have been put to the test. He'd scared at the blonde hair on the man that tingled at the back of his mind. Right now, he had to determine if this was another enemy or a friend like the man had claimed. For his part, the older owlish masked man put off an amused vibe that Naruto didn't quite buy, even when he crouched to be at eye level. Authorization. The man tilted his head. S1-2-1. This was the code the fourth member would have had, as the person who started the mission. Backups like Naruto had a secondary code. State your authorization, the older blonde ordered back. Naruto blinked but complied. S1-4-2. That was the code they had to give to their fourth member. He really hoped this strange, almost Kage-level man hadn't tortured the precode from the actual final member. The man tilted his head. Why would Sarutobi-sama send backup? Seems excessive, he mused. I didn't even request one. Naruto stiffened. The third didn't, he said. Apparently, they were not in the know about their Hokage's current situation. Who are you? Two others materialized around Naruto, an Aburame in poor disguise, and an equally poorly disguised Akimichi. He pondered why they even bothered to use the masks of Konoha's scapegoat group. You should know as a fellow shinobi that to reveal our identity is forbidden, kid, the Akimichi said. Naruto felt he knew that voice, if only faintly. And you should know that binding an ally's chakra in a hostile zone is considered friendly aggression. If Sarutobi-sama didn't send you, who did? The other blonde interrupted any budding argument. Naruto said nothing, not sure how much he should give away. Near-identical masks stared each other down until Naruto gave in. His orders by his captain did say he could show his fourth member, or in this case, fourth squad, his identity. He lifted his mask to reveal his face. Gasps were heard from the Akimichi and Aburame, but the older blonde stilled. With a fluid motion the man lifted his mask to reveal a Konoha headband and a face Naruto had etched in his mind. Why you? You're my. He cut himself off in time from revealing not only an S-class secret, but an S-class secret to either an imposter or... What year is it, really? He asked. The man gave the same year as Natsara. Shit. The likelihood of the two groups having coordinated the year to when Kakashi-senpai had said his team had taken the mission was highly unlikely given how classified it had been. Even if the group had spoken to Sara rather than give a brisk order to hide like she said, to match the year so instinctively was ludicrous. He really was back in time. The reality hit him like a boss summons, and he mentally worked out how good or bad this could be. On the one hand he could do something that would alter his timeline to where he was never born. To never exist would suck, Naruto admitted. But on the other hand, he could warn his dad, for obviously the man was Minato Namikaze with the seals and speed, and prevent himself from growing up an orphan. His mind flashed to memories of his lonely apartment and constant need to know if he had been abandoned. It was worth the risk, Naruto decided. Hey guys, I'll need some privacy with our unexpected friend here, Minato said lightly. The pair stiffened but left, and the two blondes were alone again. Now was his chance. He opened his mouth to tell his father everything, but instead said you can call me 3. Minato smiled. Hello, 3. My name's... Minato Namikaze Naruto interrupted. You were the fourth Hokage. The likely fifth Hokage sent me and my team. We were to meet up with a fourth member to kill Mukade and destroy the ley line access point. I can't tell you my name or how I'll likely die. Minato stopped his ramble and raised an eyebrow at him. That wasn't what Naruto had been about to say, but that was on the long list of topics that were going to be taboo. Naruto fidgeted, something he had only done when Iruka had stared him down, or when Dragon-sama scrutinized a report. No, it's for the best, Minato mused. The future happens for a reason, and you being here from the future does not mean we should alter it. The consequences could be dire. Naruto wanted to protest but held his tongue. His father was right, and that same duty stopped him from hugging the man. That was the Hiroshin, wasn't it? That you used to get us out of there? Minato quirked an eyebrow but nodded. Got it, have you seen my team? It was a quiet question, and Naruto focused on completing the mission, rather than the longing that gripped him. Minato nodded. I have seen a man that looks suspiciously like a student of mine, though he disappeared into another cavern last night. So, Naruto had been asleep from the previous evening to the early afternoon at least. I'm going to remove the seal now. Please don't attack, Minato teased. If only he knew how unlikely that was from anybody in Naruto's time. There should be another, he said vaguely as his chakra bloomed back, like he took off a too-tight sweater. When Minato sighed, Naruto pushed the fear away. This mission was now a proper S-Class one, and he planned to figure out how Dragon-sama knew to send him afterwards. Because Naruto felt that he would survive it now. He had his dad with him, even if they didn't acknowledge it. Naruto wondered if this is what other kids felt. The pair stared again. Then, Minato put his mask back and produced a map of the city. On the top right the date jeered at him. I haven't seen anyone yet, but it is a huge city, and we haven't explored the north or northeast. My mission is much less covert than yours, I can tell. We're pretending to be rogue Konohanins who joined the militia group. We're investigating the spike in ley line usage and the mysterious advisor who took over. If need be, we're to seal up the access point. I take it I did indeed seal it. Naruto adjusted his mask back as he nodded and went into mission mode. Mukade is the man my team is tracking, and our orders were to destroy it after he accessed the ley lines. As you can tell, he did. He broke your seal and somehow that led us to the past. And the puppets, you've fought them before? In my time, yes. I would bet a ton of ramen on Anrokuzen the advisor being the missing Nin Mukade. Minato raised an eyebrow, and his gaze turned calculating. Are you fit to fight? I am adequate. The displacement made some of my abilities impossible, but I wouldn't have used them anyway. Well then, 3, we need a plan. With Tenzo? Tenzo decided that he and his team deserved a vacation after this. Yes, while he carried an unconscious but tiny Kakashi-senpai through caverns of traps, Tenzo knew he really should have asked more questions. Like why the 5th Hokage sent his team to the past, where he had to knock out a bratty past version of his friend and slowly bleed out from said brat's devious kunai tricks. Time to find my team and the ley line, it's our only way out of here, I suspect. His real regret, though, was that Baki, the Tsunajonin and acting Kazekage according to intelligence, was not confirmed dead. Either the man had been left behind in the future, was skulking through the past with Mukade, or died in the explosion. Tenzo doubted it was the last one. With several more hallways and dozens of traps later, he arrived at a cavern and saw where the people of Lauren went. They had been turned into slaves. Back with Naruto? Naruto watched from a spire, Sara's daily viewing as she called it. The girl looked like a puppet herself, as she waved down at cheering masses. Garish decorations and parade music looped. He narrowed his eyes at the crowd. A clone had confirmed for him that not a single human was in the mix, it was all inorganic. What's the point of keeping that charade up, he thought, but then it clicked. They need the girl for her ability. Without her Mukade can't access the ley lines for his army. That was his conclusion, until a very overfed Mukade with facial hair activated a seal. The balcony crumbled away and Sara plummeted towards her death, an ear-piercing scream her companion the way down. Naruto wasted no time, he springboarded from his hidden alcove in the spire, quick to snatch her from the air. Her eyes were blown open and she stared, slack-jawed. Then she started to struggle, and only his training kept him from dropping her, even as he vaulted between towers towards the ground. His temporary team moved in on a mass of puppets that had formed together into a chimera-like creature near the destroyed alcove. The chakra fueling it was purple as it pulsated with each movement. It was foul, the ley lines twisting it to its will. Mukade, who had stared in puzzlement as Naruto foiled his plan, turned murderous. I'm not your attacker, so stop struggling, he demanded as he finally made it to the ground. She didn't listen and tried to bite him. Anrokuzen, help. Obviously, the man hadn't heard her, caught in his fight, but still she screamed. Okay, that's it, he muttered, and knocked her out. He kept to the shadows the buildings cast and made his way to a drainpipe. According to clone memory it would lead to a passageway he could loop through back to Minato's base camp. There he could store the girl from danger and help his team, both of them. When he dropped down, Naruto came across the reason no people had been in Lauren's towers, they had been hiding beneath them. My name is Masako, I'm the leader of the resistance. A tall, nondescript woman introduced herself to him and a barely awake but glaring Sara. You're the ones that tried to kill me, the princess accused. For her part Masako didn't flinch. No, that was your advisor, Anrokuzen? You're lying. Anrokuzen is like a father, and he brought Lauren to prosperity. You thugs want to drag us back into the past? Oh, the irony of that statement, Naruto noted. He said nothing, and Minato appeared next to him in the makeshift meeting room, a slight flash fading. Naruto smiled behind his own mask, and his hand gripped the pronged kunai attached to his hip. He finally had one of his dad's kunai, and the man had given it to him, himself. Naruto didn't know all the emotions that had risen when he had been casually past one. The fused puppet tunneled underground, Minato said, drawing him back to the conversation. The room gasped, which proved the rebels had been spying. We will need to evacuate your people, Sarasama. It's going to get messy. I won't leave Lauren, she insisted. To Naruto's surprise, the rebels voiced her sentiment. Then I think it's time you learn the truth, Queen Sara, Masako said. 30 minutes later Sara had cried herself out on Naruto's shoulder, as she saw the puppet Lauren. I was so stupid, she hiccuped. He killed Mother, didn't he? Probably, Naruto said. The background on Queen Saramu hadn't interested him before he arrived in a time not his own. But will you let him kill you, too? And your subjects? She shot up and glared into his mask. He had sparked something, clearly. No. I will not. Lauren's people, a few of which he spotted similarities that spoke of lineage to the remnants in his era, gathered around. Their hope was palatable. They weren't as emboldened when Minato had promised that he would protect them. Of course, they weren't. They were Lorrainians, a proud people who answered only their queen. And their queen was ready for battle. Anrokuzen is unstoppable as long as he has access to the ley lines, but I can halt his access. I need to get to the mines, they're abandoned, and the chamber is near it. Do you know where it is? Shibi asked. I understand that Anrokuzen has shifted many things about how the city is structured. She smirked. Oh, Naruto recognized that smirk, had seen it years in the future. What kind of queen would I be if I couldn't find the chamber I was born in? Naruto and Sara ran through a path she apparently had used since toddlerhood to sneak down to the chambers. She admitted she hadn't used it since her mother had died, but no alterations or traps greeted them. Naruto felt his hackles raise at that suspicious good fortune. As they did their part, Minato's team had continued their mission of setting up Lauren to fall, bombs were armed, puppets were taken out, and chakra-blocking seals were placed on as many beams as possible. The Lauren rebels had joined them. The man had promised to find him after their part was done, but the split-up spoke of trouble likely to follow. He wished his father had stayed by his side, but Naruto knew, the mission came first. We're almost there, she whispered in his ear, and a clone memory of a head flooded his mind. Shit, he cursed. The chimera puppet barreled through, and he pivoted to turn back the way they came, only to meet with another one. They looked like centipedes, scorpions, and humans jumbled into one. Naruto would attest that Shikaku was less repulsive looking. Hold on, he ordered as 20 clones dashed out in a star formation. Following a pattern that he had drilled hundreds of times, each clone funneled chakra through their construct blades, acting as human-sized projectiles. The puppets seemed to screech as they were struck. Naruto didn't wait. As soon as the first wave dispelled, another wave was made. One clone made it through under a puppet leg and up the wall, to which Naruto used Kawarimi on, followed by endless shunshins to the destroyed opening. He scanned the supposed abandoned mine below as he leapt up to the ceiling. Signs of a slave camp were fresh, though someone had either moved or freed the captives. The slashed manacles spoke of the latter. The chimeras emerged back to the mine and morphed together into one. He snarled at the situation and knew he had to get Sara, who trembled on his back, to the ley line chamber. He jumped over a scorpion tail that shot towards him with a blade and tore into it with his chakra. He sealed it into a scroll and settled for a long fight of cutting and sealing. You can do this. Your regular chakra isn't even that tired, and wind and water jutsu are effective. Naruto groaned at the loss of his great plan when the creature pulsed and drew chunks of metal to form into a new tail. Ha 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 ha, an echoing laugh came from another entrance. Mukade looked gleeful as he slow clapped. I wasn't sure you had arrived back with me, seeing as how late you were. But I'm so happy you're here. I wouldn't want to let you go unrewarded for your help in my plans. Mukade placed a hand on the side of the chimera and his eyes glinted. Naruto dropped Sara into the arms of a clone and Sunshine to hit the missing Nin in the chest. It was killing blow, one Naruto had used several times in the past. But instead of choking up blood, Mukade grinned. Oh, so painful, he mocked. Naruto twisted midair to strike with a wind-powered kick, but the man was gone. He leapt back to bat away several poison kunai that had sprung toward Sara. He looked to see where Mukade had transported himself to. The chimera puppet raised itself up to tower over the pair, and he was already running through seals. Wind style, drilling air bullets, he whispered before sucking in breath and releasing several air bullets. The puppet tilted off its balance. That did nothing, Sara whispered harshly. Naruto ignored her, his theory confirmed, it wasn't steady. The chest area above Naruto split open on the creature to reveal Mukade's distorted face, a manic grin on him. Behold! I'm invincible, you pest. Here the man who was drunk on power showboated by springing forth a dozen more appendages. God, Naruto despised when shinobi got cocky in a fight, but in this case, it would benefit him. He flashed through 3 signs for a jutsu he had been working on. One Dragon-sama had shown him. Wind style, vacuum sphere was an uncommon B-rank jutsu that fired out needle-like bursts of wind with more force than the drilling air bullets, and more numerous. Its result wasn't as powerful as it could be when he combined Kurama's chakra, but judging from the amount of clay and wooden limbs that toppled to the ground along with the main body of the puppet, he considered it a success. Naruto darted through the wreckage and through the path that led to the chamber, a clone still carrying Sara. That won't do anything, he's connected to the ley lines. I know. We'll have to cut off his power supply. He let a crisscross pattern of razor wire cover their escape. Chimera Mukade had recovered quickly and barreled through the wires. You think such pitiful trap could stop me? The ANBU smirked. He had spent hours etching his favorite seal into the wire linkage, inch by inch. Explosions engulfed the puppet, and Mukade's screams were music to Naruto's ears. That may slow him down, Sara admitted. He adored explosion seals so much. His captain had shown up with a tiny Kakashi-senpai Naruto did not snicker at, several turns later. The man had funneled with Naruto tons of earth chakra to cause a cave-in. That should buy us some time, Tiny Kakashi said to Tenzo. The kid's voice cracked more than Naruto's. For a loser you're not so bad. For some reason Kakashi sported a large bump on his head. Tenzo just sighed at the kid's attitude and nodded towards Naruto. We're going to the ley lines. That creature was fused with our target. Our 4th member is above. His team is sabotaging the terrain. I have not seen 2, the blonde reported. No signs of the other missing Nin. Mukade rammed into the rocks, and the entire tunnel shook. The path is clear ahead. Queen Sara, make your way to the ley line chamber, we 3 will hold them off. Your people are freed and already there. She nodded and ripped her dress to make it easier to move if needed. As she turned to be picked back up by the clone, Naruto grabbed her hand. He didn't know why, but he felt it was right, as he gave her his backup chakra blade. Just in case, he murmured. She grinned. You can count on me. The fight had taken everything out of them and still the creature reformed. Naruto had managed enough demonic chakra to enhance his speed briefly and he had unleashed a Rasengan that ripped Mukade in half. But it kept reforming with its regeneration jutsu. Mini Kakashi held his own but took a hit while he protected Tenzo. Currently they ran with the kid passed out. This won't work, we need the other team, Naruto said while they ran. His trick of wire explosions worked once more, surprisingly, but he had run out after. Mukade just took chunks from the walls to reinforce himself. Do you have another swamp of the underworld in you? Tenzo asked. Naruto shook his head. That jutsu had been taught to him by Jiraiya-sama but never mastered with how packed the months leading the invasion were. Add to that, Naruto hadn't even begun to learn earth manipulation, as he had to focus on water manipulation and furthering his wind. Only his insane reserves kept him from being unable to even perform it after everything else the mission had thrown at him. I hope this works, Naruto said. He funneled chakra into the kunai, like Minato had told him to do only in emergencies. Naruto considered the puppet's inability to be destroyed in emergency. Instantly the taller blonde was in front of Naruto, Tenzo, and the still unconscious Kakashi. His eyes were murderous as one hand had a Rasengan and the other a kunai. Naruto saw the reason every nation had a flee-on-sight order for the man in that moment. Then he turned and grinned at the ANBU pair. I hope I'm not too late. We had to destroy as much of the connecting towers before the puppets could be released. The pair just shook their heads. Naruto couldn't hope to follow the streaks of the fight that followed, he was that outclassed. This was what made the gap between normal shinobi and Hokage. His clones popped, and another unpleasant memory of the mission washed over him. More puppets at the chamber door, and it's locked. Tenzo whipped his head to him even as he finished a seal and rose up an earth-style wall to give Minato a respite. The man nodded gratefully at Tenzo. You go help Queen Sara, 3 and I will handle this guy until you get access. Throw this when you're in. Tenzo caught a kunai and left with Kakashi after enforcing the wall further. As soon as his captain was cleared out, Naruto turned to his father, a Rasengan formed. Minato, his face masked having cracked somewhere, had his face bare, and it let Naruto see the impressed gleam. Clearly this jutsu has the best result, Naruto said. They barraged more attacks, and the siege seemed endless. Rasengan were effective, but the chip away was minimal when the monster could reform instantly. Tenzo suddenly popped a clone off, the last one, and the memory of the ley line being shut down hit him after the Akimichi and Aburame shielded the civilians. Now they just had to fight the residual of Mukade. Still difficult, but not impossible. Naruto relayed the information, and formed another sphere. With our Rasengan, it takes longer for Anrokuzen to reform with it. I wonder. Minato's own Rasengan formed, and he held it close to Naruto's. The two spheres seemed drawn to one another. As I thought. When two people with complementary chakra use the exact same jutsu, it can lead to a better effect. They synergize, so to speak. Wisps of wild chakra whipped around them. Mukade broke the impressive display as he broke through again. Naruto and Minato nodded to each other, both having the same idea. Naruto spammed clones that worked in loose groups of 5 for several ANBU Team Row attack patterns. His lower chakra meant they weren't as durable, but that wasn't the point. The point was for them to tick off Mukade, and it worked beautifully. The man, who had been smug, turned livid and barreled recklessly forward without a thought as to why Minato smirked. As they ran, Minato reformed his Rasengan, and Naruto let his own meet, this time the two merging, a tornado of chakra covering them. They leaped into the opening at the end of the tunnel. "We'll get one shot at this," Minato said, and let Naruto take over the jutsu. The older blonde raced out from the chakra and jumped up, calling a Shuriken Shadow clone to barrage Mukade that had grown several times larger. Pathetic. Regeneration jutsu. The man screamed, but the healing was greatly reduced. Naruto ran with full speed, straight through the chimera. The blast destroyed most of the outside chamber. Chunks of building and puppet ricocheted off everywhere. Scraps of shrapnel hit Naruto before Minato used a Hiraishin to grab him and ferret him to safety. "Here," Sara said, and offered him the blade back. He pushed it back to her. "You keep it. Something tells me it will be needed more in your hands." She smiled, and walked outside the chamber to wait with her people as they sealed off the power for good. 3, Minato called. "I'll need a second set of eyes on this, mind helping me out?" Naruto felt his heart stutter. Just then his Kakashi showed up, hood torn and holding the severed head of Baki. "Yo, hope I'm not too late." Tenzo and Naruto just shook their heads. Finally. Naruto and Minato high-fived as they placed the sealing matrix. His dad had shown him the inscriptions, and their combined chakra made the intricate pattern that looked different than what he had seen in the future. "And when I first did an overlay seal, Kushi-chan spilt ramen over it," Minato laughed. "You should have seen the devastation on the training field." Naruto joined in. Placing the modified version of the seal would have taken the older male less than a minute, but instead he took the time to show Naruto the basics on it while spilling idle tales of past mishaps. The moment sobered up as Minato drove the kunai in. Soon, everything started to turn white. The 3 ANBU glanced at their bodies that glowed. Naruto felt a slight swell of panic. "Don't worry," Minato said and smiled. "With Anrokuzen dead, the line deactivated, and the sealing reapplied, the pendulum of time is going back. When you arrive to your tie, the resulting energy pulse should be enough to destroy the ley line's gathering point completely, completing your mission." Kakashi tilted his head while ignoring the piercing gaze of the younger him. It looked like they had a private conversation while Naruto had worked on the seal array. "So that's why we were sent back, because the only way to destroy it would be by a ripple effect of usage." "Exactly. What now?" Naruto wanted to finally blurt out the secret of Minato's death. The urge to change the future hit him. "We do not want to change the past. After you are gone, I will apply a memory jutsu, erasing everything that had to do with your squad," he said in a firm tone. Both younger and older Kakashi stiffened. "But sensei." "But sir." "No, Kakashi." A piercing gaze met them all and they deflated. Tenzo kept himself quiet, as he agreed with the former Hokage. "This is for the best," he added quietly. I want to say, that even if you don't remember," Naruto cut himself off. Minato smiled warmly and lowered himself to eye level. "Know this, if I had a son, I'd be proud if he was just like you," he said and hugged him. The world went white then, and Naruto tried to shout. When everything settled, they were in the destroyed ley line chamber. Only it was back to his time.